Good evening, folks. It is March the 4th, 2022, and I am here with Eric and Bobby Burrell, who is decked out in his Hogan finest.
AKA Hulk Hogan.
That's
Yes.
right. And if any of you guys haven't, if you any of you guys check out Bobby Burrell's Instagram, you'll be able to see Bobby, cutting a promo, a little Hogan style with that flag in the background as part of a feature. The haunted Hogan costumes influence is slowly bleeding into Bobby's life.
I thought you'd like that.
Yeah, I
Tell him to
appreciate the
shut
effort.
up.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the effort to bring in the promo. It was funny because unrelated to that, I got questions from a couple of folks like, "Oh, you're going to talk about any of the because AEW bought Ring of Honor, they bought ROH, and I've been getting a bunch of wrestling stuff in. I'll get some in for when the Ship My Cards comes in. So I've been buying that stuff because it's honestly still inexpensive and it's kind of fun for me to do. But yeah, there's still some happenings with it. And I said I'll kind of lead it in. But then when I saw Bobby had his promo, I was like, okay, we got a couple of minutes off the top, and if we bring it up later, we can bring it up later. But we'll cover it real quick. So just long story short for everybody, they bought Ring of Honor, which is interesting. Ring of Honor has a bit of a historical thing, a little bit of a card angle on this though. One of the card sets, again, I've mentioned before for wrestling, trying to figure out a rookie card is a fool's errand, even more so than the regular rookie card because of the weirdness of the genre. Again, different characters. It could be the same person, different character, all those nuances.
Should go to first appearance, as
You would think so.
that person. And
You would
without
think so.
rookie, don't need a rookie allocation on there.
Yeah, you would think so. So basically, one of the things that came of it that makes it a little bit interesting is that in 2018 they had an all-in show in Chicago that was actually branded under the Ring of Honor moniker. And a bunch of subsequent AEW talent had first cards on there, including Britt Baker, who would go on to become champion in the AEW, MJF, as well as a few other characters that are prominent. But it was under the Ring of Honor because AEW didn't exist yet, even though they kind of co-branded the show with it. But now AEW not only exists, they also purchased Ring of Honor. So going forward, do those grading companies then make the adjustment? Because some of them just call it All In, and some of them call it Ring of Honor All In. Well, Ring of Honor is now AEW. AEW is now Ring of Honor.
Now it's really that's a big problem.
That's what I mean. It's a unique issue in the genre that normally doesn't come up.
Only wrestling can do it.
Yeah, only wrestling could do it because it would be like buying a professional. If instead of merging, if the AFL and the NFL, if the NFL had bought the AFL and continued to run the AFL.
Exactly.
That isn't to say though that they necessarily have to do that. They could just take the tape library and all the information. But there's a real possibility that they could run it as a promotion for developmental. They could use it for a couple different things and still have ROH exist.
True.
Yeah, and also leverage the tape library into a streaming service because that's something that they could look for that would be a great revenue stream for them because they're partnered with Turner, who has HBO Max. So there's a lot of little synergy possibilities here. But again, it makes it kind of interesting from the card side. It's like, well, that set takes on a different meaning now that they literally own the company that co-branded that pay-per-view.
Interesting.
So to bear in mind.
Are we going to do, is it instead of RC, is it FC, first card, or...
I think for wrestling, it makes most sense to be like first appearance as a character. However you want to designate that, whatever acronym you want to use.
FC is kind of better. It's closer to RC.
Yeah, but you're gonna have multiple first cards, right? Like you can have a first card as one character, a first card as another charher. I guess you have to make it character specific. Yeah.
No, that's exactly because you can have 3 rookie cards for the same guy
who's
changed his, the
gimmick. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's probably the best way because if somebody goes by one name and moniker. As long as it's still the same name and moniker, I'm going to treat it as an extension of that character. If they completely change up their persona and completely go by something else. Now, here's a question, and this is just a thought experiment. Do we count Hulk Hogan and Hollywood Hogan as 2 entities?
Yes.
All right. No, that's always been one of the little funny things about it is because it's still Hulk Hogan, but it's Hulk Hogan,
Not Hulk Hogan. It's
Hollywood Hulk Hogan. That's right. Yeah.
Right there.
But is he also Mr. America?
No, I don't know.
Terry Boulder?
Was there a card?
For Mr. America, I guarantee you there's a card. For Mr. America, I guarantee you there's a card. Because by that point, they had been producing cards. That's why I say it's silly, but it creates these weird little nuances inside of the
order. Well, that's kind of Rocky set, so...
Yep, Thunderlips. Yep. That's it.
Thunderlips?
Yep. So he's a wrestler in that one. That's another moniker. He's a wrestler in the movie, but... It's another moniker.
I guess being a movie, it's interesting.
I don't know if it's
that's
that
away from the sport.
You would think so, but then we also had the characters that the WCW guys that did Ready to Rumble, and then they played themselves in the movie. So if they had produced cards for the movie, it's like, so are you the same Sting, or are you the Sting from Ready to Rumble, or are you the other Sting? But Goldberg's also in it. Oh man, now I'm
That's
confused.
right.
Now I'm confused. This is terrible. All right, so real quick here, Daniel did the countdown. Good evening, Yannick. Absolutely. Names already ready to go. Hollywood Burrell, very nice. Born in '79, Hulk was childhood icon. Yep. Yeah. Don't look at anything negative of his. Hollywood Hogan was a great thing for him.
It was.
A negative of
He
his in
needed
life.
it.
Yeah.
He needed it, and I really liked the
Yeah.
change. I think what he did, it went dark, and it was really a dramatic change. It wasn't just another change.
Well, I think it refreshed his character because it had really gone very stale. The whole gimmick. If you actually look at the history of that Hulk Hogan character, he was doing it in the AWA a couple of years before the WWF. So it was Hulkamania, it was Hulk Hogan. Like a lot of the same verbiage was already used. So like if you had an AWA set, like in '83 or '82, you could have had like a pre-Hogan rookie, and then you also had all these. Like it gets more complicated the further down the line you go.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's a weird genre that way, but it creates this interesting thing. As soon as they started making more and more cards of it, today, now that we have cards every year, now you have this possibility of having, yes, you can have character changes and things happen. They change organizations, all kinds of stuff can happen.
Again, where's Victor?
Exactly. It's a lot of complexity. But yeah, I will say overall, just to put a button on it, the Ring of Honor thing is going to make things interesting going forward. I'll be interested to see what they decide to do with that property because now they do have a whole history. Because a lot of the guys they have there have history with that organization, and it means they're going to be able to make better video packages because they'll be able to cover a lot of ground and a lot of history with those guys. Be able to they acknowledge it today, but now they can actually show you the tape. They can be like, hey, this is what Bryan Danielson was doing back then. This is what CM Punk was doing back then. We can actually show you exactly
More stuff. Yeah, without licensing. Yeah, sure.
Yep, they own it, so they can use it and play back. They actually did on the most recent episode of Dynamite, MJF in the promo just before the pay-per-view coming up this weekend. He actually almost beat for beat replicated a promo that CM Punk did in Ring of Honor. He actually took the same verbiage and restated it exactly the same. It was a callback to that. But now they have the tape, so they can actually play back and actually be able to show you things like where it was inspired from. Almost beat for beat, he copied it.
Like Andy did in A Few Good Men on his last video.
But the thing is, he's doing it to CM Punk, and it was CM Punk delivering the previous promo, so it was like a full circle
Kind of
thing.
cool.
Yeah, and part of the story is that he was a CM Punk fan, which means he would have studied all his work, so he would know better than anybody else exactly what he had said. So it actually fits within the context of this story. It actually fits quite well.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they do with it. It'll be, I think it'll be a fun pay-per-view. I think I'm going to be ordering that, so it'll be a lot of fun. And there will be, like I said, some more wrestling cards coming up with it, mixed in with some of the other sports cards, because I did find some good stuff. But I'm being very picky. It's one of those things I'm sitting back looking for opportunities where they present themselves. I'm not too worried about a lot of it. It's like, it's right now we're fully in the let's have some fun, find stuff that is enjoyable, and we'll go from there. And anything interesting, Eric? Recent pickups? I got the stuff. Eric actually was nice enough to give a package. I'll show that in a couple of minutes. I got the cards right here. We'll cover that in a minute. But anything interesting and new on your side?
My big thing today, and I put it on Instagram earlier. It's very, very exciting for me. I was blown away with this opportunity today. My local card shop was the middleman for a deal of selling 2 game used Bobby Orr sticks.
Wow.
And one was from the beginning of his career in Boston, early years, and one was from his later years in Boston.
So
Even
Northland and Victoriaville.
they were both Vicks. So the
Well, his
Northland,
early one would be Northland, right?
right? So it wasn't like 60s, but it was early Vic.
Got it.
So so I took some pictures with it and posed with it and all that, and then I had to give it up because the new owner came in and dropped a substantial amount of money for these 2 game used Bobby Orr sticks. And I guess the only thing that would be cooler than holding a game used Orr stick would be putting on a game used jersey. So maybe someday. Oh,
We'll cover Eric's shining moment there.
Yeah. So it was cool, man. That is a game used Bobby Orr stick. You can see it's taped just the way he taped it. Everything is
Didn't he
You
tape
know,
it at the end?
tape. You mean up top of the stick, the
Yeah,
grip?
yeah.
Yep,
No,
it's all.
towards the end of the blade,
Yep, that's right
not
there.
the beginning of the blade. The end.
What I would recommend with something like that, just to be clear, this is maybe a little bit of a side conversation. When it comes to any kind of game use stuff, especially nowadays, what's going to happen a lot more is you're going to try to look for photo match, because that's probably going to be the easiest way to make your life easier, just in general. Is going to be like you can take the stick and you'll look for the tape, you'll look for positioning. That happened, I think, I want to say a Mickey Mantle jersey that went up for auction and sold a couple of times recently. And I remember on a podcast I was listening to, they mentioned that it had resold recently for a much higher amount. And part of the discrepancy was that they were able to successfully photo match it to being not only from his last season, which they suspected it was the case. It turned out it was the jersey he was wearing in his last game,
Mm-hmm.
which obviously then, to a mantle collector, to a hardcore, that creates a little bit more of mystique.
Still good, sure.
Yeah, it was good before. And part of the original thought with the original was that he had worn that jersey when he hit his last career home run prior to him retiring. But it turned out he was wearing it right up until the end of the season. So it was good for a couple of different elements to, again, if you're a Mickey Mantle hardcore, all of a sudden that jersey takes on a greater importance for you from his history.
Yeah, pre-war stuff. That's where the difficulty really comes in.
Yes.
The post-war, there's enough photos out there, original
Yeah.
photos, and that's
You
why
can
they're
usually
so
figure it out.
important and very expensive, actually, in the baseball end. Hockey hasn't got there yet.
Yeah, but that's what I say.
Maybe-
Like, if you
maybe
can
never
photo
will.
match it, if you can photo match it to a specific season or something, or like a run there, it only helps. It makes it a little bit easier. It establishes its provenance.
The second stick actually had some tape on it with some writing that was put there by somebody, maybe the trainer. I'm not sure, but it actually had the game and the date, and it was It was used against Vancouver in '76.
So his last. Oh, yeah, it's his last time with Boston because
Yeah.
he's with Chicago after that, right?
That's right. So it was
Short
a
time.
Vancouver stick in against Vancouver. It was still a Vic stick, but it said Vancouver, and the date. So
Well, the best part, sticks are pretty easy for the most part. You're looking for the name stamped on the upper shaft of the stick. That's your first lead in. The number, usually the lie is there. And then you go from there. Then you go to tape jobs, and
right.
photo matching is so tough on a stick. Really, tape job you can see, but tape can be redone. People buy old tape and retape sticks all the time, as I've seen in the game used Facebook group.
Mhm.
It's like there was a couple guys who were trying to scam everything, so they buy old tape and they wrap it and
Mhm.
rough it up a little bit, and so one guy got caught. I think it was with Gretzky sticks he was doing it.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
I'll get caught up on a couple of these here. So good evening, Baz.
Sure.
Good evening, Bob. Evening, Jeff. Yep. Gas prices going up. Will people step away from the hobby? I don't think gas prices are going to be your problem. Gas prices were already going up. It's general living costs.
Stay home.
Yeah, exactly. Drive less. I've got a new random question. Okay, we like some random questions. Thoughts on damaged replacement cards and their value versus original pack pulled cards? Damaged replacement card. Oh, okay. So replacement cards that were, that would be better condition as opposed to the original pack pulled cards. The nicer condition card is going to have more value. Most people can't tell the difference between the replacement and the regular unless it's like a numbering versus hand numbering kind of thing, which sometimes would happen. Because if you send in something that got damaged and they replace it, and maybe they didn't redo the machine numbering the exact same way to replicate it, and you can tell it's a replacement, that may be a difference for some people, but most people can't tell the difference. If it's an unnumbered card and they send you back a virtually identical version, but except it doesn't have a crease or whatever the issue was that you sent in for replacement, I don't think you're going to notice. You could have a stack of them you wouldn't know. But it is an interesting question, Will. Thank you for asking that.
Mm-hmm.
But
So
yeah.
I have a question. I have a question for you guys to help me with,
All right.
and anyone in the chat too. So I had another opportunity to have a game use stick today. It was more of a current one from Max Pacioretty, who's currently playing for Vegas. Played for Montreal beforehand. Played on the U.S. national team, and it's signed. The autograph looks authentic. The stick is a Bauer stick with Nike swooshes on it. So they must have done something together. And of course, like Bobby, you said a few minutes ago, it has his name stamped on it and his number. The only issue is I spent a good part of my day looking at every Max Pacioretty photo I could get my hands on, and there is no picture of him holding a Bauer Nike stick.
And who is this guy?
He's one of the best U.S. players.
That's why you can't find a picture.
No, well, he played for the Canadians. He was a star for the Canadians. He's the one that Chara almost killed.
Yeah, but the thing is, with a lot of these guys, if you've played enough games, you can probably find something from Getty's Images. There would be plenty.
I went there. I tried everything. He's used Eastern. He's used right now it's Warrior. He had CCM for a bit, but
so he's moved around a lot of stick manufacturers then.
I cannot find
as many teams too.
Just two teams. So but I cannot find a photo of him holding a Bauer Nike stick, and I can't advertise it as game used if I can't find a picture of the guy holding one over the last 8 years of his career or whatever it's been.
Comes down to wax packs and autographs again. But, throw the game used in there too. It's
but I can't in good conscience advertise it as such. Okay. So
yeah.
I can advertise it as, autographed. The autograph.
Yeah, it would be like an autograph. You could say like an autograph player model, because it can be like because you can. It would be the same as for a lot of years. You remember the Synergy sticks, the ones they had. They're really expensive. The composite sticks.
Yeah.
So my dad used those for years, and I could finding photos of that wouldn't be an issue. But because it was a composite stick, usually there wasn't much tape on it. Sometimes there'd be some, but most of the time it just left the way it was. I could go buy one of those in stores for years. Like it was expensive. It wasn't cheap, but you could get him a Dano model. And if you got it at the right length or whatever, like it'd be virtually what he's using in the game. Almost exactly perfect. And you could get him to sign the stick blade on that. It'd be very easy to do.
But you can get him stamped with his name at the store.
Well, his name was on it already. Like it was for the model. Now, in order to get it like in order to get it stamped on there, it can also be like a Frankenstein in the sense that they can put pieces together. Is it a 2-piece or is it 1-piece stick?
From what I could tell, it's 1 piece, but I didn't really examine it too much.
Is it solid wood or is it metal?
No, it's all composite. It's all
okay. So it's a composite.
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out why a brand that I can't find proof that he had association with has his name stamped on it.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if it wasn't like a Frankenstein thing where somebody put something together, because I don't remember that combination, but I'm sure it happened. Like a lot of weird stuff came together for these stick manufacturers. But if you can't find an example of it, maybe what you could do, and it's back to the photo matching thing, use the good old eBay. Look and see if Upper Deck, because Upper Deck does a lot of photos for a lot of players in the O-Pee-Chee series that they do, because it's retail, it's fully available, and they do it. You can always try scanning through some of those, or go like in ComC and just scan through a couple of the like very regular base stuff that has more photos on it.
Yeah.
It's a long shot though. It's a needle in a haystack.
You're just wasting your money and time on that.
Yeah, I would just call it an autograph. I would call it an autograph player model. That's basically what it is. It is a player model stick that has been autographed.
There you go, $30. Have a good day. Even with his autograph, whatever. The stamped autograph?
Oh no, it's hand written in gold paint pen on a black blade. It looks nice.
Well, his autograph's what, $10? So
I don't know. I haven't done the comps on it yet. That was my next thing. I wanted to find the stick pictures of the stick first, and then I was going to look up what his autograph was going for.
But your hourly rate is actually exceeding the stick value at this point.
Well, I did that. That's what I did in the liquidation store. Me stocking a shelf exceeded what the store made. It's like, if I lift this chair right now, I have earned more money than the store's made.
That's the problem, man.
It's like you're probably better off if I'm just streaming baseball games with this computer right now.
Better pick the fights you have a chance of winning.
Yeah, I'd
in
be
the
inclined.
hobby.
I'd be inclined to agree that I think you've put in a sufficient amount of effort onto this one. I think it's a player model autograph thing, and let him take a stab at it because even authenticating is like you'd be adding cost and for what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the value would be there for the stick. It's an interesting curiosity, and again, that double manufacture thing's kind of weird. So I'm sure that wasn't like a long lived thing. I don't think Nike usually works with other folks, but I know they were making the sticks for a while. So kind of
You know,
interesting.
but I dig that you're researching and digging into it. Now you know what I go through with a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just that, and because that stuff matters to me. I enjoy that stuff also. But as somebody who's helping a store sell items, I can't in good conscience try to sell something to somebody unless I
Pick
know.
something else up
What do you
and
mean?
put that aside. Pick something else up and be on your way. Put that in a corner. Put that in a corner
and sell
Yeah.
something else.
Try to look for something else you can have a chance at. Like pick the battles you know you have a chance of winning.
Well,
That
right.
one.
I think I'm just gonna
too
do
much
what
time.
Carlos said and just say player, model stick and
Yeah.
autographed, and off it goes.
Yeah, because that was why I gave you that example about that synergy
Yeah.
stick. Somebody could go to the store, buy one of those, get Medina to sign it, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
It is a player model stick that has been autographed by the player. You're
It's
not
player
making any.
stamp on it too.
I think they had some that had it. It's been years since I looked at it, but I just
Oh.
know that they've marked it on there.
Is it stamped on it as well, Eric?
That's what he was saying on the one
Yeah,
he was
the
talking
player,
about.
the player's name and numbers stamped on it where it's supposed to be, as if it was his own.
And it's hand autographed too.
Yes.
So maybe it's a special signing of something. Usually that can happen.
Yeah.
Like here's we made this stick for you. Do a commercial or do a little practice game or. But he was in the Olympics, or what?
He was on the U.S. national team, and he played for Montreal, and now he plays for Vegas.
Yeah. So it's possible maybe that they. So I would say it's also possible that they may have prepped up some gamers that never actually saw any game time, but then the sticks are there and you've got the stamping on it and half the job's done. Oh, can you sign that? Yeah, sure. No problem.
Salesmen come in, they give him a bunch of sticks, different kinds, and he's got like 5 of each, and I like this one the best. And the
I
other
was
ones sit there
wondering if
and
it was something like that, Bobby. I was wondering if it, like Bauer was trying to persuade him to
Sure.
to jump over. It's like, here, this is the stick we would have you use, and why don't you go try it out in a practice or something? And
yeah, they give him a
and
few.
then he's
Stamp
like,
his name
yeah,
on it.
thanks, but I'm going to go with Warrior instead, and for more money or a better feel for the stick or whatever. So I don't know. It's just curious to me.
There you go.
That's the fun part of this job.
Sounds good. So what we'll do, guys, is for the most part, news-wise, it's very quiet, and I'm not going to pretend it's not. But honestly, we're just going to hang out and chat. It's going to be the usual thing. So those of you in the chat, if there's anything you do want to talk about, feel free to interrupt. Don't worry about it. You're more than welcome to. How come the NFL is your favorite sport to watch, but you have no interest in the cards? Because for the most part, I have no interest in the cards. It's actually really easy. It's not difficult. I don't physically need the cards to enjoy participation of it. I can watch the sport. The other piece of it is that I don't collect the cards because of the association to the sport. I'm collecting the Medano cards, and I barely watch hockey at this point. Baseball is my favorite. I do watch a fair bit of baseball when they decide to play. That's a different topic. But when they decide to play. But day to day, that isn't what drives my collecting. The collecting of it is that I like putting together either the player collection or the set or certain themes. Now, that said, maybe in about 12, 13 hours, the pickups video for this week will come up, and I do have football cards in it. But they're a very specific theme that I talked about, and I already mentioned before that I had built a checklist for it, and I picked up maybe about 6 or 7 that fit under the category, and they'll be showed off. And I also put it on the Instagram, a couple of them, so you got a little bit of a sneak preview. They're there. So I do, like I said, it's not that I never get football cards, it's that I'm very particular about what I want. And that makes my life easy because then if it isn't what I'm interested in, I can skip past it and go on to the next thing.
Simple answer is soccer.
A lot of people watch it, yeah, and not enough
Billions.
people buy it. Billions of people watch it, and by sheer number of people that watch the sport, soccer should be the number one sports card thing, crushing everybody else. It should be 500,000 times what hockey is. It should be 10 times what baseball is, and it should obliterate football. And yet, only now as people keep throwing more attention to it, trying to push it, that it's
You
like
can't push it. It's so hard.
Pele should be obliterating a lot of these guys because for a lot of people he's the best of the best, the greatest. A lot of these big time soccer players should be destroying. Pele should have a $5 million card, and yet he doesn't.
Like, really?
Like the logic, it's counterintuitive to the logic you're thinking of.
It is.
I appreciate the question though, because it's a fair question, but it comes down to why you're collecting, what you're interested in, and how that motivates you. Because you can watch the sport and have zero interest in the cards.
Some people spend money on tickets to see games. Other people spend on cards to collect, so they don't have to pay to see the games, or some do both. But
Yeah, well, that was the point I made.
affordability wise, you have to look at it. $400 game, $400 card, or a set, or
Well, that's why I made the point about the. That's why I made the point back when Luca was going absolutely crazy and that Luca Prism was going nuts. I said to him, "It's like, but there's still a limit to how many people are going to buy this Luca card because it's not cheap. It was going up. It was well over $1,000, $2,000. It was a lot of money. If you're a Luca fan, though, what if you have a Dallas Mavericks hat, a Luca jersey, and you're watching all the games on Game Pass? That's pretty satisfying. Like, I want to watch my player play the game. I'm still collecting Medano, and he retired 10 years ago. So it's like, if it was about watching the game, well, then I should have quit 10 years ago because he stopped playing. So it's like, but I'm still enjoying it. For me, I grabbed another maybe 16 or 17 to add to that collection. Still going. I crossed 2,300 different Medano cards. Unique, all different. So it's like, but I still like the process. I still enjoy it. That's the only reason I'm still looking at the stuff on eBay when I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't care.
That's sort of the correlation between possession is 9/10 of collecting. And that's the fun part about the hobby is we enjoy the game that much more by possessing the cards with it because we find enjoyment in possession. You watch a game, you keep it here. You watch a game and you have the cards. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, it just goes back to what motivates you. And if you understand what that is, then you're going to find these weird combinations. You will find folks that will do stuff like that. And you'll find folks that are the exact opposite. Oh, I watch football. That's the only thing I collect. That's the only thing I care about. Okay, totally get it. That's fine.
Yeah. I like some fries with my burger, right?
Look at that. We're talking about the crazy Mahomes eBay shilling going on. Last 3 of 5. Yeah, there's been a lot of that. That's very true.
Chili, come on.
Yeah. Any thoughts of show building of Patrick Mahomes? Yep, that's the same one. Continued mudslinging from one brand to another brand regarding verified sales. Verified sales? What? Mudslinging? Drama? What? No.
Shocked.
I know.
Nothing new in the world, that's for sure.
I'll touch on that in a minute, but I do appreciate the general thought of it. We'll come back to it in a second. Would have figured Carlos would be building a big driver Favre collector. No, too expensive. Driver though, Donald Driver though wouldn't be so bad. But Favre was very expensive for a very long time. Again, that doesn't mean though that you can't find some cool stuff. This is a good one. That you can. Yep. This one is one that fits really well for that idea. So that's the best cuts. So it's the refractor, but it's also die cut. And I think they did a very good job with these. These are all late 90s stuff. So they did a really good job with that, the way they die cut them. Because you have to basically use a laser to cut the top.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Nice.
see that.
There's a lot of work to get just the technology. Just to do it is difficult. The refractor itself is one technology, but then you're firing up the laser and cutting the damn thing to make it say best cuts at the top. That's actually hard work.
And that I've seen the laser actually do those. So they do laser cut cards.
That is not easy. That is not easy at all.
Is that serial numbered? Because it's not.
This
easy.
was not. Nope.
Really.
That's why I say but here's the thing. Something like this, you can probably get it sub $20 still. It's still very reasonably priced. I didn't pay more than about $20 or so for any of those Favre. Favre was a great player. He's a Hall of Famer. He was the leading touchdown guy when he retired. He was the leading yards guy when he retired. You can get a really nice insert of him for about $20. That seems good. That seems fun.
Fair.
Why not?
Right? Why not?
Yeah. So that at that point, sure. That's why I was able to build a checklist. I look for stuff like that. I go, to me, that's good value. That I can have my enjoyment. The pricing is right in line. I don't have to kill myself. One of these days, I probably will get like a Favre like on-card autograph. That one will cost a little bit more, but it'll be like one. Because I really don't need more than that for my collecting purposes. Whereas Medano, I have 230, and I still buy more for more reasons.
I'm still enjoying the Eisenman auto that I picked up last week.
Yeah,
It's still
for
sitting
sure.
on my desk. I've been waiting years and years and years for the ability to get an Eisenman auto, and so
You know,
I'm still enjoying
I think that's a great thing to do. If you want to like get one card or something, either get a nice vintage card or get an autograph card. I think, you know, because it adds a little bit more than just a regular card. If you're only going to get one and it's a little bit more expensive, get one with an autograph on it. At least it has that signature on it. It's very important.
Well, what you're looking for strategically, and what's fun about a lot of this stuff is that it comes back to I did the comparison between a bunch of the player collections I do. Medano has always been the broader collection. I collect a lot of stuff and a lot of the, but then for Soto, I collect Soto cards, but I'm a lot pickier. It's very, it's like, no, I want it to fit under these categories. It's also technically on average, they're going to be higher value wise because I'm being very strategic. I'm looking for scarcer. I'm looking for more limited. I'm looking for, more attractive in terms of, whereas Medano, I'm going to grab some base cards and stuff that honestly, I get it. I put it in the binder and I don't look at it again.
I think the one benefit of the autograph is the player touched the card at one time.
As long as it's not a sticker, though. Brian Gray got around that.
Getting away with that, yeah.
Otherwise, Gordie Howe's still signing. He's from beyond the grave.
Him and a bunch of others, yeah.
Yeah, but to your point, though, that's why some folks do favor the on-card autograph because it means at some point you had to physically hold this card in order to sign the thing.
Yeah, that's a personal kind of touch thing.
I agree. I wonder how many patches and autos you have. I always give it at the end of the, whenever I do the pickup video, I say how many cards, I say how many autographs, and I say how many, not patches, but memorabilia in general. Memorabilia, about 530. Autographs, just shy of 230.
Daniel, you're not watching his videos when
I know. You're basically revealing. Wow. You're exposing yourself for not paying attention because I put the numbers on the screen and say them.
Uh-oh. It's not going to comment.
Shame.
I
Hashtag
shame. Think it's interesting that you got to think so let's just say he has signed 230 different products.
No, that's how many I have. That's not how many he signed.
It's probably 2,000, 20,000.
It's a lot more than people would think. Yeah, it's a lot.
So I'm just like doing small math here where let's just say he's only signed 230 products and he signed, 1,000 or 2,000, God knows how many thousands.
I thought this was small math.
Yeah, I know. You're already beyond your fingers and toes, buddy. You're losing it right now.
I know. I'm
200. Say he signs 1,000.
So just to give you guys a little, I've shown it before. But if you ever have any curiosity, again, it's not. We'll go back to making fun of Beckett shortly. We'll come to it in a minute.
Oh yeah.
But if you ever want to use, if you ever want to use get some value out of it, you can get a ballpark figure on some of the players by putting their name into the little search, and then you can get a little stat thing that'll show you conceptually how much it is. Medano, unofficially, we'll call this unofficial because their checklist certainly has flaws on it, has 972 different autograph cards. 972 different individual autograph cards.
And more to come.
Yeah. And 2,445 memorabilia cards. And I have 500 of them. So I have 20%, and I'm a super collector in that category. I'm missing 80%.
Yeah. You suck.
I know, right? And I have 50% of all the cards in his playing days in his checklist. So it's like, it's only taken me 25 years.
Yeah. Well, the other 80% is probably another mortgage on your place.
Yeah. And the thing is, as time goes on, I was doing like a quick napkin math. I think the
small math, we call it.
Yeah, but the collection, because we stick rough estimates, the only thing I can do. Beckett's out of date pricing chart has the stuff that they can put prices on already past 40K, just in the Medano collection. But that's only the stuff they have prices for, because anything below a certain rarity threshold, which is the more expensive stuff, the better stuff, it's listed as 0.
0, yeah.
So it's 40K without the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, anyway. Albert, good evening. Yep, you'll be able to do a Favre showcase video. Yeah, as I get through a couple more of those ones in that little mini collection I'm working on, yeah, I think I'll be able to do. I also got some nice Dufex cards separate from that, but those are fun. The Dufex from the 90s, good. They're good times. Bobby Brown with the nice background. There you go. They're loving the Hogan for life.
Oh, yeah. Are we going to show that video?
We can. Yeah. I'll pull it up. Give me a minute. I'll pull it up.
I hope
you had it ready to go.
I had the Instagram open. I can grab it. Wife not knowing through sports cards says she doesn't see how rookie cards are worth money. I tell this to Victor all the time. She doesn't know how numbered cards are worth money, but she understands why memorabilia and auto cards are worth money. Yeah, well, for some people, it's easier to conceptually put it
makes
because
sense.
it's an item, it's a game used or an autograph or something. I get that. That makes sense.
Smart. She's smart, Daniel.
That-
She gets it.
The market is its own weird thing. That's always been the way it's been. It decides this like, okay, this is what value is. I think what hurt, honestly, the autographs and memorabilia used to be worth more. The
Yes.
biggest problem that they did for themselves is they just put it in so much stuff that it took. Again, I said 2,400 memorabilia cards for one player.
That's crazy.
He has 5,700 cards, of which 2,400 are memorabilia. Do the math. That's way too high a percentage.
Like
Way too high.
40%. Wow.
That's way too high a percentage. And and almost 1,000 autograph cards. That's a lot.
So again, so it's 1,000 autograph cards. How
Yeah.
many did he sign in for each one of those cards? You know, I mean, some are short printed
Yeah.
and whatever, but
Yeah, a lot of pros, a lot of Brian Gray pro sets.
oh
Yeah.
my god,
That has boosted it. By the way, I will tell you guys, if you look up any player like who's been retired, a lot of that will get boosted up probably post retirement the last 5 years or so. There's been a lot. Let's put it this way: as soon as I remove playing days, as soon as I remove post playing day stuff, that checklist went from 5,700 to under 4,000. I was able to remove almost 2,000 cards off the checklist if I'm just looking playing days, and that's his entire career. Again, all you need to know is that in the Z folios that I've shown before, his first 5 years of his career, I can fit in one Z folio.
Right.
All the other ones is one Z folio per year. That means I need 16 Z folios, but the first 5 season was covered in one.
It's sort of like Bobby Orr, Eric, you know, after his finish in 76, 77. After that, how many cards? 10,000 more cards than
It's gonna be a ton. It's gonna be a big
starting
step.
starting in like the late, mid 90s.
90s. It was just slamming.
and
it, yeah.
now now there's like every set that gets hockey set that gets put out, there's Bobby Orr cards in it.
There's a vintage. It'll have Bobby Orr, Gretzky, Lemieux. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't collect those. I mean, obviously, if there's autographs or mem cards, I could somehow get my hands on. But I mean, you got to have some money to be able to do that. But I'd rather just put my money into a nice 1960 something.
Okay, come on, stop being a slacker, Eric. There's less than 3,500. Piece of cake. Let's get on with it, man.
All right, I'll start tomorrow.
There you go.
Stamp
He's only got
sign power.
939 autographs. Come on, let's go.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. 939.
Wow.
Yep. And 1,335 memorabilia. So not bad. Not bad. All right. So y'all ready to?
But I had his game use stick today, so that's better.
Well, allegedly.
Well,
we
do you
need some
Do
photo
you want
matching.
a card with the little teeny piece, or do you want to hold the whole stick?
Where's your provenance?
Yeah, I was gonna say we need some photo matching, Eric. Otherwise, right now it's like yes, Bobby Orr.
Yeah.
It's like it says Bobby Gore. It's like it's like they just scratched it off. That was like a
Close.
joke. Carlos in Panama. When my dad was around, because he liked to collect watches even in the 60s and 70s. He liked to have some fun and grab some of that stuff. But he used to make fun of, because people actually enjoyed buying the Seikos. They actually liked the Seikos for a stretch of time. And but it got to the point, though, that there was a company that decided to make fake Seikos. And people sold fake Seikos. The company's name was A Seikon. There's an A at the beginning and an N at the end. And what they would do is they would scratch off the A in the end, and it was Seiko. It was A Seikon. And it's like, really? What trash are you giving me? Give me a break. And I was just laughing because I could totally see that. I could totally see that being a thing, but it's like, that's dumb, guys. That's dumb. Okay, hold on here. So Bob, you're more than welcome. Probably, I don't know if you have Instagram, you can always message it over to me. You can try linking it in the chat. I don't know if it'll work. So if you can give it a try. I think YouTube sometimes blocks links.
Yeah.
If you want to try, you certainly can. Give it a go, but otherwise you can drop it on the Instagram if you want. It's the easiest way for me to see it. But knock yourself out. If you're able to, you're able to. All right. So we'll have a little fun here. We were talking a little bit earlier tonight about the wrestling thing, and it's going to weave in and out of the conversation. We'll have a little fun. So Bobby had that little the flag behind him with the Hogan. And Bobby put together he cut a little promo. And I haven't even brought the $1 Million Man laughing yet, so we haven't even done that in a little bit. I've been restrained.
That just might follow.
Yep, you never know. All right, so hold on here. Let me see if I can get this set up here, and I'll set it up with us for audio, and we should be good. Okay, so you can try the link, and we'll see if it works. If it works, I'll try to copy it and put it in a window. Give it a try. No harm in giving it a shot. We'll see what happens.
Facebook, if he has, he can send it to me, and I can.
Yeah, that's another possibility. You can always try that. Okay, so I should be able to do that. Share tab audio. That should be fine. Let me see if I can maximize it. That should work. Okay, let's give it a try. So this is from Bobby's Instagram here. So I should have the audio on. I'm going to do that right now. There we go.
Turn it up.
Yep. Well, it's as high as it's going to be. So
No, I'm just telling everybody, turn theirs up.
all right.
I'm next world champion. Brother, you can be the new world order. I don't want to hear anything from you. Brother,
So there you go. You can NFT. I don't know if you guys were able to hear that or not. You might have to turn up the volume on it, but you might have to NFT that one. You can NFT that one, and then we can make a bundle. We'll make a mint.
I think so.
Okay, so you said they sent the link. Okay, so let's see. Did you send the link in Facebook or Instagram? What'd you do? You'll have to let us know.
Send it to me or you.
Check it out and see if you can see it on Facebook. I'll open up mine just to see if it's there. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure where you sent it. I know I didn't see it in the chat, so I don't know. Let me
Let's
take a look
see.
here.
I got a message. Oh, that's from somebody else.
Okay. Sent the link. Oh, in chat here. No, I definitely don't see it then.
Oh no,
I've got this window here and I've got it over here. I don't see it. I know it that's why I said earlier, I think YouTube is set up to block links. Because obviously, they're worried about people doing weird links. Okay, so image. Okay, so Imgur. Okay, I know that one. Let me try and see if I can pull it. Give me a second, Bob. I'll give it a shot. But in the meantime, now you guys can all now you can enjoy that we were able to look at Bobby's intro to promo class.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I
Logan.
loved how he's talking to the Halloween costume. I think gets me every time.
Oh, we got to be worried about the Halloween costume, man. It's been a reoccurring character on here.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I was able to get it,
hear-
Bob. I think I was able to get it. So okay, I think I've got it. What you're talking about here. Oh, I think this one's special just for you, Eric. Okay, so let's take a look here. Yep, looks like it. All right, here we go. Just for you.
This could be interesting.
Yep, Bob was nice enough to custom create a little image for you. It looks like.
Oh, here we go.
The best part is if you notice it's got the magnet on the bottom, like it's fully been customized.
It is.
Like that right there is an ad. Like Bob, that's some solid work right there. We appreciate the attention to the details. The insert is crooked, so that's pretty good. The magnets on the bottom, which is strong. I like that. I like it. I like where you went with it. Some good
Right.
points, Bob. Some good points.
The right side upside down.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
cool.
Yep.
Mass hole edition. I love it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
There you go.
fantastic.
I'll send that one to you, Eric, just for you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Asshole edition? Was that?
Mass hole.
It was
yeah,
mass hole edition, yeah.
mass hole.
Asshole.
That's why I say, like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, it is 100% customized, Eric.
That's fantastic.
Actually, it was funny. That
You have
reminds
too
me.
much time on your hands.
Hey, look, we appreciate the effort. We appreciate the effort. But I was going to say, actually, that reminds me. I was having a chat on Instagram with one of the other folks that listens regularly. If they wanted me to name them, I can. But they were asking me, and they asked me the most important question of all. They said, "So is Eric really like that in real life?" And I go, "You're gonna have to be more specific, please. Clarify specifically what you're talking about." It's like,
Which aspect?
yeah, it's like which aspect in particular are we referring to? It's like, well, is he always that angry and grumpy? It's like, well, it's a little exaggerated for comedic effect, but the grumpiness is definitely there. Yeah, that's about right.
That's
Yeah.
most of us.
It checks out. It checks out. Yeah.
Anyways,
I'm a
yeah.
curmudgeon, but yeah, we may.
Well, we have a curmudgeon in the chat. We have Baz.
Yeah, we may ramp it up a little bit for the show, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm a New Englander. We're all like this. We're all miserable. You know, it's
Yeah.
either 1,000,000 degrees or it's freezing, and we're just miserable.
Yeah, I think
There's
that's
too
about right.
much traffic. There's too much politics. There's too much taxes. There's too much everything. We're just miserable.
Yeah. And like, think about it. His escape is pretending that hockey exists. That's
all
how
I got.
desperate these things are. That's desperation.
That's all
He
I got.
had to make up this sport that doesn't even exist to make him feel better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know, man. I have to ask my sons if they want to wear that for Halloween. Yep. Just see what the kids think about them. Yep. If you go with the classic, you never know. Yep. And the Beckett shield branches for exactly, Bob. No, Bob. We appreciated the
A
details.
bunch of crap that thing is.
You hit a lot of the details. Important. Very
Oh, yeah.
important. Yeah.
Beckett Shields, a bunch of crap. Beckett Companies, a bunch of crap. Just a bunch of crap, crap, crap.
Okay, well, let's talk about something bright and cheery. So, how did you authenticate the Bobby Orr stick again?
All right. Before we go to the authentication, hold on. Before we get to that one,
Please, I want to go there.
no, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Hang on. Actually, speaking of crappy, I was having a little bit of fun with. So last week, PWCC had its weekly auction, and it was finishing up on the Sunday. And I was just scanning through. I didn't think I was going to bid on anything, and I'm mentioning it because a couple of other folks reached out to me and had a similar experience. So I kind of wanted to share it with everybody. So basically, I went in and I found a 53 Bowman Color Warren Spawn. It was a PSA 2. Nice looking card, actually. I thought it was pretty nice. I like the 53 Bowman colors. They're the nice color pictures. They really look good. I enjoy a lot of those. I wasn't going to bid on it, but I thought the price was reasonable. So I was like, oh, okay, what the heck. It was already Sunday, and I was like, oh, yeah, I can have it on the other window. I'll keep an eye on it. All good. But then as I was checking it out, I did place my bids. Now, I'll quickly say, I did notice that there seemed to be some glitchiness on the PWCC website. And the glitchiness manifested itself in the countdown timer reaching 0 and then not fully refreshing. But I found that I was able to get past that just by refreshing the browser. So I really it didn't affect me. I was able to make my bids and do whatever. However, we reached the end of the thing and I had won. And the thing says you won.
Oh.
The next day, I get an email saying, oh, we had a glitch on the website and about 800 of the lots are going to be pushed into next week's. And I'm like, well, guys, I'm not going to bid on that. I'm not going to sit there and follow it and try to find the damn thing again. I understand why. But like I said, I believe the glitch was fixable with a refresh of the browser. Because I had it come up a couple of different times in the countdown, but I was able to get past it just by refreshing the browser quickly. It wasn't an issue, I don't think. So it's a bit of a weird middle ground where I understand. From the seller perspective, I understand I don't want to be losing out on potential business because somebody couldn't get around it. Because you probably did lose some bids, if we're being completely honest. But on the other hand, it's like, well, PWCC, according to everything I saw, I participated in it. As far as I'm concerned, I won because there were other bidders. That's why we got into extended bidding in the first place. So I competed against them. I made my bid, and I was under the impression that I'd won. Get up the next day and you tell me that, oh yeah, not only did you not win, we're going to push it into next week. It's like, oh, if you want to win it again, you can go and compete for it again. It's like, no, I don't want to do that now.
No. That's
Also, I bought some stuff during this week, so it's like, well, the budget for that is gone. I'm not going to play this again.
Yeah. Homie, don't play that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, you got to be really careful about that stuff. PWCC, I understood. That's why I say, from the seller's perspective, I understand you don't want to screw over the seller because it's important for that. But you got to proceed. At this point, then, offer some kind of compensation for the people that won lots that you pulled back from them, basically. Because it's like, well, I kind of got screwed over because as far as I'm concerned, I was committed to paying for my invoice.
They could easily offer you a 5% discount if
Something.
you win the next time. What are they going to hurt from 5%?
That's what I mean. Like,
Rather
offer
than screwing everybody over, just give them 5%.
Yeah.
What's 5%? It's 15. Isn't it 15%?
Yeah. What's my incentive? What's my incentive to go through the trouble of waiting another week just to participate in that again? Like, actually, no, it's worse because the cycle's 10 days and not 7. So it's actually the week after the Sunday. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that. Screw you. I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, I understand both sides of this coin.
Yeah, for sure.
Where PWCC is doing something new, and it's going to take a while before they master it, and and I understand all that, but they have had nothing but problems with these auctions since they started. Yeah. Some have had been postponed to the next day because the entire site has crashed. Some things you can't bid on. The timers are wrong. I mean, if there could possibly be a problem, PWCC has found a way to have it in these auctions. But again, I understand it's new. They're building something up from scratch after being kicked off of eBay after accusations of improper selling, which I honestly don't know if I believe it or not, because I think that might have been a little, say, not political, but business. I think eBay saw that PWCC was going to be competition soon, and wanted to give them a black eye on the way out the door.
I agree with that.
Kicking the ass while you're leaving, yeah.
Yeah. So, but and I
Because
said
really, nothing ever came of that afterwards, right? Correct.
No, that actually, from what I understand, the case, I believe, I could be mistaken, but from what I understand, I believe the case was dropped. I believe in the end there wasn't enough evidence, and like neither side wanted discovery to happen. eBay didn't want discovery to happen. If you remember though, I did say that I would be very surprised if they ever made it to discovery. Because I was like, eBay has skeletons. I specifically phrased it this way. eBay has skeletons in its closet. The PWC is going to be like, okay, so let's look into your closet. And eBay is like, let's not and say we did.
Yeah, right.
I don't believe for one second that eBay did not have enough evidence to do whatever they needed to do. However, as soon as they say, oh, let's show you the evidence, great, we get to defend ourselves. If we're going to defend ourselves, let's have a look at your little closet, old eBay. Let's have a look at Probstein. And then all of a sudden, it's like, anyways, we retract our statement. Let us all be friends.
Right.
We hurt you enough going, so
it's like we're satisfied with the outcome that has occurred. So it's like I would be surprised.
I don't think they are now, but
yeah,
but they shouldn't have these problems. Their issues. I really believe that the biggest amount of money, if you're going to charge a percentage and do all the things, the biggest amount of money you got to put in is your server and making sure your system works.
I agree.
Picture scans, whatever.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like that is your key. That is your business, and you can't have too many of these happen. And they've been going for what?
It's been since last fall. I want to say since last fall.
I'd say
a year.
It's got to be like 6 months, something like that. I don't know, half a year, but
8 months. Whatever.
I've even said to Eric, it's like I understand the.
You talking to yourself now?
I was going to say, did you look in the mirror and say, Eric, we got to talk?
What other Eric?
I'm like Ricky Henderson. Ricky loves stealing bases. Ricky's the greatest of all time.
I would not know about. Listen, I would not know about naming something after yourself. I don't know what you're talking
about. Third person, kind of, yeah.
I had no idea.
You got enough problem with Carlos's. Don't worry.
Yeah. So, for those who may not be, I was talking to Eric Myers, who works for them, and I've said, I understand that this is a new thing and there's going to be bugs, but on the other side of the coin, as consumers, that's not our problem. And there's just issue after issue after issue. And now you're hearing, from Carlos, he fairly won something, and they're like, yeah, well, we screwed up again. So, but you're more than welcome to bid on it again. And it's like, no, I already won that.
Yeah. Well, the other key that I will add as well is that by their own admission, 90% of their auctions went off. Apparently it was 800 lots, but they had over 8,000 lots. So most of the lots were able to be successfully completed. The people won, and then we're done. Apparently the issue is that some people were not able to get back in. But the thing is, I hit the refresh button. I believe, unless there was something else beyond what I saw, I believe I encountered their issue and got past it by hitting refresh. Now mind you, I am a technical professional. I am a troubleshooting pro. But refresh. Admittedly, the refresh button is available to all of you. The refresh button has always been available to all of you. It is a good way of getting past a lot of these issues. I don't believe it was so onerous that you couldn't make a bid if you really wanted to. And I don't think a lot of those lots would have gone for more than... That's why I say, you have to be very careful how you position this. I would be very shocked if a couple of those lots weren't going to finish at that price anyway. If the other person had a chance to look at it and decided, that's more than I would... Don't forget, we also have to tack on 20%. So I made a bid that I was okay with the 20%. Maybe somebody else looked at the same thing and said, well, I can't pay that price. So I say, I leave it to each their own. So let me quickly grab a couple of these. So thank you, Tuan. Very kind. Thank you. Might inspect some claims up there. Won't wear Yankee jersey up there. That would kill him. Yeah, probably. Yep. No, I agree. Absolutely here. Yeah. No, absolutely. But that was the thing. As a consumer, it's not a good experience. I think the bottom line, if we want to get past everything, it's not a good experience because I went in and made a bid in good faith with the expectation that I probably wouldn't have gone much higher. I was satisfied with the price that I'd bid. I had calculated in that 20%. They show it to you on the screen, which is good. It's not a perfect platform. I've made some really good deals on that PWCC platform, bidding strategically. My goal is not to overpay on things. I'm picking and choosing what items and what lots I bid on. I even had the one that I mentioned the other day, one of the lots that I bought in that initial PWCC monthly auction. Right. I sold the one lot for basically the amount that I paid for the 2 cards. So the rarer of the 2 cards I'm sitting on basically for free. I'm effectively in the black on it. So there's a good chance I may cross it over to PSA, and if it comes out what I want, then all of a sudden I'm sitting in the black twice, because now it's worth much more than what I bought it for, plus I bought it inexpensively. Good deal for me.
The black twice is Black Label.
Yeah. Black squared.
Black
I do like some proper Black Label though.
There you go.
It's important. It's important. But yeah, but it's one of those things where like there are opportunities there, but it's like any other auction format. But again, you have to have confidence that, look, a deal's a deal. If you're saying that it's no good, you should have cut off those auctions that very night. If you were encountering those kind of issues, you have to cut it off. You can't let us think we won. Go to bed and wake up the next morning and then tell us, oh, well, you didn't actually win. It's like I looked at the screen and it said I won. It said it was generating an invoice.
Right.
So as far as I'm concerned, we're done here.
So
It is
there's an example of, having a buyer kind of get screwed. I mean, as I think you guys remember, whether it was the first auction or one of the few after, it got something happened where the sellers got screwed because I think they put so many auction items out and flooded it with things that there wasn't enough money to go around, and people were buying things for next to nothing. So, the sellers got screwed and the buyers made out like bandits.
Yep.
So, I mean, and you're telling me they had 8,000 items in this last auction?
The weekly auction, yeah.
Well, that's freaking too many.
It's kind of good waiting till the end if it's at the very end.
But that's the
most
thing.
people are
Strategically, all you need to do is place a bid, even if it's not the high bid, just to get into extended bidding, because that's all you care about. You just need to get into extended bidding. That's why I say, like, I don't need to waste my time. I just go on the last day and just scan through. That seems like it's at a good price. I'll at least put in a token bid so I can be available for the next round.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't mind the format because I understand the format. But again, you have to complete the transaction. And if I didn't win, you better make sure I know about it right away. I shouldn't hear from you after the fact. And they go, well, 90% of them were good. 90% of those invoices were generated. But yours, no, you're going to have to try again. And I'm like, I'm not waiting 2 weeks for that. I already bought all the stuff in the intro, man. We moved on.
If they would have offered you a 5% discount on your fee, would you come back, maybe?
Yeah, well,
more incentive.
more than likely, I would probably bid on something else. Like, it's not going to stop me from bidding on anything ever. But it's one of those things where it's like, guys, it's not a good experience. And like
the last one in the set you really needed. It was
kind of yeah.
a win.
Fortunately for me, that's a set where I've got a handful of cards. I'm in the I'm going to see if I can pick off some Hall of Famers phase, because I want to be at a point where if I decide to start the set, I've already got a couple of the key pieces already in place, and the rest of it becomes a lot easier. That's always been my strategy.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I need the top stars. It's like, Well,
that's the reason why I say, for me, strategically, when I'm doing a vintage set, I will target the Hall of Famers and the key cards first, because then if I change my mind, well, it's a lot easier to sell off the key cards in the Hall of Famers than it is to go like, what about this common guy? $5? Get out of here. Seems like a waste. It seems like a waste of time at that point. That's just the way that I approach it. But to each their own. I think that may be the topic for a video, though. If the news is going to be slower, then we may have to, like, yeah, but I don't mind doing collector 101. Like, it might be good. Some people probably need a refresher at this point, because sometimes I'll get questions where it's like, I think we need to have a refresher. We need to have a couple of refreshers. But anyway, we'll have some fun. I did see. Okay, so I'll verify this, but it looks like Ship My Cards has started scanning the back by default. I was just checking out. I received some stuff that just came in. I get a little email notification. Usually they only scan the front of the card. Now they're scanning the front and the back, which is good. Actually, that's a good thing. I like that. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Good stuff. And some of my stuff is coming in. It's going to be exciting. All right.
See?
I have my fun.
Everybody likes to get mail.
You do. You do. It's true.
I didn't check mine today. I was selling out the Carlos just before we started. That I didn't get a chance to check my mail today.
Are you the only one who gets the mail? You got one of those mailboxes on the front of your street that
no,
young teenagers
no, it's on.
No.
Well, it's funny. I have these sets of I have these condos here, and we've got all our mailboxes right in front. That's fine. It's right there. But the newer ones they built, the nicer ones, Where like if it was just a case of money, like I wouldn't mind moving just over here up the street. And but because the way they've got them set up is that they've even got like a rooftop patio, which is actually really nice. During the summertime, it'd be beautiful, beautiful. Really nicely done, brand new construction, everything. I've gotten to walk around the inside of a couple of them. They look good. I think they look good. The price escalated accordingly. You know, we're gentrified here, so the price goes like this very quickly. But they have that stupid communal mailbox crap, and I'm like, oh, that's garbage. Come on, trash. I hate that, especially if it's cold outside and it's icy on the ground. It's like if you're not like close to it, it's like, wait, I got to walk all the way down the street, and what if you don't have mail that day?
Yeah.
You walk all the way down there, and it's like empty bills.
Bills.
Flyers.
Yeah, flyers.
It's like I didn't freeze for flyers. This is trash.
I didn't know if you had one of those bread box mailboxes at the front, like we see in the movies, kind of thing.
Yeah, I just got a little.
Canada, we don't have those. Well, I guess north.
I think in the north, yeah, in the north you do.
Oh, there's plenty of them around here, all over New England. There's still very much a thing. Just I don't have one. Mine's just attached right next to the front door, attached to the house.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the good things, is at least that was the case. Now, mind you wouldn't know that. Oh, and I also have good news based on previous live streams. I made an order on Instacart. The person figured it out and dropped it in front of my door. You get a better tip. You figured it out. Good job by you.
Fantastic.
Didn't deliver it to my neighbor 3 houses down. Yeah.
Thank gosh.
Good job.
Or the store down the street.
Oh, it's sometimes it's the worst. I don't even know. I don't even know.
Deliver your food 3 doors down. You're all right.
Well, that was the one they delivered 3 doors down. I was like, really, guys? Like, and you took a picture?
No food.
No, it was food.
Oh, was it?
It was groceries. Yeah, Instacart's groceries.
Oh,
It's the grocery.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's why I was like, come on, man. You're killing me. You're killing me. So I had to go outside and walk over, and the neighbor was like, is this yours? Yes, it is. Thank you. Unbelievable.
Black label's missing. What's going on?
That's true. Yeah, well, that one I get my people on the inside. I'm like, you're already at the LCBO. Bring it to me.
Yeah, it's true enough.
Yeah, it's like, you get it.
And he's going like this.
Look, no judgments. No judgments. However it arrives to me, I know nothing. I saw nothing.
Not at all.
That's all I'm saying. Anyway, so I think there's 1 or 2 more things that I'll think about, but I'll interject them as we go along. So anything you guys in the chat there want to chat about? Again, everything's kind of open. We'll make fun of Beckett and do our usual thing. We got plenty of material over time, but we like to spread it out a little bit. There's no need to throw it in every single. We can wait a couple of segments. It's fine. We can talk about something else.
Yeah, we got enough butter for the bread. Don't worry.
Oh yeah,
Name.
we'll be fine.
Is Name still here or?
Well, Name was here earlier. You're looking for his weekly excuse?
Well, that and he's got something going on tomorrow. And in all seriousness, for a second, if he's still around, it'd be a nice thing to come on and talk about it. And
that's true. Yeah, he does has his event, right?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I was just wondering if he's still around. But
He's playing Parcheesi with the kids.
That could be the case. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, before I stop making fun of him, I wanted to,
Be serious first.
because he's
Be
got
serious for a
something-
minute. Yeah.
Well, he's got something going
Kiss
on
before a
tomorrow.
slap. I get it.
Right? Yeah. You got to lure them in, and then
You're being all sneaky like. Look at
yeah.
Hey, he smacks good. Oh yeah.
you. There you go. All right. So real quick, since while we're waiting for Name to give his latest round of excuses, I'll quickly go over. So Eric was nice enough, like I mentioned earlier, to send over a package. So I've got here some different Medano stuff. The last one though was also a good one. I got a Jamie Ben in here, and it did prompt me, and I mentioned it in the pickup video. So I included in the pickup video that'll be on tomorrow, just to kind of cover all our bases. So real quick, I'll go through them. So we got the Beehive Madden materials. So speaking of our jersey cards, so we got one of those. This is from the Crosby Ovechkin rookie year. If you guys remember that, Scoring Kings, it's 0506. Pretty solid stuff. One of the other Beehive jerseys from a different year. We've got that on there. And then these are the Upper Deck Ice First Rounders. These are actually see-through. So you can actually, a little piece of jersey. Yeah, which is kind of a cool look. They got a couple different variants of this, but that's First Rounders. And then the Jamie Ben was from Upper Panini Anthology. So a nice big jersey swatch on this.
Wow.
Yeah. Now I remember a lot of the anthologies, and they don't have. And one of the other cards that I had that I put on Instagram was the Bret Hall Medano dual autograph. That was also anthology, same year, same brand. But you notice that there is no player pictures on there, and no team names, nicknames. So this was a year after Panini lost his license.
They were playing safe.
So yeah, so what happened was they do make clear. I was pretty sure that was the case, but I figured it was a good opportunity, and I read it on the back, and I do show it off in the pickup video just for everybody, so you can see what it is. Not affiliated with the National Hockey League or the Players Association, so they have no licenses. It's not like the one license; it's no licenses, but it is a game used piece. So this is a game used piece, and these are numbered. So this is if you like certain players, these are very inexpensive. You can get a lot of these inexpensively. You can get the really big one that is like a big patch piece. And a lot of those are available. Those are game used in a lot of cases. So you can get a big old patch piece of the player, relatively inexpensive. If it was an upper deck one, much more expensive. But they're very nice. And thank you once again, Eric.
Oh, it's my pleasure. With all that you have, I wasn't sure, because those are all pretty basic. But I didn't know if you already had 10 or 12 of each one of those, but hopefully.
Well, I try not to do duplicates. I intentionally stay out of it, but I did have a copy of those ones. It's gotten difficult. That's why I said I have 500 memorabilia alone. So it's gotten very difficult at this point.
I was at a show, and
You're at work.
I found those, and they were no. I was actually at a show in Dedham.
Sure you were.
I was at.
I think this card exists, if memory serves me. The EA Sports 94. I'm pretty sure it does. And congratulations, you got your backward order. There you go. Good. Well, hopefully you got something decent back.
Wow, that's something.
Well, they say their backlog. They say they're going to have their backlog cleared by May.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see, Mister of the creepy one meme face.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see, sir. We shall see. So anyway, you went to a show.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was just saying I was at a show in Dedham, and found those reasonably available, and
very good.
I put a little note in there, and I just it's March 4th, meaning that it's been pretty much exactly 1 year since I got back into the hobby after a little bit of a layoff because my life was so crazy, and it's been a great year. It's probably the best hobby year of my life, and you guys played a part in it. And I just wanted to show my appreciation for letting me come on here on Friday nights, and it's I look forward to it now, and it's enjoyable. So
That's good. Well,
just
just
wanted
to
to
let
say
you know, I
thanks.
only collect Gretzky rookies. So
yep, I figured as much.
With the line or without, or does it matter?
either one, because it doesn't really much matter as long as they're official Gretzky rookies. We're good. I don't expect to get any.
Now like official Seiko or Asekon.
Essacon.
Yeah, it's like Wayne Gretzky or Dwayne Gretzky.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it
Like-
might be. That's his brother,
Or-
isn't it?
No,
There's a Brent. There's a Brent.
Brent and Keith played professional hockey.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah.
He was in the commercial, Keith, I think.
Yeah, Dwayne is the one with the mustache. He's always been he's the black sheep of the family.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
right.
sure.
Yeah, he's a little questionable, that guy, that Dwayne. Who knows? I don't know about that guy. So there you go, Albert. Got a nice Norman Lavelle. Okay, very good. Very cool.
Normand Lavalle.
Ooh, look at you. That
and,
sounds vaguely French.
And for those who might not know, he has a special place in our hearts as Bruin fans. Back in the 80s, in a away game against Vancouver, in between periods, he had a seizure in the locker room, and he has been partially paralyzed and had lots of health issues ever since. Probably the greatest tribute we were able to give him since that happened is when the original Boston Garden closed, and they brought back every living Bruin imaginable to come out for the last skate, they called it. And traditionally, when Bobby Orr comes out, the place almost collapses because people are screaming and going nuts. For the first time in my life, and the only time in my life, that Bobby Orr got upstaged when Normand Labaye came out and Ray Bork took a hockey stick and held it up like this, and Norman grabbed it, and he was on skates, and he and Terry O'Reilly pulled him around the Garden Ice for a last skate. People were literally crying. The camera kept panning from him to different people in the stands, men, women, just bawling their eyes out. So Norman has a very special place in our hearts here, and his autograph is it's a tough read with his paralysis,
Right.
but he does sign autographs, and I've seen many of them, and they're it's a tough read, but if you understand why, then you respect that and you enjoy having one. So I'm curious of what he had autographed. I don't know if Normand's signing cards or if it's an 8x10. I've seen lots of 8x10 signed, but I haven't seen like an official like Upper Deck card, for example. I've never seen one of those. So
Gotcha.
I'm curious, Albert, what you have him signed on.
I think that's fair. So you can let us know on that one, Albert. With PSA opening up another office in New Jersey and lower grading fees to follow, most likely, they will crush SGC. So that's less of a question, more of a statement. I don't think they'll crush SGC because I think SGC has built up a lot of goodwill. I like to kind of tease and make fun of, but I think they've done a good job building goodwill. I think they really have. So I give Peter from SGC in the group there good credit. I think they're still going to have business. They're going to have loyalists who have now been converted over because they have provided them the service they asked for at a reasonable price and a good turnaround time, and they've done a good job by their customers. Because there's some people that are alienated from PSA that will not come back. That said, though, the pragmatic about it amongst us who are like, look, if PSA can offer me $15 or $20 grading, give me a reasonable turnaround time, there's some stuff that makes sense, and the resale value is consistent, you're going to go where the bread is buttered, you're going to go where the money is.
And there's no competition here, so who cares crushing it?
Yeah.
They're
I
always
think they
going
can
to be. They'll all be better. They won't be better. They'll just be more business. Like I said, PSA doesn't grade any better than SGC.
No. And it's never been
just
about
a business choice. It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
it's never been about better because if it was about better, well then we can go through examples where each one does certain things better or worse. But the reality of it is, my answer is, what do you want it for? If it's for PC, then you just need a grader who's legitimate, who can actually do the job accurately, and then the price point matters. Because if it's for PC, I don't want to pay premium price necessarily. If PSA becomes available at a more reasonable price, SGC will adapt. They will also adjust their pricing more than likely.
Sure.
By the way, for us, that's good. For the consumer, that's good. You have choices, you have options. You can select the one that makes the most sense, get it for a better price, force them to do better service for a better price. That's good for the consumer.
And for historical record, PSA got crushed, annihilated for 2 years. How's that? SGC, business as usual. So there's the crushing finished with. Let's move on.
Well, SGC had his initial issue when he first asked for business. That he had to shut it down because he kind of messed that up initially. They did learn from it though. They did learn from it. They scaled up. That's why I say we give them credit. They made a mistake, learned from the mistake, and did better. And that's all. And that's a good thing. That's all you can ask for.
PSA hasn't learned from their mistake yet.
Yeah. Well,
They will eventually.
they'll just throw money at it. That'll take care of what they need to do.
Oh, they should have cut it off a long time ago.
Yeah.
Like they should have never let it get to the amount of cards that it came in. Hey, keep it coming in. It's money. No, bam! They should have shut the doors.
Yeah. So go ahead, Eric. You had a thing there.
Well, I was just gonna say it's the fact that we were asked. Albert asked about made his comment about Normand Labaye. I just recently at that same show in Dedham picked up a picture of him, and it clicked, and I just grabbed it, and this is a picture of Normand, who is right here, and that's Ray Bork. So this was like in the early 80s, but there's not because Normand's career was so short, there's not too many pictures of him playing. He does have a rookie card, and he has a few photos, but this was one of him and Ray Bork playing in the early 80s. And then on this side, just on a side note, there's Ray Bork, his rookie year. And if you look closely, he's wearing number 28, I believe. Yes.
He's got a Bauer stick, doesn't he?
Oh, you're killing me. So I bought this because I never knew that Ray Bork wore number 28.
Is that French issue?
It is. It's all French. I can't read any of it.
Yeah, they put out those photos. I forget the name of it now. I won't document it because they're just never ending. And very exclusive.
Well, if Yannick was here, we could give it a close up. He could read it to us. But
well, he was around a little earlier. I'll have to see. And it looks like Albert sent it to me on Instagram. Give me a minute, Albert. I'll pull it up. Just trying to multitask a little bit here at the same time.
But if I ever get an opportunity to see Norman, at a signing or something, because the guy that I'm helping out and work with at the shop knows him quite well. And depending on his health and what he's up to, he will sign stuff for him. I will definitely get this signed. That's why I grabbed it. So if there's any opportunity in the future, I will have Norman Lavallée sign this if possible.
I can't remember that issue. Jeez, 6 months ago you could ask me. I might have remembered, but not lately.
Well, I'm guessing it's up here in the top, and I am not going to try to embarrass myself.
Have a look.
So Yannick's here if you want to.
Right. Well,
if it says what it says.
He's not on screen, so that's useless.
Yeah, go ahead.
Up
Dimanche?
top.
Yeah. There's another, what it's called. Dimanche Denier here, or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's a date. That's a date, isn't it? Dimanche.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm very rusty on my rudimentary poor French.
December.
Here we go. Sunday news. Sunday news.
All right. Well,
Sunday,
you guys got more than me. All right. So
No, there's a name for that. Nope. Blank.
Yeah.
So the Sunday News the name of the?
It's exclusive. Yeah. I guess it was a Montreal or Quebec newspaper.
So
probably.
Thanks, Yannick, for that one. Sunday last hour. So there you go. So thank you, and thank you, Albert, and thank you, Yannick. Thank you for the clarifications. Okay.
Now get back to studying, Yannick. Stop watching stupid YouTube shows and go back to studying.
Mm-hmm.
And remember to hit the like on your way out.
Yeah.
Always. You always gotta. We wait strategically for our timing. Like I said, I can multitask. I'm doing 3 things at the same time right now.
I noticed.
All right. So let me grab Albert's here. I think this is the image he's referring to. Okay, cool. So I think he's got the card here. So this is the guy. So this is from private signings from Panini. So speaking of Panini, like we were talking earlier.
Okay.
So let's check that out.
This is news to me. I had no idea.
So here you go. Private signings.
Oh, look at that. Fantastic.
Yeah, Panini actually did a very good, underrated, actually, I would say. For hockey, Panini did an exceedingly good job for their short tenure with a license. Considering how short their run was, they actually did surprisingly well.
I'm going to look for that. I've got to hope. I don't know how much something like that would cost if it would be limited because, he doesn't sign much and it's difficult for him, or
I wouldn't be surprised if it's short printed. That would be my expectation.
Or because there's not a lot of people that are looking for his autograph. Maybe it's not very expensive, but I will definitely try to find that because I think that's fantastic. I would like to have something like that in my collection of him. Absolutely.
There you go. Sounds good. So thank you for that. Perfect. So thank you for that, Albert. Yes, his auto made me curious. Perfect. Green cardboard. Hope you had a nice week. Did not get any satisfaction enjoying from shooting a Beretta or shotgun. And don't plan to do it again. No, that's fair. That's completely fair. Totally with you.
I absolutely love it. But, to each their own. I'm
Well,
glad
the problem is that it's not the gun that he enjoys. It's not the shooting that he enjoys. Is that he's putting pictures of someone related to Beckett. Like there's a picture of it. He's staring at me with his eyes. Ah! It's like everyone's just like, leave him alone. It's what he does. Leave him alone.
It's a single shot, not a. But maybe Eric has that.
No, the problem is that it is a single shot, but he's holding it down like it's an automatic. He's just going. It's like, Eric, that was one bullet. It was one shot.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, exactly. When the weather gets a little warmer, I'll go out in the backyard and set up a picture of him and put him on my target and put an arrow through him, and then we'll take a picture of that.
There you go. So apparently the Hurricanes drafted a Bobby Orr. I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, I can't say I am too, but that is interesting.
Oh no! Do you know how that screws up people's searches?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, it will. Yeah, once he gets cards in, they're gonna have to be like, unless he's got a middle name or something, it's gonna make it difficult to be like, because there's already a Bobby Orr football player, or like very closely named, very similarly named.
Yeah.
Because when I punched it in, I got a football player and I got the hockey player. But you click on the hockey player, you get the right one. You're good.
And
If you get another hockey player, it's gonna make it more complicated.
And if you just type in Orr, because I mean, how many Orr, right? You got Colton Orr too, who also played for the Bruins. So if you go Boston Bruins Orr, you're going to end up with Colton Orr. No relation. But I tell you, the Bruins really screwed that up. So they brought this kid up as a rookie. I believe he was a rookie with Boston. And why not put a 44 on his back? He was a fighter. He was one of the toughest guys in the league for a period of time. It isn't like you're going to mistake him as this great finesse player. You know what I mean? You know how many jerseys would have been purchased with Orr 44 on the back? They totally had an opportunity and they screwed it up. They gave him a different number.
Too bad. Yeah, it's actually bothered me the name things, because ever since jerseys and patches and crests, and every time I do my freaking search for crests, hockey crests, I get freaking all these jersey cards. It just pisses you off. Then you got to go out of that section and it used to be so easy.
Right.
No more. Now we're gonna have Bobby Orr twice. Well, if he's any good, let's hope he's not, and then you don't have to worry about adding him to your searches.
Well, I just, the thing is, you can't type in Bobby Orr Boston Bruins, and you should just get the Bobby Orr. But if you just put in the name, though, you'll end up with this kid from the Hurricanes in the future, I guess.
That's it.
So you're gonna have to put in your search bar. No, the other one.
The.
Yeah, yes. What are you gonna do?
But no, but I'm curious. I'll be definitely doing some research on that. That's pretty interesting.
Oh, good. Speaking of sticks, Eric.
Go ahead, Bobby. Now's your chance.
Go ahead. Ask me.
Now's your moment. Now's your moment. Now, he already turned heel. He already cut his promo earlier. So go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, man. So tell us how you certified it and what you did. Because I want to hear the details of it.
Okay,
It's really interesting.
I will get them.
Lesson for people to learn here, right?
All right. So, Bobby, I will get them for you. I think that's an important question. You have me curious. It's not my job to get that information. It's whose job it is.
It's not my job.
No, you know.
No, I didn't know. I thought you were part of that. Sorry, I didn't know.
No.
You don't have to get it. I just thought you had it.
But I am curious. I'm sure he would not have paid that kind of money to acquire it, to then sell it to this other guy and be like the middleman, if there wasn't provenance to it. In photos of the stick that I did, and on my Instagram page, Carlos looked at it quickly. I don't know if you had a chance, Bobby, yet, but I didn't quote photo match it, but I did find a photo of Bobby Orr holding the exact type of stick.
Yeah, so the book there.
Yeah, with the bands, with the bands on it, the same tape job.
Well, the problem is that the tape job is cut off. So
I have a hard time. Do you guys have a hard time sometimes putting pictures on Instagram?
So real quick, this is actually a good. This is a good teachable moment. A good teachable moment. Instagram is set up to be a square, so you got a couple of options on how you want to do your thing. If you want to get a full thing in the shot, you can
set up for that.
Yeah, it's set up to be a square. However, you can tweak with it when you're putting on the photo. you can set it up so that it pans it in a certain way, so it cuts off the edges and the sides so that you can actually get it within a square. You basically have to force it to shrink it. Now, your best bet would be, whatever you're taking a shot, don't crop it too tight. Make it into a square, leave a border, create a square, and then you've got room around the outside. That's the
You have to
reason
make
why
a
when I did
border
the
to make it bigger so it loses that and it focuses more on the picture. It's a pain in the ass because I tried to post an article there and it's like,
that's the reason why this
5
thing
times. It's
this
stupid.
this thing is not a square. However,
Right.
when I took the shot of it, I left room above and below, and as a result, you can get the whole thing in the shot. But
Okay.
you must make the adjustment.
And you have to
All
have
right.
the right percentage. So if you have 2 inches there, it's not as wide. You had to have 2 inches plus another 2 inches to make it square. It's a mathematical. It's the worst system I've ever seen. And they just started adding it, so I put it on the computer. What, a few months ago? And that's a
That's right.
nightmare too. Just trying to import them and then playing around. No picture unless it's square.
So
doesn't work.
since it was brought up, I mean, I tried. That was what you see on Instagram is after 4 attempts, and I said good enough.
Yeah.
That was 4 attempts worth.
I think they lack in a little.
Now,
creativity on that.
did you take a picture of it or did you download a picture? Where did you get the book?
Yeah, I went online,
Got it.
just went to Bobby or Images, found one that I thought gave a really good example of that type of stick and looking the same, and just snapped a, picture, and that was that. So
Got it. Yeah, but that's my suggestion. If anybody does it, if you download it, basically you have to force it into a square, and that'll make it work. If you've got an iPhone, you can actually change the camera to make it a square automatically. I just do that, and it's like boom, take a picture, done. It's already straight up uploaded.
okay,
Make your life easy. I operate in a very complex technical environment, but my first thing I do is like, would you like me to make this easier for you? Yes, let's do this. I can make this very complicated or very simple. I choose to make it very simple.
well,
Let's
I
make
look,
it simple.
I look forward to my next, Instagram post, and maybe I'll take some of these suggestions, and it would be a little easier because
Yeah, it'll
after
make it
4
easier.
attempts, I'm like, wow, this is going to have to be good enough.
Yeah, there are ways to make it your life infinitely easier. So Yannick was also adding that it was a weekly paper, the one that we were referring to earlier with the picture. So thank you for that, Ty. Appreciate that. Paul says hopefully Panini can get a license again. You never know. We'll have to see. But it's kind of up to Upper Deck now because they've got an extension, so they've got it for longer. So we'll have to see. Here. So Korean Cardboard says, can you share a big pickup? Certainly. And you were just mentioning here, can send to your Instagram? Yeah, do that. Send it over. I've got the Instagram window open. So if you send it over, we certainly can do that. Not a problem.
Bumholy.
Bumholy.
Okay. Upset.
That's the way it
Okay,
works. Captain Masood, is Bobby a pro wrestler? Brother,
he is now.
Maybe.
maybe. He did cut his promo. Yeah, so Eric's Instagram name is Sanderson to Orr. Now, if you're going to send it for the show, I would send it to mine. It is underneath, but it's Sanderson to Orr. Like if you see right there, right in the brackets, that's what you're looking for.
He's got all the bad pictures on his Instagram.
Highly inappropriate. NF's not safe for work.
Yeah.
Highly inappropriate. But yes, you certainly can send it over to Instagram. By all means, feel free. Feel free. And like I mentioned a little bit earlier, we are kind of open in terms of our topics tonight, and we're going to have a little fun going through some stuff, so we'll see how it works out. He says he already sent it off to me, so let me take a look here. See if I can see it. I don't see it yet. Let me take a look here. Okay, I think I see it now. I got it. Okay, so let me accept that. There we go. Okay. I think I know which one it is. Here we go. Okay. And here we are. Check it out. So this is an auto of a would-be KBO Hall of Famer. Player is Bumholy. At least there's something going on with the autograph, so I do appreciate that. And I think it looks like it's like a hologram where the autograph is, so that's kind of cool. So that's kind of neat. Not a bad design. I've seen worse.
Who's the manufacturer again?
So this would be a Korean manufacturer here. It looks like
They did a pretty
Entrev
good job.
Soft and Duel Entertainment. Oh, and it looks like it's not. I guess it's numbered 6 of 10, or at least that's what it says in the little hologram in the back corner there.
Is that a sticker or is that on card?
The sticker itself, I'm pretty sure this thing is a sticker.
Sticker, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty calm. At least that's what it looks like.
I would think so, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
so it looks like, so here's the manufacturer, Nitriv and Duell. So yep, so it does match what's in the back. And apparently that's the third most he spent on a card. 6 of 10 sticker. Perfect. Thank you, Korean Cardboard. Appreciate that. There you go. And go here. Got it. Okay, we're caught up. It's a lot there. Perfect. All right, cool. We're caught up on the comments. But thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it. It's kind of an interesting design. I like it. I think that'll look kind of neat in person with the hologram and everything. Korea didn't release any license card from 2002, 2013, except for team issues.
Oh, wow.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. Being in Korea, he specializes in those, so he gets quite a chance to get a lot of insight. That's research into the Korean baseball card market.
Very good.
Yep. Appreciate that. Thank you. Perfect. Scanning through here. I feel like there was one more thing specifically that I wanted to touch on. Took care of the PWCC thing. Got that.
Back in.
Oh, there's always Beckett. We're spoiled for choice, really. Just trying to think. Okay,
Hey.
let me do it briefly, just so we say we covered it. I want to get some thoughts from the chat. All right, everybody's favorite floating head guy, Jeremy, and other folks did. What's the name of the stupid thing? Safe Square,
Or
Hobby
Live.
Safety Fund, Safe and Timer. What's the stupid thing called?
Safe trade, right?
Thank you. Good enough.
Oh,
Trade
that
safe,
thing.
safe trade,
Oh,
one or the
yeah,
other.
yeah.
Trade safe, yeah.
That's good news.
Yeah. So that's something. So they decided to get together the Avengers assembled and they said, let's make a hobby business. Hey, no one's done that before. Good idea. Great idea. So anyway, and they're getting promoted on the crossover, so they'll get their promotion there. So anyway, they're an ESCO service to provide an avenue for people to send to a central location or locations. Establish a contract in which basically I'm trading XYZ for, XYZ. I'm trading a Tom Brady rookie card for trash, equal trade. And basically you send trash to one, they send Tom Brady rookie to the other. They do a little flipperoo, and for a nominal fee of $10 each way, I guess, per person or whatever, then they complete the trade for you, basically. It's an escrow service.
Is there a cashed card transaction as well?
My understanding is I believe that can be played into it as well. That can be part of the contract portion of it. You're
Then
basically
you get a
trading
safe
cash
end,
for
right?
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
you're protected either way, right?
Yeah. So the idea here is to provide an intermediary to make it a little bit easier to do that. Now, from the perspective, I don't really do trades. So for me, I'd be out of the
Never
market
have
for
either.
that. Yeah. So for regular transactions, I can kind of handle that myself. It hasn't been an issue. That is not to say that there isn't a market for it. I would just be curious. I want to get an opinion from the chat. Is something like that, and I'm being really high level. We can talk about it a little bit more if we need to, but really high level. Do you guys do much trading at this stage? Whether there was a fee or not, I'm just curious what your demand, or if you would have any use for an escrow service to do this kind of a thing, where you have concerns about sending back and forth stuff.
Trades are basically, for me, are done with friends.
Sure.
I don't have enough cards out there that I would say that in that kind of area it might be a little bit more popular. And what I do, there's no trading.
Well, Bobby. Well, what I'll
but
tell
there
you
always is that one circumstance that you'll come across every year or
But
so.
but Bobby, they're not just doing cards. All right, that was one of their things, is that they wanted, initially they were going to call it one thing that had something to do with cards, like card exchange or card trade or whatever, and it was actually Jeremy's idea to throw that away and say, if we're going to open this up to all collectibles, then we can't have the word card in it because it's pigeonholing us. So now it's trade safe, and you can trade all of your type of items with people you may meet through Facebook that you haven't done a deal with in the past and you don't know that well. So for $10, you send it to one of these safe houses, if you want to call them that.
Ooh, the safe house. Now I'm far more intrigued. Go on.
And they talked about where they were located, within the country. Not the addresses, obviously, that would be stupid. But there's one in New Hampshire.
Well, you
for
got to
example.
put it somewhere. They got to know the
Yeah, well,
address.
there's one in New Hampshire, for example. They
Where?
have somebody there
What's
accepting.
the address?
There's one at a rolling truck in Manila.
Yeah,
Maybe.
there you go.
Lots
So,
of those around.
If you wanted to trade with somebody that you met on a Facebook group, and you're worried, well, do I ship my stuff out first? I don't want to get screwed on this deal.
The way Facebook works is that you ask for somebody to give you
Vouchers.
a
Vouchers.
voucher. So yeah, you can get vouched in a group, because usually you're going to meet in a group. You don't meet randomly unless you see somebody and you contact them through Facebook. So it can work there. But yeah, and if somebody's selling something, well, see, that won't work, will it? If somebody sells something on Marketplace, let's say of Facebook,
Yeah.
you could get them to send you the item, and you'd send him the cash, and then they could do the transaction after.
What I'm curious about,
if it's a bigger ticket item, but otherwise small time stuff, who cares?
Yeah.
So they're not going to touch money. They're just like no, they're not. They don't want anything to do with
I think
that.
that's eliminating a lot of part of the business.
That's between the two parties and PayPal and Venmo and whatever.
well, basically the escrow. So for that one, my understanding, because I did watch the episode to try to get a little bit of sense. I watched the 2-hour ad. Should have said hashtag ad on it. I watched the 2-hour ad. Informative infomercial.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, it was infotainment. I watched it. My understanding is that basically being escrow is that one person can send the item to the escrow service. And the idea is that once they have validation that the money has gotten to where it's supposed to go, they complete the transaction for you.
Right.
Basically the item never reaches the other person unless the money gets where it's supposed to go. So they just validate the transaction, make sure, so they do not touch the money. You send it by PayPal or however you're going to do it. The other person says, "Yep, got the cash. Send the thing."
Yeah, I see it works better that way. Yeah, you won't have to send them.
Yeah, and it also leaves them out of liability. It prevents them having the cash directly, which can have tax implications.
Yeah.
There are certain complexities that can play into that. So it does leave them out of it. So I'll leave kind of open. I know some folks are replying, so I'll grab a couple of these comments. But one thing that I thought of, and again, there is no perfect solution yet. Not even this is necessarily a perfect solution. I could think of ways around this one. But I'd be curious. So if you're going to do a trade, and this is something I haven't tried, but I'm just throwing it out there as a thought experiment. What I was thinking about is, so say I tried and I wanted to do a deal now. Say I wanted to trade something with Eric, and I learned about his shady past and questionableness. His horrible assault on pictures of Beckett executives. He's a bit of a psychopath, so I don't want him to have my home address. So I set it up. So if I gave him the address to the ship my cards thing in Arizona, and vice versa, I send it to Arizona, he sends it to Arizona. Now, there's two ways you could do this. One is I could send it directly to his box, and then there's validation that it arrived that way with tracking or whatever. Or the second way you could do it, again, I'm just spitballing, I'm just throwing ideas out. The second way you could do it is I could send it to my own box, get validation that it's there. He sends it to his and get it's there. In effect, we've created almost a vaulting situation, and you can actually interchange between boxes inside of that environment, and it's a click of a button. So they will actually move it from box A to box B.
But what's in the box?
Yeah. But because you've got the image of it to confirm receipt, and then you can confirm on the other end. But once it's inside of the environment, it's 1 day turnaround. It's actually a very quick flip for them to put it in. And what I'll do is I'll show the ship my cards thing, the way they've got their stuff set up now. Now, like I said, you get front and back images. So then you can see the item and be able to make sure that it's what it's supposed to be before. And you've got that and you have an intermediary there that can help you, because if you're doing a box to box, then you can ship it at your convenience with other items or whatever the case may be. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just throwing out, couldn't vaulting services accomplish some of what you're trying to do here?
No,
Yeah,
there's
I
some
would
luck.
think so. I would think so, but I don't think I don't know if they're going to do it for $10.
Well, the thing though is that if you do it the way that I said, and let's say it's one card and one card,
Okay.
it's $2. The exchange between is free,
Okay.
and then you ship it, whenever you want, and at whatever level you want to do it at. So then it'd be $2.
Wow, that's a lot of volume you're looking at.
Yeah, I'm just like I said, I'm literally just spitballing. I was trying to think if I could reverse engineer it without necessarily going to another platform, because that's one of the things that I do at my job. It's like, yeah, we have this technology. Do I need to use that? I remember sitting in a presentation one time, and they gave us this big elaborate thing, and I said to them, it's like, you guys got to remember sometimes we can use some of the existing stuff we have,
Yeah.
And if it's just in a pinch, look, I can go to the hardware store right now and buy the fanciest, most expensive, best technologically engineered, ergonomic hammer. Or if you're in a pinch, you can grab a friggin' rock and nail the stupid thing in. In a pinch, if you just need it one time just to nail something in, you could grab a rock and it'll work. If you do need something special, if you're a carpenter, then you need a hammer. So then invest in the correct tool for the job. But if you just need to hammer in one nail right now, right this minute, go outside, grab a freaking rock, and go to town.
Well, I will say this, and I encourage, if you have your Instagram still open,
Yeah.
either, and I forget which one it is, either Card Porn or Lemmy James.
Okay.
Meme, thank you, whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Uh-huh.
yeah, whatever.
We all
and
get
Bob,
caught.
I did get your 7 reference. I don't want you to think I missed that.
Okay.
I got your 7 reference.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Just
still wanna
over
know
the
what
last
that is.
48 hours, one of them put up a meme about trading, about you ship it first, I ship it first, and the nervousness of what it's like to worry about that.
It's going to a third party. It doesn't matter who ships it first.
Is
Well,
it
it's-
like when the scammer tells you to send first?
Yeah, something like that. So,
Okay.
I mean, this is a concern. People are,
But the third
trading
party,
over the internet and to strangers, and this is a concern. So, I think it's a pretty, yeah, get you to send first, exactly. So,
Sure.
whether it's the money or the card or whatever the item is, this is a real concern for people, and I think there is an opportunity here to be a successful third party company. And I'm encouraging them and supporting them. Now, again, put all my cards on the table. I know everybody who's a part of this. So I want them to be successful. They're all good guys, and I hope they are successful. But I also think it makes sense.
I think it does. I think it makes a lot of sense, but I don't anticipate the amount of business that they might get from it.
That's basically my question. The reason why I came up with that concept that I literally just threw together and spitballed is I'm trying to think, like, if I really need to try to create an escrow, I feel like a lot of vaulting things offer me the ability, because if I can transfer between accounts, as soon as I've got it inside that environment, I have some control. There are certain things that I can do. That isn't to say they're necessarily trying to offer that service, but they've got mechanisms in place that would allow you, because I can send you something inside of, people do transactions inside of the Ship My Cards environment. They say, hey, I want to sell this card that I have. I'll sell it to you for X, box to box. Effectively, you flip the thing. Please send it to this individual. Done.
Yeah,
You have confirmation.
Most certainly for the high end, I think that's it's probably more key.
Yeah.
Because you're dealing with a lot of different high end people are really private, so they can just go private, and I think it's a great service.
And I think that's it's like I said, I'm not saying that there isn't I'm not saying that there isn't a use case for it. My thing is it as big an issue that it necessitates this, or is it a solution in search of a problem? Not to say that nobody has use for it, but is there enough volume of individuals who have use for it, who need it?
I don't have the numbers, obviously. I can't even imagine the people who do trades without anyone knowing. I mean, it has to be a high number.
Yeah.
I would think that the majority of those trades, it's in the back of somebody's head of, what if I don't get my car? I mean, you guys remember, Bobby, I know you do, Carlos, you're a couple of years younger, but the beginning of eBay was like this.
Yeah.
No,
I was there at the beginning of eBay, but yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was, are the checks going to clear? Are they going to bounce? Are they going to, do you wait?
Is it the right money order?
Yeah.
Because if you grab the wrong money order, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy back then, So I just think if they're making memes about the concern, now that meme had no connection to, Trade Safe. It wasn't like they were advertising for it, or even, I don't think they even mentioned it. If they're making memes in the, on a very popular site like that, that's all about the hobby, doesn't that kind of tell us that the need might be there? To me, it kind of does.
Well, I think the timing of Lamim's post. Listen, Lamim is involved in the hobby, so full transparency. Eric knows all of them because they're all part of the clubhouse crew, and they did their introductory rollout in it. By the way, they recorded it, so actually you can watch the playback. I listened to playback. Cringe. Thank God you can speed the damn thing up. Oh my God! Fast forward. Get to the friggin' point. Pain.
Did you listen to my part?
I tried not to. Pain. Pain is what I'm trying to say. Pain.
You skipped over when I was talking.
It's like dumbass shit. Fast forward, please.
Eric,
And then I got to the end, and there were no words. It was weird. I pushed the button to filter it out, and there was nothing there.
I'll give you free advertisement advice, Jeremy. I know you're watching.
There you go.
What you do is you have, a shipment come in, and it's a Pokemon sealed case. And it went here, because you won't have to fly in and fly out, none of that stuff. And then he gets that case, puts it there, and then the other guy, money's given. There you go. Great little.
Yeah, I think if you got a legitimately high end transaction, I would think that you would arrange it around a big show. I would rather do it in person.
Well, there's a lot of things between Canada and the United States, yeah, which was the typical Pokemon thing, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, if we're talking about like a really high end like a legitimately high end transaction, especially if it's folks that kind of go around in hobby circles, there's always a possibility. Well, I'll meet you part way. I want to go to this show. Okay, yeah, I'll meet you there, because if it's a big enough deal, it might be worthwhile, and maybe you make another deal while you're there in person, whatever. Like, there's some possibilities. There's a lot of different ways. So I'll grab a couple of these comments here, and thank you for that Korean cardboard. So followed Eric and Bobby, perfect. Do trade in person, friends? Yes. People I know on the internet that has a great reputation. I would trade up to an $80 card, so that's fine. That's a limit. Only really trade Korean cards with fellow Americans here. Trading's non-existent for the most part. Don't have much MLB. Don't have any big cards to require escrow. Yep, that's fair. So there you go, freaking beacons of his hobby heart. Fair enough.
Thank you.
So good evening, Josh. Hey, it sounded good. It sounded good. I'll take it. I'll accept it. So good evening, Josh. If this is a trade safe talk, I don't think the demand will be there. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it really is a wait and see situation.
There's a lot of partners involved, right? So
yeah, there's a handful of people involved. Yes, they all have different percentage of the business, but yeah, I think from what I can tell, I think Jeremy and Steve are probably the top, top of that ladder. But
they're the front facing. They're definitely the front facing for sure.
I think Steve this is his idea, and it's his.
So we have Canadians and Americans, which kind of works.
But I still think they can do it in Canada yet. So
why? Oh, really?
I think it's just the shipping costs or something right now. I don't know.
I don't think it's a shipping cost. I think it's basically they have to get somebody to agree to be the hub.
Yeah.
And basically they were like, Jeremy, would you be the hub? And he's like, no. My head's floating. My head's floating. I can't be paying attention to it.
Right.
Look at the thumbnails, guys. Look at the thumbnail, y'all.
Who the hell wants to send something to where he lives? Up in he lives in Calgary, right?
Yeah, it's Calgary.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
That's far away.
We call
it's like Edmonton without the mall.
Yeah. Like why?
Trash. Moving on. So I wonder about the volume as well. Don't get the feeling. I think it is a flat fee. I think it's a $10 flat fee from what I understand,
Yes,
from what I saw on there.
Really?
That's what
Yeah, it was a very impressive website. It was at least from like 2008. Like, it was really up to date. You guys should have seen the technology on that website. I enjoy Reservoir Dogs. I don't know if I think it was one of the first 2 or 3 Blu-rays I ever watched. I watched the DVD as well, but it was one of the first 2 or 3 Blu-rays that I picked up because I wanted to kind of watch it again. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
I love that movie.
Yeah, everybody does.
Yep, Carlos saying pain. The way reminded me of the Madonna diner scene from Reservoir Dogs. There you go. Nice.
What?
I don't think it was Madonna though. Let me see Reservoir Dogs.
Hold on a second.
Madonna Diner.
Oh,
okay, yeah. Okay,
no,
now I'm with you.
I remember at the beginning of the movie, they're all sitting around the table shooting the bull.
Got it. Thank you. Got it, Paul. Thank you. People who are getting scammed, will they find out the service and then be too cheap to use the service? Probably, yeah.
It's $10 if you're using the service. Whatever you're doing, it's got to be a certain volume of money that you're going to be changing of items. I'm going to send you $10 and I want you to ship this $5 card. No, doesn't work that way. I think we're into the $100 cards plus, at least.
Yeah, I think most people aren't too concerned about a $20 card, doing small trades, but they're also, allowing bulk trading. I mean, I think it's up to 10 cards or something, if I remember correctly.
Somehow,
Be-
yeah.
Being that I'm not part of the business and I just know the people and I listen to the same things Carlos listened to, I believe, you can send a stack of cards for the same $10 price, up until a certain number and whatnot. So
You can, but that's the reason. But it's one of those things, though. It's kind of a funny thing, isn't it? Though, I enjoy sometimes hobbyists that are the same people that will obsess over certain things, but then in other categories they'll be really cheap. Because all the time, one of the funnest things ever is on the ship my cards thing. They have a Facebook group where people will ask questions, and the questions that clearly you haven't read the FAQ, because no one reads the damn FAQ except me. And I made a video explaining things in the FAQ, and no one watches that either. So never mind.
There you go.
But the point is that they'll ask these questions, and the questions are always like, "So I don't have to declare for the full value of the items." It's like, well, you don't have to. It's like, but you do understand that if anything happens, you're kind of screwed. Now, I'll downplay. Now the good news is that you can insure for a certain amount, and also declare for a different number.
Sure.
So you can kind of try to get around it. So you can be like, oh yeah, $50. Isn't that one card like $500? Silence! But the point is that if you insure it for whatever amount, you're going to pay the extra for insurance. But they're like, well, do you have to insure it for? Look, you realize if anything goes wrong, you didn't insure it and you didn't declare for the right amount. You're basically out the whole thing.
Yep.
That's to save like $20 or $30 on like a $5,000 shipment.
Why do you think
it's
PSA
silly.
charges so much for their shipping?
So my question would be like, I understand your point. My only counter is, you'll have this person that'll spend $5,000 on it and get bent out of shape that somebody charged them $30 for shipping. And it's like, you do realize that insurance costs money, right? You would like your $5,000 card insured, right?
I would
deal with
think
a lot
so.
of people like that, especially with the stuff I have to ship. They're sizable, so it's generally $10 to $15 to $20 every time you ship. So you're actually negotiating a deal, and then they go, "Okay, here, you wanted how much?" And I'm going, this is like $60. It's going to cost $15 to ship it, and plus you wanted a deal. It's like, no, get the shipping. I'm not covering the shipping. What do you think?
Right.
They assume, is that shipped? It's like, wow, yeah, sure, ship. I'll just
I
make
paid
nothing.
for shipping, and the few times that I actually sell a card on eBay, which is very, very rare. It's one card in a small bubble envelope. It's like it's going to cost me $3. I pay for it because people like seeing that free shipping thing. But if it has to go to Canada, I can't pay $14.
No. And I know we're having some issues with a lot of shipments coming back from the U.S. side, from Canada to the U.S.
Yeah.
I think they changed this is what I'm getting from that, because I'm hearing quite a bit from other people. I think that the U.S. has reduced their size qualification that doesn't match up with Canada Post. So I think there's a little bit of a juggle between the two.
There's an element of that. There is also an element of, and I'll see if I can find them. See if I can find here. Okay, so
It's been a big issue for a lot of people getting shipments back. I know a lot of people buy those stamps, right? They're used stamps, half the price of the face value. But what happened? They're washing the ink off, and they're kind of ending up looking faded. Any of those ones are coming back automatically because they know that's what they're doing. They're bleaching them.
So your Joe Second 19XX is covering it here. You send a bulk mail to the U.S., it has to go through small packet. In a lot of cases, yes. And I'll get you guys the Instagram. I'll get you guys the Instagram of it. One of the guys here in Canada is actually a postmaster. And he actually did. I wish he had actually saved it. So I'm going to reach out to him and be like, hey, can you record basically what you said? Because he was correct. As a postmaster, he would know. But he actually addressed this specific thing to explain it to folks on the Canadian side so that they would know. And a lot of people tried to get away with shipping some stuff in letter mail that should never have been letter mail. And then what happened is by trying to do that and try to get away with it at the absolute limit, if for whatever reason they're like, well, usually it works. It's like, yeah, until they start cracking down on it, it doesn't work. So when I go in, I don't even pretend. I'm not interested in dealing with a bounce back. I'll go in, I'll put it in, and a lot of times when I'm sending stateside now for eBay and stuff like that, I'm sending it tracked anyway, so it's going to cost more regardless. So I have to factor that in. But when I go to the post office, I've already filled in the customs form. I have it already preset with everything on it. They just scan the QR code. The person then can just press a couple of buttons on their things, print it out. It's ready to go. I've already done all the work for that. So it's already done. They'll stick it on there. I don't get bounce backs. However, if you try to do it by letter mail and be like, oh, does it fit through the little slot? It's like, oh, look, you want to play. It's very clearly not a piece of paper. It's not letter mail. Oh, but it met the weight limit by the slightest of margins on that day. Well, if you get a bounce back, don't come crying to me.
They set the parameters for what you can ship there. And, they always ask you, is it a CD? It's like CD, paper, whatever. Doesn't matter. I've been shipping for 20 years a little spoon. Like, why am I going to pay $15 to ship a $10 spoon? Who's going to, what? You don't want any business? Because if they eliminate all that, half those sales are gone.
Oh, I think it's some post office. I think some post office they already have.
And
basically, if it's not a letter, they won't even bother. They'll just go straight to like it's a packet.
Same thing with a graded card or something in a top sleeve. Plastic, they're not accepting, is my understanding. I'm going,
yep.
You're going to eliminate every card, a $2 card you're going to ship for $15. Like, you'll eliminate 20% of your business at least. You've already keep eliminating and keep upping the price. At what point are you going to get rational and just say, hey, listen, if it fits this and it doesn't matter what's in it as long as it's not a bomb or something, like, just ship the damn thing. I think it's paper or it's a little metal spoon, like whatever.
I think it would be nice if you could do like a bubble envelope flat rate, very similar to what they have for the box. Just like if it fits in it,
or media mail or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So just smart. something in that where it's very clear. Like just buy this specific thing and you can use it, and within a certain weight tolerance, just put it inside the damn thing and you're good.
It's kind of the thing is that they rather charge you too much and ship less items and obviously less sales, rather than charge you less and ship more, twice as much, because all those things that are $20 and under, then you can ship for $6 instead of 15. So that's like how many thousands of items, how many cards are under $10?
No, I agree with that. That's why for eBay I won't even bother with a lot of that stuff below a certain threshold. It's got to be like $75, $80, $100 for me to even consider it.
But if they did do that, and they did reduce it down to, let's say, $6 to Vancouver, like, hey, you would increase your business like thousands of parcels, and that'll make it more worth your while. Like, they just don't get it. Yeah. I don't know why it's $15, $17. Funny part is you hit a certain point, like a weight point. So I'll ship one book to Vancouver, it's be $21. I ship 5 books, it's $28. Yeah. What are you guys doing? It's like, yeah, well, you save in bulk. It's like, yeah, how many people are shipping, 7 pounds, 8 pounds every time? Nobody. So,
yep.
Anyways.
So Josh here says people are getting scammed. Will they find out? So that's where we talked about the pricing thing. That's why I say price sensitivity is big with hobbyists. International Borders here is trying to save Calgary. Best cities in the world to live. Doesn't have the mall, though.
No.
Doesn't have the mall. I don't know.
It's only 2 hours away, though.
Yeah, well. So evening, I'll chat about the ridiculous Mickey Mantle NFT. Haven't yet. We can touch on it in a minute here. Let me just finish off with some of the bubble metal
I
talk.
don't discuss NFTs.
You love NFTs.
No,
they're like the only thing you're more passionate about than Beckett.
No.
Yeah. So unless there's some stuff coming back, what just happened to me? Yep. No, I'm with you. I get it. USPS has a bubble flat mailer, but the international rate for it is murder, like $8 or $9 in the US. Yeah. I will say though that it could be worse. Like whenever I'll do an eBay package, once in a blue moon, it stopped a lot because a lot of people now find some people that I'll put in like a buy it now best offer, and it's usually not cheap stuff, so usually people will get it. For the US, like if I'm doing a graded card, I'll put 15 US, and occasionally I'll be like somebody saying, why is this so much? Well, let me make it easy for you. If I ship it down to the US, I got 2 options. Well, I got more, but 2 main options if we're being realistic about this. Option A, I can send it by registered mail with the regular mail involved in it. Registered mail adds $9.75 just for the registered, and then the actual weight and the regular shipping cost. As soon as I put it in a padded envelope, which you want me to, because if it's a graded card and you don't want it to get crushed, you would like me to put it in a proper holder. As soon as I do that, that's already about $3 or $4, so we're right at about your 15. I'm not really benefiting from that. I'm not really pocketing any money. Now, if you would like me to send it by express post, well, that's about $20. So I'm losing money. Now, if it's a more valuable one, I'll probably do express post to get it there a little quicker. I'll eat the $5 or $6 or $7 for it, but I'll also insure it. So I'm not making up that number. I'm trying to create a flat so that like I've at least covered myself. But that's now if I do it inside the country, I do registered mail. It's still like $9 on top of the regular postage. But it's registered, it's controlled. I have all the checks. I force a signature on it. They'll take it to your post office. You have to sign off for it. I know you received it. I can't be playing games with the eBay thing. So I'm not making up these prices. If it's a regular, really small thing, yeah, $3, $4, $5 is fine inside the country because they don't have to worry about it. The second it crosses that border, if I have to fill in the damn custom form, you're indirectly paying for it because it's a pain in the ass for me to do every time.
I was, the federal buildings, including the post office down here, still, have COVID protocol, even though a lot of local municipalities have gotten rid of everything. So, there's a line, there's only 2 people allowed up at the counter, there's got to stand 6 feet apart. I mean, the whole thing. They got rid of all the pens and the paper from, for the last 2 years. So you have to wait to get to the front desk to get the custom form, which I knew I had to fill out, but I couldn't walk into this area because there's only 2 people out at the time and there's 12 people waiting in line. So to send that package to you, I was at the post office for like probably 25 minutes. And then, in that time, I had to finally get up to the front and say, I need to send this to Canada. And they said, oh, yeah, you have to go over there and fill that out. And then they kicked me out to go back out into the hallway and fill it out away from everybody. And then she did say, as soon as you're done, just come right back in to the front of the line. So I didn't have to get in the back of the line again. But it was a production having to fill that paperwork out.
Yeah.
I was like, you got to be kidding me. I thought when she was telling me this, I was going to have to go stand in the back of that line again. And I was going to be at the post office for an hour because of you.
I'm worth it.
No, you are not worth an hour at the post office. Nobody is worth an hour at the post office.
Yeah. Talked about the Sports Card Investor NFT yet? No, we haven't, but we can touch on it here in a minute. So small packet to Canada to US is just under 15. It depends, Peter. It depends on where you are in the country. I can actually tell you it was funny because as soon as I saw this comment, I was like, you know what? I got a receipt. I got a recent receipt actually from not long ago because I shipped out something. And I'll give you guys the exact figures. This is for Ontario, Canada. So post office, just one item. There's the tracking for it. It already got received. So tracked packet USA, $13.40. Sounds good. Problem. So coverage is included, $100 coverage is included. And I'll show you the bottom at the end here, and I'll show you the numbers. So that is for free, that's included. They charge $1.44 fuel surcharge. Why would I care? Just roll it into it. And 13% taxes, $1.94. So overall, total, $16.78 plus another 25 cents HST, total $17.03. That is Track Packet USA, actual weight, 0.73 kilograms. To the États-Unis, $17.03. Exact postage. No bonuses, no extras, nothing special.
Right.
I didn't add anything.
Not
$17.03.
For that, you should be able to get it to wherever it needs to go in an hour. That's nuts.
You want to see some?
Yeah. Yeah, but the reason why I grabbed it is because when he's mentioned it, it was funny. He mentioned the Track Packet USA. It's like Track Packet USA. It's exactly what it is.
How much was your gas
fuel surcharge? $1.44.
4%.
Yep.
13% plus 4%, 17% you're paying. And then eBay.
And they
charges
also
you-
tossed in an extra 25 cents HST on the bottom end.
Well, yeah, the HSD is on, and it's on there too.
Yeah.
So then you add your eBay, that charges you what,
14%,
15%?
13%, something like that.
Something like that. So you're 13, you're just on your shipping. You got to have like an extra almost 30%.
Mine isn't all broken down like yours, but
Trust me, it's like I appreciate your transparency, but do I care?
yeah, it's not as long as a CVS slip, but that was since we're sharing, that's what it cost me to ship that to you.
Yeah, I had it on the top of it. Yeah,
Wow.
14.85. So I think it worked out about the same actually. What was the weight?
One pound. That wasn't 1 pound.
I was gonna say maybe you got overcharged.
Holy shit! 1 pound 3 ounces. That thing is not 1 pound.
It's 5 cards. It is not 1 pound.
Eat shit.
Eric, have you considered maybe that's why you paid $14? Is the scale broken?
I think you better start using Jeremy's service now because
I was about to say. It's like we have the actual weight in kilograms, and it's 0.073.
Yeah, can you listen? Send that back to me. I'm gonna go back to the
Paper
post
looks
office
fine.
and complain.
for 2 shipments.
Yeah.
It's like ridiculous. You know what I've been doing actually, it's a really faster way of sending something to somebody. It's if you use registered mail. It's only $13 and you can send it to BC or wherever.
Yeah.
It's cheaper for Canadians.
Yeah.
Opposed to using small packet or
No. If it's inside, yeah. If it's registered mail is kind of the one that I started using for a lot of those things just to make my life easier. But yeah, it just depends on the item. Like that one, at least they paid enough where I said fine. Put the track package is fine.
See, I would have team bagged those up, put them on a flat thing, and put 4, and then it would have slid through, and then you would have paid like $5. It's actually, you have to be creative when you're doing packaging. If anything, I think I'm pretty much an expert at packaging right now, and knowing the depths and the dimensions that you can get away with, and how to package things properly, so you don't have to go through the extra $15 shipping, because that's almost a deterrent for someone to buy something from you.
It can be. Yeah.
If you have, oh yeah, I don't want to pay 50. Okay, I'll pay you $50. Oh, you mean 65? It's like, see, you lose a sale or a trade.
Yep. So let me just scroll through a couple of these. Sounds about right. USPS location either Well-Owned Machine or Total Gong Show. Peter says here, looked up Excel spreadsheet shipments, 25 different times, track it, under 15 all in. Ontario to various states, 1 or 2 slabs normally. If it was 1 pound plus, it'd be 14 or over. Yep. You get that LM tracking number. Yep, that's what I got. LM.
Yep.
1703. Always use registered. Yep. 1 pound 3 ounces would be like $22. There you go. Bargain.
No, that's what it says.
That's why I say, like, sometimes I feel like they almost make stuff up. That's kind of why I laugh. It's like, this is supposed to be like a standardized rate depending on the weight and all that. It's supposed to be part of it, but
Remember, they're subcontractors. Most of them, well, in Canada they are, and they get paid bonus, or there's minimums requirements. So they actually push express post shipping, or oh yeah, we can put that. And I'm always sitting there in line going, dude, you could like ship that for like $4. You don't need $15. Would you like it there next week? It could take 2 to 3 weeks. It's in Ontario. It's going to take 3 days. It'll probably be there the next day.
well, you should come by my post office, Bobby. They would be like, 50 cents. That's just to get you out of the thing. It's like it's gonna get bounced back. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
She
Oh, no,
told
I
me
push
3
everything
weeks
through.
to get to Carlos.
No. What I'm trying to say, Bobby, is that they would actually try to put like a stamp that for sure will get bounced back because they don't care if it gets bounced back. They just want you out of the line. They don't care.
I gotcha.
So they're like, so it's like, this is a 30-pound box. Yeah, $1.95. Get out of here. It's like when it comes back later, you'll have to send the shipping again.
Well, what my lady does, she goes, well, this won't fit through with the thing. And I'm going, yeah, it will. It'll wiggle it through, and it goes through because I've measured it, but the bubble envelope is kind of, wonky at times.
Yeah.
So then she goes, well, I don't know if I said, listen, just bring through some stamps, put stamps on it, and then it doesn't come through your name, right? It doesn't come through the post office printout. And she goes, oh, okay. I said, then all the responsibility is on me. So that's what I do with her a lot of times. But they're pretty good with me. but you get the new person there. It's just like, oh man, I have to
What-
train you too.
What's going to be good because at the post office that I have near here, they're idiots. But but the good news is I believe that they're changing management, and the new ones actually look dumber than the previous ones. They were confused during training, and I'm like, oh, this is not going to turn out well.
Oh yeah.
This is I just went over. It was Carlos Cedar. It's like, so you know the post office you go to? Yeah. Can we find another post office? What's the next closest one?
Watch out.
It's already pretty bad. It was already pretty bad before.
And big lineups.
Oh, literally, the last time I was in, just the other day, there were two people in front of me. And it was a combination of they don't know what they're doing, they're trying to train somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, and the person didn't fill in a damn
Customer.
thing when they showed up. They basically did everything short of buy the envelope and put it inside of the thing there. And I'm thinking like,
I'm a big person for that. They come in, they stand in, well, they go up to the line and they get in line, they do the thing, and they go, so I need one of these envelopes? Yeah, you got to get one. And okay, go fill it out over here, and then just come right back. It's just like, dude, I'm here. I'm done. Like, I came here prepared. And everybody thinks that, oh, can I get some tape? It's like, no, you can't get tape. We can buy some up there, but there's no tape here because they used to give them a little bit of tape when they needed it, but they put it away because they were going through, everyone's coming in unpackaged, ripping tape like crazy. Seal up a little box. It's just like, man, everybody, I think it's more uneducated people coming in trying to do parcels than anything else.
oh yeah, it's always a combination of the two. It's just unfortunately this one basically took over as the local post office maybe about 10 or 15 years ago. Before that, they had a post office in the back of one of the pharmacies, but the people that there were actually very professional. They knew their stuff. They knew it cold. They could come in like no problem, weigh it. Yeah, but they actually knew what they were doing. They would actually be able to do the job. This is before these folks actually weren't working for the pharmacy. They were 100% focused on the Canada Post, and that's all they did.
Oh, really?
So they were actually very you walk in, they weigh it, quickly scale. Yep, this is the price. Blah blah blah. Done.
Nice.
Good day. And as soon as these other guys, I'm like, oh my god. So for the last decade or so, I'm like, this is misery. Why? It was like, why do you have to drop it off? Just put it in the mailbox, please. Don't make me go there. I don't want to go there. Sometimes they forget which ID they're supposed to take for packages you're getting. I go in to get a package, and they're like, do you have a receipt with your This is my photo ID. You don't need that. Oh, right. It's the same every time.
Same person. I go to this one guy. He's in this White Shield Plaza, so I call him White Lightning because this guy, he punches things fast. He's like bang, 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 bang. Every time you go in there, he's super fast, super accurate. And I always threaten her. I go, I'll just take it to White Lightning over there. And she goes, okay, because she knows the guy, right? It's like, yeah, he's fast, he's good. I'd like to go there all the time, but it's another 10 minutes away, so it's like, yeah. This other one's 2 minutes away, so.
There you go. So post office where we used to live, we spent 5 minutes trying to upsell every single person. Yeah, that's terrible.
Oh yeah.
That's just that's why you want to time it out. You got to get us like, please go. Different topic. I don't get extra insurance. Anybody know if the insurance payout would actually be honored by Canada Post? I've never tried to do it, but they do. But they do honor it.
Well, if your package is lost, there's no way of proving what was in there. If it's damaged, they'll just write it off and just give you and they send you a check.
Yeah,
I've had it happen 3 times, I think.
Yeah. But that's why I say, like, I haven't had to exercise it, but everything I've ever seen, they do honor it. That's why I say, like, if it is something of legitimate value, a couple extra bucks might be worth your while if you're really concerned about what could happen with it. So that's what happened with that. I mentioned that card that I sent. I decided to go cheap and I didn't pay for the insurance, and I was out a $500 card.
Well, the things I shipped out registered, they were both over $500.
Yeah.
So I paid for registered? $13. I don't put the insurance on it. Registered is like better insurance. Because when it's registered, it's almost like legal tender kind of in their eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Which one's this one? Sorry. This was like when Bob shipped all his cards to PSA and the person behind the counter is brand new. He felt so much better when the manager showed up and been doing this for a long time. I guess, yeah. I guess Bob Lewis, yeah. Okay, you're supposed to make small talk with them, not be mad at them. The last thing in the world I want to do, Albert, is make small talk. I want to get out of there as quickly as is humanly possible. That's why I pre-fill all my stuff. It's like, guys, I literally here for this is a transactional thing. I would like you to take this. Please put it in the correct thing. Please put the correct amount of postage on it so that it arrives at its destination, and then I intend to leave. Good day.
Call it a day.
Yeah. It's like, I don't go to the post office. It's not a pleasurable experience to go hang out at the post office for me. Come on now.
I get.
I
no
make small
joy
talk
doing
with
it.
my people.
There you go.
My people are pretty good there.
Yeah,
They
we'll have to
got
see what,
used to me.
yeah, there you go. Okay, here we go. So you don't have to prove your Palfy rookie is worth $300 of loss. Psh, it's like 3,000. I heard FedEx was not friendly to pay out. That probably is true. Maybe Canada Post for that one is FedEx. I know will fight you sometimes on that.
Oh,
It
they're
depends.
horrible. They're
Yeah,
horrible.
they'll fight you for it. But yeah, as long as you fill in the stuff and you've made it, you've done what you needed to do to make sure that it's something happens, then at least you're covered. So that's why I say though, like sometimes hobbyists are kind of cheap about some of this stuff. It's like they don't take the effort to put in that extra. It's like, well, you saved a couple of bucks. That's why I say like, I knew the chance I was taking, and it ended up biting me. So was I annoyed about it? Yeah. Am I going to yell at them about it? No, it was my fault. It was my call not to do. I had options available to me.
Mhm.
All right, move on. Live with it. It
I
happens.
just do it selectively. Depends on the item, right?
Yeah. That's why I say, like, in retrospect, I should have put in a couple extra bucks and made sure that I was covered. It is what it is. The worst thing when they try to sell up someone that's totally clueless takes 20 minutes. Yes, very true. I guess it's a small town East Coast. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Southern Ontario, we don't got, it's like, not only homie don't play that, homie don't got time for that. None. None, my friends. Not so much. But hey, if it's working for you, why not? It's all good. Just trying to scan here. I don't know. Anything else grinds your gears Beckett-wise there, Eric? Because that's always a fan favorite. I'm just scanning through some stuff while we're talking.
I don't. Earlier in the week, I think you and I were going back and forth about how they're still have a backlog, yet they want to take on more. And I understand that the taking on more is what brings money into a company. So I understand that, because the stuff that's backlogged, they already have been paid, right? Because Beckett gets their money up front.
I believe
PSA.
they do. Yes, I believe their
PSA.
policy is take money up front.
Right, and PSA's on the back end, right?
Yeah, and
I think
obviously
they're
they're
changing
changing
that
that now with the
now.
group submitters and stuff. But it was previously their policy to charge at the time of grading.
So I understand. I do. I just. But sometimes when it comes to Beckett, my frustration and my dislike for them, I stop thinking rationally. So I'll do that now.
Gasp.
Yeah, and I'll just be like, why don't you finish what you're doing before you take on more? Because how is that fair to say we're taking on new submitters, we're lowering our rate, and we're going to get this back to you in this quick amount of time? Aren't we wonderful? We're back up and running, and please come to us. Well, if I'm still waiting after a year and a half for my cards, and I paid an exorbitant amount of money a year and a half ago, I would be livid right now that you dropped the price, you're bringing in more cards, you're going to get them graded and shipped out before mine when I paid more and I've been waiting a year and a half. I just, the whole company just dumbfounds me.
Welcome to Beckett.
Yep.
Thank God I don't grade cards with them. Oh,
How can you promise we're going to get the turnaround done? And well, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. You probably do, because you're always well prepared and you got multiple screens. But
Yep.
I mean, was it like 30, 40 days or something?
They're offering 30 to 45 days for the net new. It's effective the first day of the month. This month.
Right, and they dropped the price, right? So the price went down. So again, if I'm waiting a year and a half and I paid an outrageous amount of money per card a year and a half ago, these people are going to pay less and get them back before me because mine's on a backlog. Are you effing kidding me?
Well, I don't think they've been receiving too many net. The part of the reason why I think they can offer or they can suggest that they're going to clear the backlog is because probably they haven't been getting new submissions. Very few. Like I know some people have sent it in at that higher price. Now, if you send it at the higher price, well, then obviously they'll use the one person they have to grade it and turn it around. But for the most part, for all the complaints PSA gets, they were still getting submissions. So we know this at different price levels. Because if the card was worth it previously at that price point, the fact that you could get it turned around at a reasonable time, then you don't care. Oh, but what about the lower price points? So if I send it at the lower price point, they're going to upcharge me to the higher price point because the card is more valuable. So what are we saving? Nothing. Send it in. So PSA had more volume and more business. So, but from Beckett's perspective, it's like, yeah, how many cards we get in last month? 5. Okay, well then send out the rest. That's from the backlog. Get it out of here. So it's easier for them to make up a smaller backlog. But if you check out GemRate, they are sending out a reasonable amount of cards. Not as big as PSA or anything, but tens of thousands of cards a week. That's still a lot of cards. So whatever their backlog is, it's probably like 99% of it is going towards the backlog, not net new business. So real quick here, I'll scan through. Also had no issue with bubble mailers as PWDUS for $1.94 for those low end cards. Guess lucky so far. Yeah, I think if it's one single card, it's a thin card. I don't think it's that presents too much of an issue. But like I said, I'm also not going to hear the complaint of people where it's like, oh, we got dinged. Well, they always had the option if they felt like it didn't cross. That's why I say, like, I think they need to get rid of that ambiguity. Just make up your mind. It's either based on this weight, just accept it, or force them to fill in the stupid custom form every time and be done with it, and just charge them for the for the packet. Your call, one way or the other, but don't go back and forth between the two. So Michael here. Good evening. Huge Kobe Bryant. Bryant Young collector. Making sure I read that right. Bryant Young collector looking to add a game used jersey. Don't they come with a letter from the team certified? Sometimes. Depends on the sport. Depends on the team. Depends on the situation. In some cases, some teams will provide some kind of authenticity to go along with it. I'll speak from the hockey perspective. Meyer Gray for many years had a deal with hockey teams to get the game used jerseys. So as a result, Meyer Gray would be the one providing you with the letter of authenticity. So it wouldn't be the team. The team would give it to them, and in turn, since they're getting it directly from the source, they would say, we are comfortable that this is good because we're getting it directly from them. And that's usually how that works. Now, that's hockey. In football or baseball or any of the other one, college or professional or whatever, I think it's going to be case by case. However their arrangements are, who has the rights to the jerseys will then determine what you get out of it. It's a very general answer, but it's also case by case depending on sport and federation and jurisdiction. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's not an across the board answer to that one, unfortunately. It would be nice, but it isn't. If you shipped a year and a half ago, you paid less. Yeah, for the Beckett thing. I agree.
Don't be a nitpicker.
It was good to have met you on the Super Bowl show with Roland FD. No, appreciate that, Michael. Appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, hopefully that helps a little bit. I would say if you look into the specific, sport or federation or whatever, Bryant Young, the name rings a bell, but I don't remember exactly where it's coming from. But regardless, if you look into the specific sport, you can usually figure out what the arrangement is. Or you can look up with the team and see what their arrangement is. Because when the player's done with the jerseys, where did the jerseys go? And that's the trail that will tell you where you need to look. And that will be the answer. Look for the source. Follow the money.
Mm-hmm.
But that works. In this game, the advantage here is unlike the Bobby Orr stick, it's a lot easier to figure out the provenance on this. You can actually reach out to someone potentially if they feel like answering you, who can give you a little bit of insight of where that stuff usually goes, and then you can follow the trail, and then you'll be able to see the breadcrumbs to lead you to where you want to go. So most football teams have the team issued and seller. Yep, especially that era. A few and sold a few. Lots of times you get XYZ, the authorized reseller, the team jerseys letter. Yep. So similar to the May Gray, the example that I gave.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the reseller who's providing you the letter, not the team or itself.
Yeah, because the fact
Paul.
though is, they just comes from one hand right to the other. It's like they innately become the representative at that point, basically, right?
Yeah, as a collector, if you're collecting game used, which is a tough game to get into, but if you're going to collect game used, you ideally want to have it in as few hands as possible before you get your hands on it. Or if you're getting it from a collector who has a great reputation, who got it from a great source, and you know the provenance, and this person deals in a lot of this stuff, like we've talked about an example, Brian Price, Dr. Brian Price. So if Price has some of this memorabilia, he's got some good sources for a lot of his material. If it's coming directly, he got it directly from a source, and you're getting it directly from him, you're probably okay. because that's where Brian Gray and Leaf gets their stuff. They bought a lot of stuff from Brian Price. So they were comfortable that they were buying the material directly from him, and he's got access to a lot of sources. So basically you're buying the dealer. That's really what you're doing here. You're like trusting that this person has already done their diligence, or they got it firsthand from a good source. Absolutely. Hope that helps. Okay, so I'm just scanning through here. Oh, so two things. It was mentioned a little earlier, and I'll touch on it really briefly. I still stand by my original stance in the boat about the baseball lockout, because I know I saw a question about it, so I want to touch on it real quick. I know we had a lot of the stuff here, so let me see if I can go back and find it quickly. I think it was just based on if the
There's a baseball lockout.
yeah, you wouldn't
Bobby,
you wouldn't
beat
know.
me to it.
It's okay.
My next comment, I was gonna wait for an opportunity and be like, "Who cares?"
Well, that's what happens to hockey since the beginning of time. So I agree.
Basically, yeah.
So yeah, if it lasts all season, will it destroy baseball as a sport for a long time?
Oh,
They've already done their damage a long time ago. Hockey did it by existing, and that sport still exists.
It's called insult to injury. That's all it is.
well, in all seriousness, listen, the sport was dying after the
Yeah.
no, hold on. After the last lockout, the sport was on was close to death. The steroid era came, saved it, right? We had the home run race with Sosa and McGuire. It saved the entire league. That's why they ignored it all, because they were making money hand over fist. The stadiums were absolutely packed. Couldn't get a ticket to save your life. The contracts for the TV. You guys remember during the home run race, you'd be watching a TV show, and all of a sudden they would break in and say McGuire's up at bat.
Live coverage, yeah.
And put him down in the corner of your half hour family comedy you were watching. There'd be Mark McGuire in the corner up at bat, so you could watch it. I mean, they have never had it so good. Well, then they have all the scandals and all the ratings drop, and the parks go to half capacity or less. The games get longer and longer and longer. This past season,
I want to touch on that last point. We're going to come back to the game length in a second, because I was talking about with Yannick offline. There is a point I want to make about that, but finish your overall point.
and so then you have COVID, which killed, damaged a lot of sports, but I think was putting the nail in the coffin, the first nail in the coffin for baseball. And then, if you remember this past season, on top of the COVID stuff, you have the pitchers basically complaining that they're not letting us cheat anymore. They went on live TV and said it's not fair that Major League Baseball will no longer let us cheat. I will have to relearn how to throw a baseball without spider tack, because I've been using it for so long, and that's what's allowing me to spin the ball and get the rotation that I need. That if they don't let me cheat, I may not even know how to throw a baseball anymore. Pitchers actually said this.
Listen, Gaylord Perry was a legitimate player that definitely didn't use substances for his entire career, went to the Hall of Fame. Look, cheating, number one, cheating is part of the game. So I'm like, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Eddie Guerrero, thank you. But the point is, that part I've never cared about. That's fine. Look, cheat as much as you want. Do your best. If you get caught, so be it. Live with it. I think the bigger issue is that, and this is kind of a point that I made, and Yannick and I were chatting about it, and that, look, Yannick's a big baseball fan. I'm a big baseball fan. But Yannick's a big baseball fan who still gets mad. I'm a baseball fan who subscribed to the streaming package for Aussie Rules, and I've been enjoying it. It's fantastic. Whatever. I'll watch the games when they're on. I'm not worried about it. Part of the reason, though, is because I understand what it is about the current iteration of the game that doesn't work for me. And I gave him an example, and Yannick knew the reference, but I'll give it to you guys. The 1960 World Series Game 7 is one of the famous conclusions. It was the first time a walk-off ended Game 7 of the World Series. It was the Bill Mazeroski, home run in 1960. Big time historic game. It was a 10-9 game. 19 runs were scored in Game 7 of the World Series. Very exciting. High scoring. The game was 2 hours and 34 minutes. It was a 9-inning, 19-run game in Game 7 of the World Series, high leverage, high pressure, all this, it was 2 hours and 34 minutes. Now, today, a 19-run game will last 4 hours. Now, really important. Part of the reason why, and this is where Yannick and I were talking a little bit back and forth, part of the reason why is because of the way that players do their thing. They step out of the batter's box every 5 seconds. There's a lot of that. However, there's also other elements of it that you have control over, but you choose not to have control over. The television product is not very good, but some of it is self-inflicted. Because if you take a regular 9-inning game, just a standard 9-inning game, nothing extra, and you end it at the top of the 9th inning, you have a commercial break between every stoppage in play every 3 outs.
Oh, yeah.
A commercial break is 2 to 3 minutes per. Let's call it 2 to 3 minutes per. That right there means you have 16 to 17 commercial breaks built in without the changing the pitcher. Assuming both guys go 9 innings, just for the hell of it.
Yeah,
No,
right.
but my point is, let's pretend they do.
All right,
That's still 16 to 17 commercial breaks. At 2 minutes per, that is 34 minutes, where nothing happens. It's commercials. By the way, if you're in the stadium, nothing happens either. You're standing there watching these guys like they're waiting for the commercial to end too. In the stadium. I'm paying a ticket to watch you guys wait for the commercials to end.
Yep.
What for? This is stupid.
I know. That's why
So-
you PVR it.
Yeah, but that's it. But now if you take a 3-minute commercial break, which is a little bit more common, well, that's almost 45, 48 minutes. What if I told you I could knock off 48 minutes off the time of the game and not change a single thing? Same amount of pitches, same amount of swings, same amount of at-bats. That's without modifying the rest of the game entirely, at all. And I can knock off 48 minutes. By the way, if we do a couple of small tweaks, this is a simple one. When the next inning starts, the pitcher only needs 2 to 3 pitches to get warmed up. Go.
Yeah.
You don't need more than that. 2 to 3, go.
Warming
New
up in
pit-
the bullpen before.
Pitcher from the bullpen comes in, you're already warmed up. Take 2 to 3 to get used to the mound, go.
Yeah.
Well, I've just knocked off another 10, 15 minutes from this game. I've removed an hour, and I haven't changed a single thing in the outcome of the game. I didn't even need to put a pitch clock. I took off an hour. Well, that would change things quite a bit, wouldn't it? It would make it a little bit more streamlined. It's like, oh, well, actually, this game was 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's fine. That's okay. That seems okay. I don't think too many people would have an issue with that. That's fine.
I can think of some. I can think of the two greediest, groups in sports history: Major League Baseball owners and Major League Baseball players. Because for every commercial you keep off the air, that's money out of their pocket. And those players would rather stand there in the field and stare at each other for an extra couple of minutes during a commercial break because they know that that's money in their pocket. That's what they're pissing and moaning about right now. They want more money. They want more TV money. They want the TV people to pay more. I mean, it's all about those commercials. That's where all the money's coming from.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. But the thing when it comes to that TV deal, though, here's the truth. If I put the television product on it, and okay, so let's say the game runs that length. If I'm in the park, I'd like an advantage, and by that I mean, why don't you guys play through it? Play the TV version on tape delay. It's a 2-minute tape delay. You're off by 2 minutes. By the end of it, you're off by 45 minutes. But if I'm in the stadium, I'm out of there in 2 hours and 20 minutes. That sounds great. I am paying the premium to be in this building. Give me an advantage.
Sounds great.
Yeah, like for me, then it means I get to go have some dinner a little earlier. If the game starts at 7 o'clock, I'm out of there by 9:15 and I got to watch the full game. That sounds excellent. I'm going to go get some dinner.
And what about all those purists that turn the volume off on their TV and listen to the radio? Because the radio it's more descriptive, and so I can't tell you how many morons will watch a game at their house and shut the volume off and turn the radio on. Well, that means the radio people have to be on a delay too. I can't even. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of people doing that. That is common around here.
Oh no, we've done it for hockey games. It was good listening to Joe Bowen, and then, because he was a little bit more exciting than the announcer on the league games. So we do that often.
So
I don't know about you, Carlos.
When I watch the Hockey Night in Canada games, I'll usually just watch the one, the commentary and commercial. I'll be honest, for baseball games, I actually mute the commentary entirely and watch it without commentary. I generally don't care about the commentary. It rarely adds anything. The Sunday night baseball guys are okay. I don't mind. I don't mind that one. That's the kind of their game of the week kind of thing. That's okay. But for regular broadcast, after honestly, I'm over it. I was like, I'll watch it. I'll watch it on my screen. But mind you, at this stage in the game, in a regular season game, it doesn't have my undivided attention. I've got it on the screen while I'm doing some stuff. I'll put a full screen here, but I'll also be doing other stuff. So I'm a little bit distracted with other matters anyway. But I'll watch the game that way. For me, that works fine. But again, your mileage may vary. So real quick here, Viva La Raza. That's right, Bob. It's more affordable and more fun to take the family minor games. I agree 100%. That's why I say, like, I'm a
100%.
baseball fan. I would rather go watch an if we had it right now going, I would love to go and watch some inter-county baseball, which is semi-pro. It's a lot of fun. It's a good time. I still enjoy the game of baseball. Nothing that they can do has taken away my enjoyment of baseball. Major League Baseball, though, as a TV product, isn't very good for some of the reasons that we outlined. Baseball games are entirely too long with the crap that like the shift. I don't care about the shift because look, it's the strategy in the game.
Yeah, I don't.
Can you mandate against it? Yeah. How about you hit the ball the other way?
Exactly.
How about that?
Once you learn to hit.
Yeah. Figure it out and go.
I don't think Ted Williams ever said, sorry guys, could you move? I'm trying to hit the ball there.
Yeah. So JD Bama here. Good evening. Legalize steroids and add the pitch clock. The pitch clock I don't mind because the pitches do take a little bit too much time. You don't need the steroids. That's why I gave the example about that World Series game. It was 2 hours and 30 minutes. It was 9 innings, legitimate. Every pitch, every at bat, everything happened. 19 runs were scored. So they batted around. That wasn't an issue. And by the way, it was a World Series game. Game 7. All the pressure and everything. The player didn't get out of the batter's box 14 times, redo his wristbands, get back in. Oh, wait, I'm not ready yet. Hold on, time. Well, how about we chill with that a little bit? Just get in the batter's box, get ready. Pitcher, pitch the ball. Let's go.
The pitchers were actually going 9 innings like they used to. I wouldn't mind them taking their time. But these guys are going 5. Like I think, on average, would you say 5?
They've gotten to the point where some teams strategically will say they'll only leave the guy in for 5. Even if he's got more gas in the tank, they'll be like, bring in the relief specialist.
Yeah, at 5, 4, 5. I mean, you got to be kidding me. You don't need to take a break. Just catch the ball, throw the ball.
Yeah, but that's my point. My proposal, without everything else, my proposal is let's cut down some of the filler. Let's cut down the part that actually has no impact on the game. Just get in the batter's box, get prepared, and let's go. Pitcher, grab your ball, let's go. Throw the ball, hit the ball.
For 4 to 5 innings, you don't need to take a break in between throws.
Yeah, I would like to see more. And by the way, if the television networks don't like it, why don't we compromise? For the first 3 or 4 innings, let's just go with minimal commercial interruption. Put the commercials on the screen while play is happening. Like in between a pitch while the guy's setting up, put your little thing on the bottom of the screen in the bottom third. Let's compromise, but let's actually keep the flow of the game going for the first 2 or 3 innings. Let's get some progress into the game before you start throwing me some commercials.
If there are any baseball stat super genius know-it-alls in the chat, answer this for me. How much time did Jack Morris take in between pitches in the World Series for the Twins when the guy pitched 10 or 11 innings?
Yeah, that was in Game 7 of 91, the 91 World Series.
That was probably one of the last World Series I ever watched. And because I didn't even watch any of the Red Sox World Series wins because I just hate it so much, don't care. But the guy pitched 10 or 11 innings. Okay, now we got guys who can't pitch 4 or 5, taking 3 hours. I want to know just statistically, on average, how long did that guy take in between his pitches to go 11 innings versus someone that's going 4?
Yeah, I can tell you that for that game, I don't know about Jack Morris specifically, but I can tell you the game was 3 hours and 23 minutes, but it was 10 innings, and it finished in the bottom of the 10th. And Jack Morris went the distance, obviously, and they won. But 3 hours and 23 minutes would actually be like an average game time today. Yeah. And this was a 10-inning game in the World Series with all the pomp and circumstance, and he went the distance.
So you know what I'm going to say? I'm right.
Finally.
It happened, guys. It happened.
Today's the day. Note it. Write it down. I'm right. And the fact that that guy can pitch, 10 innings in a quicker time than some guy can pitch 4 or 5, and then bring another guy in, and then bring another guy in, and then maybe have to bring another guy in is what's killing that game.
Yeah, as I say, I'm talking about game flow. Like the game flow. That's what I say. Like, I'm watching it. I would like to actually watch you do the thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch you prepare to do the thing, psych yourself up to do the thing. No, I actually want you. And I'll give you an example. We'll talk about the fake pseudo sport hockey for a second. We have intermissions. We have a first intermission. We have a second intermission between periods. What if I changed nothing about the game, left it adequate? You claim it's good, but let's call it adequate. Left it that way, and I made the intermissions 45 minutes for no reason.
Oh.
You just get to sit there for 45 minutes and watch the Zamboni driver, do pirouettes around the arena. That would wreck the flow. You could run the periods in between like normal, but it would wreck the flow. It would be like, why? Why is this interminable delay? Sure, I have enough time to get my concessions, go to the bathroom, but after that, it's like, what are we doing here?
No.
This is stupid. Let's go. That's the equivalent of what we're talking about. It's unnecessary. It creates this problem in search of a solution. It's like, but I didn't change the game. If you notice, I didn't change a rule. I didn't change anything. I didn't change the players. All I did was create these barriers to the flow of the game. I wrecked the flow. That's all it is. Again,
Super
you can
Bowl
fix
happens,
things.
and it happens every year during the Super Bowl. Those guys are trained to be in that locker room, at X amount of time every Sunday for halftime. Then the Super Bowl comes and they double it.
Yeah.
And it really messes some guys up for the second half.
That's what I mean. So I'm treating this as two problems. Some people don't like the sport, which is one argument that we can discuss that. That's separate. I'm talking about the television product. If I'm watching it on television, what you're giving me, the product, the game could actually be really good. I'm interested in seeing the next team come up. They just lost the momentum. They just had a bad rounding. How are you going to respond? And now I got to sit here and watch a 3-minute set of commercials for no reason, while everybody's just standing around in the stadium. This is stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 7-inning doubleheaders, COVID were fun. Yep. They ended in 2.5. Yep. So I'll touch on this one, JJ Bama. So here, if somebody isn't interested in the game because they're bored by the game, there's nothing you can do. I don't want you to add excitement. I just want you to play the game that exists. I would like you to play the game under the rules. If you want to make some tweaks to some rules, that's fine. We can talk about that. Honestly, universal DH, I'm for that. 100%. Watching pitchers hit is stupid. It's a waste of my time. But if you don't enjoy the sport, you're not going to enjoy it. I don't enjoy basketball. I'll watch in the playoffs a little bit, but the last 2 minutes of basketball probably takes longer than the baseball game. It's like foul, 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 free throw, free throw, free throw. But some people love it. The last 2 minutes of a basketball game can take like 15 minutes.
And that's the only part of a basketball game in the NBA that you should watch.
Yeah.
Because the rest of it is absolute garbage, and they're not even trying anymore or playing the rest of the time. The last 2 minutes is when they start playing.
For a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. Like all the
game has
sport,
gotten boring.
yeah. For a lot of the sports, there's a lot of things you could argue with a lot of it, and even the biggest fans will be like, "Oh, but this is perfect." No, it's not. There is no perfect sport. But if you enjoy it and appreciate its nuances, that's good. That's why I say, for me, baseball has natural cadence built into it. It has natural breaks built into it, but we added unnatural breaks to it that, again, going to a game live in the stadium used to be one of my favorite things. They have made it no longer one of my favorite things because I'm sitting here like, what am I sitting around here doing?
You drink more beer, you eat more food if you keep it longer, right?
Not at $20 a beer, Bobby. Not at
I know
$20
what
a
you
beer. Ain't happening.
The Expo it did.
Yeah, yeah, and that one I didn't have to pay for. That's fine. But like,
That's what I meant.
yeah, but at the Jays game, it's like $15-$20 for a beer. It's like I'll have one.
You guys remember at the Expo they gave out those free beer tickets?
Yeah, that was great.
Right. Right. And I tried to use one to buy a soda, and they're like, "Oh no, this isn't for soda. This is just for beer."
Yeah,
And it's like, isn't beer more expensive?
it's
If
probably
if you
get
give
free
me
beer
a
for that.
soda, isn't that cheaper for you?
Yeah,
I had to fight with the guy to get me a soda.
It's a cola Pepsi conspiracy. You never know.
Unbelievable.
All right, so here, no commercials keeping the hitter in the box would solve the length. Yeah, with college football, no one can stand listening to Gary Danielson. Yep, 5 innings. Some guys are lucky to get 4. That's true, Paul. So here, Rock Alex,
I
Rock
said that,
Latex.
I said that, Paul.
Yeah. I remember learning on the back of the Carl Yastrzemski 64 Topps cards, nice reference. Quickest MLB game was 1919, 51 minutes. New York Giants over Philadelphia 6-1.
Wow.
Yeah. At the turn of the century, like in the early 1900s, the pitchers would go 9 innings, and the game actually, and by the way, they had the same amount of at-bats. So how is it possible you could finish a game in under an hour? What? The guys are going there, they're doing their thing and moving on.
Playing it like it's a job.
Yeah,
And
like,
there are probably 2 pitchers the whole game.
yeah. And the thing is, we don't get paid extra for more time. Oh, we're not getting paid by the hour, bros. Then let's go.
And I mean 1 on each team, not 2 on each
I know.
team.
Yeah, I know. I wonder if the sabermetrics and the GMs are stepping on the toes of the managers. Yeah. Yeah, there is a lot of there is a lot of advanced
God,
analytics
dude.
for that.
Horrible.
They changed the baseball? Yes, they did. So it's more hitter friendly. Yes. Whatever gets the game more hitter friendly. Look, the offense thing, I'm fine with it. But like I said, the offense thing isn't an issue. That's why I use that 10-9 example. Offense isn't the reason there's a problem. Offense is fine. But and you're always going to favor the offense. Football has changed the rules like 15 times to favor the offense. And they're going to change more rules to favor the offense. But it's the flow. If the game feels like it's moving along and people can watch it and the cadence is logical, it's fine. Jack Morris was a workhorse. Yep. Absolutely right, Baz. Mark Burley was one of the quickest delivery. Yes. Yeah, he was very quick. So John, good evening. Players in today's game are really soft. Players from the mid-'80s played hard. Pitchers went full games. Pitch count wasn't even a factor. Game was so much better then. Pitchers going full games, yes, but they also blew out their arms. So it's like the pitchers at the turn of the century would tell these pitchers that they were soft, that John's talking about, because they pitched 700 innings.
Who was the guy who broke his arm for the Giants in the middle of a game throwing?
Oh, I remember. I know the one you're talking about, yeah. You realize, though, here's the funny thing. The reason why the guys at the turn of the century were able to pitch so many innings, they still had arm injuries and arm problems, by the way. They still definitely did. They weren't throwing as hard as they could. Yes, some of them physically couldn't throw as hard as the guys in the modern day. But the thing is, the guys in the modern day are trying to throw 100 miles an hour on every pitch. The guys at the turn of the century would throw, even the guys who could throw 90 plus, would be throwing 80 on purpose. Why? Because it's like, well, I got to throw like 600 pitches today, so I'm not going to be able to throw 300, 400, 500. Oh, I'm throwing both sides of the doubleheader. I'm not going to be able to throw 100% on every pitch and expect my arm to still be attached. That would be stupid. So they would. Jamie Moyer lasted forever because he threw junk. Pitchers don't actually know how to pitch, so what happens is they blow out their arm because they have to rely on throwing fastball, fastball, fastball. Well, then what do you expect is going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
There's no magic here. If the pitchers knew how to pitch so they could take some off on purpose, they could actually last longer. Pitch counts are a thing. To John's thing here, he's missing an important point. Pitch counts are a thing because if a guy threw 100%, their arm would be shot, their career would last about a year, and they'd be done out of the league. There's too much money. The teams also, if they're going to pay you good money, they actually want you to be available. So they're putting pitch counts on because they know you'll blow out your arm. Nolan Ryan threw over 200 pitches in a game. Nolan Ryan was also a physical freak. Eventually he did break his arm, but it took him like 26 seasons to do it.
Yeah.
Most guys, though, get hurt way before that, trying to do what he was doing.
Him and Clemens was good. I mean, I don't know how they did it because they just went out there and just proved year after year, game after game.
Well, Clemens had a little bit of a little bit of help because
that was his wife's.
The early 90s, he kind of was, Boston was quite content to let him go. In Toronto, he found himself.
Well,
he found himself.
Those weren't his steroids. Those belonged to his wife, if you recall.
I don't care who they belong to. The point is, he found the Lazarus pit, the fountain of youth. He resurrected himself. He looked like he was on his way to tailing off in his career. And all of a sudden, back-to-back Cy Youngs. I'm back, baby. It's funny how that works. Whatever, man. I don't care. Yeah, baseball is going to be a matchup and pitching specials. Yes. Many of the new rules they've changed should not have been touched. Classic and great sport game. Yeah, ironically, the whole analytics thing, yeah, they obsessed about pitching matchups. They're like, well, this guy isn't very good against it, but I got a great reliever for it. It's like it's the 5th inning. Why don't you just let him pitch through it? Or tell him to walk the guy. If you really can't handle him, just walk the guy then. And move on to the next hitter we can handle. Like, why are you taking him out of the game now and putting in a reliever and you're going to put in 4 more relievers before we're done? This seems dumb, but okay, whatever. Super Bowl TV timeouts really changed the flow of the Super Bowl. Yep.
Oh yeah.
So one for the task. Who's your footy team? Still figuring that out. I got to watch some more games. I am enjoying, though. I have got a chance to watch a couple. Aussie Rules has started their preseason, so I am starting to watch those games. So we'll figure it out. Give it time. Golf on TV has taken such a great leap over the years. Golf on TV is all right. I still will stick to the majors. I'm still a Masters guy. I enjoy the Masters. The Masters is fun, but the Masters will do ones with minimal commercial interruption. Isn't it funny that in golf they respect the flow?
Yes.
Isn't that weird? And by the way, golf has natural breaks built in it too. The guy has to walk to the ball, set himself up, wait for the next set. But in the meantime, you go watch somebody else in another hole, then come back. They figured this out. They figured this out years ago.
Yeah.
Golf has few highs, so
Yeah. But they know how to switch cameras between. They're like, okay, we're going to go over to this one. This guy's about to swing. He's about to hit the ball. And then we'll switch over to this guy. He's about to hit the ball. So you're not sitting there watching somebody prepare to hit the ball for the longest period of time because it takes them a while to prepare.
I've never been to a professional golf match, even though in walking distance from my house, we've had the senior U.S. Open twice. So we've had Jack and Arnie and you know, all those big names from the past play in the Senior Open here. I just didn't find it interesting enough to go. Do they, to anyone's knowledge, do they have 19 cameras, television cameras set up at each hole, or do they move them around? Because
at a major tournament, you will have a lot of a lot of cameras
at the Masters.
Yeah,
you know, they're jumping around. You know, I'm just was curious. I've always kind of wondered that. Do they have a camera at each hole? That's 19 cameras.
no.
18 cameras.
I was about to say the 19th hole is the pub. We don't count. We don't count that.
I want a camera. I want a camera there.
Yeah. It's like for security purposes. But yes, no, at the Masters they have a lot of cameras because they're able to switch to different vantage points to get it from this perspective, to get it from this perspective, and they've got the blimps and there's a lot of camoras at a major championship. They're gonna have a lot. They're covered. They've got high tech
They have
equipment.
the guy in the middle of the fairway, hitting it, and it's like I just always wondered, like, how many goddamn cameras are at these events?
Oh, it's a ton. I'd be curious what the exact number is, but it's a ton. It's without a doubt.
How much a professional TV camera is worth, and it just blows my mind. I just don't know how they do it. You know, they don't have just 5.
No.
It's just crazy.
Yep. Yeah, so baseball is chess, the other sports is checkers. You either get it, grow up on it, love it or don't, and that's okay, tradition. There you go, Baz. Nice. Universal DH is good, and then JJ Bama's got other suggestions. Thunderdome. So basketball solved this problem with the Elam ending. Yeah, you know what? I kind of like when they played around with that. I thought that was interesting. That they used during the All-Star game, they should use this during the regular season. Maybe. Might at least make it interesting. I saw Daisuke Matsusaka pitch at Fenway. A 4-hour 9-inning game. Yeah, he was a human rain delay. Yes. And I think this is the pitcher you were talking about who had the arm injury. So a couple different folks. Dave Dravecki, and Dave Dravecki. So 3 different people identified. So I think that's who you're talking about.
I just remember it happening and it being just gruesome. Like he was in the middle of pitching and the thing just snapped, and it was just like flopping around. It was horrible.
Are you gonna dance next?
No, it was horrible.
Good.
Man. It
Good.
was gross.
Yeah, so the guy who broke his arm pitching was found to have cancer in his arm. True story, I believe. It weakens the arm bone. I think there was also another player who had that issue. And I saw there was a guy who had it twice. He had recovered from the injury the first time, and then it happened again. Completely blew the arm out. Like, completely blew it out. Got nothing on Ray Caldwell. Struck by lightning, got revived, and finished the inning. When men were men.
Yes.
Yeah, pitchers just throw hard now. Yeah, but that's my main point. The thing with the pitch count, I understand why they have the pitch count. I think it's because the guys basically throw 100%. And the problem is you can't actually do that and expect the arm to last. And the teams invest so much money. If the guy could be like, I'm not feeling 100%. All right, I'm going to use my off-speed stuff. I'm going to throw it a little bit slower. If my accuracy is there, if it's been Greg Maddux won 360 games and he didn't have a huge fastball. How come that guy's winning Cy Youngs? Maybe we should look at what that guy's doing. He's not relying on 100-mile-an-hour fastball to get guys out. Apparently, it can be done. Allegedly.
Well, I mean, look at knuckleballers, how long they last. I mean, they are playing into their 40s.
Yeah. And by the way, it's a lost art because some guys refuse to do it and they refuse to train it.
It's hard. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the guys that can do it are actually able to teach it, but you need to practice it a lot to really get the gauge of how to use it properly. But people don't want to do it.
Yeah,
So,
it's like
okay.
hockey and goalie poke checking. Lost art.
True. I agree with that. I think the pitchers might be in trouble whenever the season starts with a normal off season. Yep, it's going to really mess them up for sure. Blimps and drones regarding the cameras at the golf tournament here. The 19th hole is John Daly's. Good callback. Lots of drones now and walking cameramen or two on every hole. Yes, I agree with that. Camera towers can cover 3 to 4 holes. Yeah, that's true. The camera towers, if positioned correctly, they can look down a couple of different, so it does allow them a little flexibility. But they do have guys on the course and the blimps above, and there's a lot going on there. Not change the subject, but do you think Quebec will ever get an NHL team again? Honestly, no. I really don't. I do. I think it's a good. I have no moral objection to it, and I know they've got the arena there. But honestly, the NHL won't do it. Like, I honestly don't think they will.
I don't think
No,
they can
because
financially
Montreal doesn't
support it
want
either.
them to.
Yeah.
That's why. But
Okay.
Arizona needs to be done. They basically are leaving their full stadium and moving to a half stadium that's like for a college team. They have to. Arizona has to go, and I would love to see it back in Quebec or come back to Hartford.
The Whalers stuff. You know, there's a large following for Whalers collectibles.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah.
Amazing.
Huge.
I just listed a whole bunch of Whalers stuff with a bunch of other stuff. I did a
Mhm.
10-day listing. And man, the bids on the Whalers stuff is like slamming it. And it's
Yeah, I think I would love to see the Whalers come back. It was a great rivalry, just up and down the highway. You had people all through New England wearing Bruins or Whalers stuff, and you can get into some good, discussions, call them, with people about this. It was fun, and
with Pucky the Whale.
he, and when they would meet in the playoffs in the Adams Division finals and stuff, and oh man, those were great games. It was such a great rivalry, and it sucked to see them go.
Yeah,
I think it's fair.
Could support it.
I think it's fair.
But Arizona is just a dead franchise, and it's got to go.
Oh, we're gonna get a reference of Arizona here in 2 seconds.
Okay.
So the it's tradition argument is weak, adapt or die. So here's the funny part about this, and I have no issue with what Bob's saying, but here's the problem that I have with the idea when they try to use it with the baseball thing is that the problem is, did you actually identify what the problem is though? They'll say because remember, I spent a good chunk of time there talking about the flow thing. That's why I gave the analogy about the hockey thing, and I randomly changed the intermission time to 45 minutes. I didn't change the sport, by the way. But imagine if we did that. How long do you think it would be before people would be like, oh my God, hockey's so boring now. The games are so long. And it's like, you realize we didn't change the game, right? We just created this artificial break in the action flow that kind of messes up with the viewing experience. Like, it's this interminable time. On TV, what would you get? You'd get them being like back at the studio talking and talking and talking. And you're sitting there like, could you get back to the freaking game already? This is lasting forever. And all of a sudden, it would be a very annoying experience to watch it on TV. You wouldn't want to do it. It would also be an annoying experience in the arena. It would be terrible. So all of a sudden, hockey sucks now. It was better before. It's like, we didn't actually change any of the rules. The only thing I did was I created an artificial barrier. A lot of the folks that love football, we got, I think it's like 45-second play clock. I think between plays, 40 or 45 seconds. I forget the exact amount. Imagine if I gave them 3 minutes between plays.
Okay.
But the clock doesn't move. But I don't change anything else. Keep the rest of the rules exactly the same. But you have a 3-minute play clock. You can just sit there and stare at each other for 3 minutes before somebody has to snap the ball. That would be painful. No one would like it. It would be just agony, right? You got to make sure you diagnose what the key issue is first. Remove the variable. Make sure that you remove the variable. And then if you see something else you want to tweak or adjust, then yeah, by all means. That's why the pitch clock and all that, I could see that being a thing. My suggestion is just the relievers get in and immediately start pitching. That's one thing you can do to tweak it. And again, you're not really changing what they're doing. The job is still the same. Cut down the breaks in between. Cut down the unnecessary extra in there. Like I said, find a way to compromise with TV to be like, look, we'll get you some commercials, But you got to let us move a couple of these innings forward so that people feel like the thing's actually moving, because it's not a good experience. Played for Peterborough and North York. Had youth senior baseball with 3 provincial championships. Played Division II. Best pitcher I ever saw was 42 years old and threw 80 miles an hour. Arizona was Winnipeg. Yes, that is correct.
Which is why when Brett Hull had a cup of coffee at the end of his career in Arizona, they had to unretire Bobby Hull's number, who played in Winnipeg, so Brett could wear it.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they brought the records and traditions of the original Jets with them to Arizona. They still had Bobby Hull's number retired, so they had to unretire it so his son could wear it.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, Hartford or Quebec or Hartford for New Coyotes home. Yeah, I just don't think the NHL wants to do it. And like I said, I agree with Eric. Montreal would fight it. They try to use the territorial. That's the reason Hamilton never got a team. They literally built Cobb's Coliseum hoping they could get a team. And they thought in 1990 they would get one. Nope. And they're not getting it now. Seriously lived in Phoenix for 10 years, went to many games, but they do not deserve a team. I imagine a team in Quebec would do better. I think it would do much better.
Oh, of course.
Shot clock and basketball is one of the best inventions. Yeah, basketball is a very different sport before they put in the shot clock. That's why I use that analogy with the football thing. I go, imagine if I changed nothing and just gave him an endless amount of time to sit there and figure out a play. The coach could sit there. Bill Belichick would be in his glory. He goes, "Oh, I got plenty of time to figure this out. Hold on, what formation they doing? We got time. We're good." It would be terrible for everybody else though. Watching, it'd be miserable.
You know what the greatest innovation in basketball ever was? Cutting the hole in the deep baskets.
Yeah.
You guys know they used to. If you scored, they had to bring a ladder out. Somebody would go up the ladder and retrieve the ball. That's how they originally did it.
Yeah, or use a broom and knock it, or you put a hole and just knock it.
I don't think there was a hole in the bottom of the.
Eventually, they put a hole in for specifically that, just to help it out.
Yeah, it's just utterly ridiculous.
Yeah. Because it was a basket. It was a literal basket.
Yeah, it was just crazy.
Yeah. Pitchers don't need warm-ups in the mound. Yeah, but that's why I'm saying, like, that has always been one of the silliest ones for me. The guy was in the bullpen warming up. He is now warmed up. He has told the coach he is warmed up. He is jogging to the field, getting in position. And then you still need more warm-up pitches? For what? Well, it's a different kind of mound. I got to get prepared. No, throw the damn ball. Let's go.
Shouldn't the mound be exactly...
It's supposed to be the exact same spec. It's supposed to be the exact same spec.
And in the bullpen, you would think they would have the mound set up in the bullpen to be exact too.
The ground crew has the ability to do this. They can make them identical. There's nothing prevent. It's the home team. You can control this. You can make it exactly the same. So when did Bobby Hull go bald? Seems like in the 70s he was already balding.
Oh God, well,
I want to say like the early 70s.
Early 70s, he was almost completely bald. Well, he had hair on the side.
Yeah, like I have
up top he was completely bald.
Yeah, I don't have it with me right now, but I'll see if I can find a picture of the 70 O-Pee-Chee. Like they've got a headshot of him, and like you can tell. You can probably see it in 69. It's probably the same if you've got the Bobby Hull. Eric, thanks for telling us you're really old. Well, he needs to remind us. It's important.
I am, but I don't know exactly how I told it this time.
Oh, the Peachtree basket. He knows. He was just saying from your personal experience when you were there. It's like, did you guys know that they had to go and climb up on it? Well, what you left out is that I had to go and climb up on it, and then Naismith finally fixed the damn thing. Thank God.
You understand? It was here in Massachusetts.
That's what I mean. You were there. You climbed the ladder to go remove it.
Springfield YMCA. I used to work there.
Yeah.
So I used to have to climb up the ladder and get it out of the peach baskets.
Yeah. So don't worry about it. Eric knows. He was there. Sounds good. So I think that covers that. So in relation to that whole thing, the reason why we brought it up though is that I'm definitely I don't mind right now because I am going to be watching my Aussie rules. I did laugh though because on the video where I made a veiled reference to it, Double Coverage, who's on YouTube, they do their own podcast as well. They're actually based out of Australia, So they actually say, "Oh, Carlos, are you watching Aussie Rules?" Like, yeah, I've been watching off and on for years, but it's like, nope, I turned on the streaming package. We're gonna watch this season. I'll be watching my Aussie Rules. I'll figure out what team I like, but I got to watch some more and see what's going on.
This is rugby, correct?
This is Aussie Rules rugby. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's actually ironically an exact opposite of what we're talking about. The flow of that game is actually quite good. It's a rolling clock and they keep it going. Like the action is consistent and they're moving around and there's plenty of scoring, but you got to earn it and there is physicality. So we've got the physical element. There's a ton of cardio. I get tired watching those guys run and then slam into each other, and there's plenty of scoring, and the clock actually goes pretty consistently. They don't take many breaks. And you can watch your full game. I'm not watching it live because of the time zone, but the replay is like less than 2 hours, 2 hours flat, and you're getting every play.
Perfect.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. Seems all right.
Any game that you can play with a ball that ends up giving you cauliflower ear, that's not a game I want to play. That game's tough.
Well,
Yeah.
I was watching one of the preseason games that I had on a little bit earlier, and it's like, I think he's okay. I think he's all right. It's like, you better help him up.
Well,
You go watch the replay. Ugh!
Oh,
It was like a clothesline from hell, and he's down.
yeah.
He'll be fine.
I wonder how many
Scrum.
people over this century that have played that have maybe died in playing that game.
Probably.
more than most.
Yeah, more than most. Look, all you need to know is that they have the regular teams, and then similar to soccer in Europe, the parent clubs also have a women's team that operates in the women's version of it. They've actually got that on the streaming package too, and I put on one of them. Stylistically, it's very similar because the rules are the same. They did shorten the quarters. I believe they went from 20 minutes to 15 minutes, so they adjusted that down a little bit, which makes the games a little bit quicker. But the other thing is, I was watching, and then one of the ladies, like literally flying tackled one of the other ones, and then they closed up one of the other ones. She had like a black eye from like a previous game. It's like, you're not taking it easy. Good job, ladies. Good job.
Oh no,
That's
you
the way to go.
listen.
Like they're not messing around. Like, we're not going to take it easy over here. It's like, kill her.
No, I've watched high school and college women's soccer. Let me tell you,
No mercy.
it something else.
Yeah. That's why I say, like, good. Honestly, they aside from the small timing, aside from the quarters, they kept the rules are almost identical.
Three.
Here's a
Like
question I got.
men
here.
get aggressive in playing sports, women get angry.
Mm. There
That
you go.
that should be the next national sport.
Honestly.
Jeez, come on. I wonder what channel in the States plays Aussie Rules. So TSN actually has some games. They will play them. Now, the problem is, because of time zone, most of the time the games are like 2 or 3 in the morning. That's the only reason, like, I've seen them here and there. By the way, you can PVR them, so that's good. If you know which channel. The problem is TSN has 5 channels. So sometimes I'll be like, oh, they got a game. Which one of them is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Oh, for goodness sake.
And they're not going to stop putting hockey on all 5. So what? How do you watch it?
Well, 2 or 3 in the morning, that's not an issue.
Oh,
Hockey
okay.
isn't on. Yeah, they can actually play them live from Australia, but it's like 2 or 3 in the morning. It's a different time zone.
And I'd like to respond to the comment about massholes and the baskets.
Go ahead.
You're goddamn right we did.
There you go. Aussie Rules football. That's right. Yeah, Aussie Rules is also a lot of fun to watch. It is. I agree with that. That's why I say, personally for me, if baseball wants to take a sweet time, I got Aussie Rules, man. I'm good. I'm good. Played against a pitcher who was out of Harvard in 92, who could pitch over 80 with both arms and had a special glove. Just couldn't switch arms doing it bad, as that was the rule. Yeah, if you're ambidextrous, you have to choose a side.
The Red Sox had a player that could do that, and he had a special glove made.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah,
child.
I know who you're talking about, but the name escapes me. I know who you're talking about, though.
I remember him.
Yeah, so favorite blood sport, high school girls basketball. Correct, Paul.
I think he wore glasses.
I know it was because I remember they drafted him. Yeah, TSN does have 5 channels. So TSN has 5 channels, and I think Sportsnet has 5 channels too. Like, we got a lot of them. My package has all the above, but again, sometimes I forget which one it's on. So they'll like preempt it. So they'll still have it on the network, but they'll switch the networks. That gets annoying for the PVR though sometimes, because sometimes I'll have AEW set to record and they'll preempt it, but they'll put it on one of the other TSNs at the correct time, and I'll be like, well, guys, if you're going to switch it, then you have to give us some kind of warning, because otherwise the PVR can't figure that out. Come on.
His name was Greg something. Help me out.
The ambidextrous player?
Yes, Greg something.
Gregory.
The Greg.
Just Greg.
Okay, hey, I got a question
Go ahead.
for everybody that I got asked.
Go ahead.
My 2 or 3 or 4 questions a day. The guy sends me, he goes, the 71-2 O-Pee-Chee set. He says, why is the first series checklist card so much more expensive than the second series checklist card? Now, you know the 111 checklist is the sort of famous checklist.
What year is this? Sorry, repeat that.
71, 72 O-Pee-Chee.
Okay.
There's the 111 checklist, which has always went for a lot of money. Now, if you know anything about that set, that's probably one of the most valuable cards in this set. If anybody in the chat wants to answer, I don't even think I really have the answer, but I do have my answer.
Okay, so you got your theory on it?
Yeah, you know,
Gotcha.
don't know if anybody has anything.
My guess it's second series, and
No, their second series is the first series is way more expensive than the second series, or it's booked at more, and it
So-
does get a lot more.
So what I'll post to the chat is if you guys want to take a stab at it, go ahead.
Yeah.
This one here that he's referring to, the played for the A's, that was Pat Venditti or Venditti or something like that. He's the one who actually created the rule because of the ambidextrous thing. They created the rule where basically any ambidextrous pitcher has to declare which hand they used to pitch prior to the at bat, so they can't switch partway through.
Wow.
So if you've got a switch hitter and an ambidextrous pitcher,
Hey.
that has happened. So rather than shenanigans, like, no, you declare which arm you're using, and then you, the batter, can then respond accordingly.
Left, right,
Yeah, like
left.
whatever. But you got to pick one
not for the whole game though, just
for this at bat.
batter.
For this bat, yes.
Right.
For this
You
at
can't
bat.
switch in the middle.
That's
There
the
you
idea.
go.
That is correct. So that is the guy. That's the rule that's named after him. He's played for the Athletics, the Blue Jays, the Mariners, the Dodgers, Giants, and the Marlins. But he was an ambidextrous pitcher who resulted in that rule. So there you go. But yeah, if you guys want to take a stab at the one that at the checklist idea that Bobby's putting in, I'm gonna go get a refill, but then I will come right back.
Sure. I can sort of give my theory a little bit. Maybe.
Well, I think all checklists, especially the older they get, are harder to find because people either marked them or threw them away. I mean, I can't tell you how many I threw away back in the day, And if I were to open up packs now and found, I don't even know if they have checklists in packs now. I really don't. But
They're free and they're junk.
I'd throw them away too. But in vintage stuff, if you can find a one that's not marked and in mint condition, I think a checklist is probably rarer than any of the other cards because you weren't throwing the other cards away, but you were throwing checklists away or getting your pen out and coloring the little squares.
Yeah.
So
It was made in the same proportion, so one card each. Sometimes there's double prints on some sheets, but whatever. So you say that it's equal to get a card. I remember, so I'll take this back to 1971. I'm
Okay.
standing in front of the dairy because it was open early, so we could go in, and you'd open your pack and you get a checklist, and you're so mad because you got ripped off you get one less card.
Yeah.
Because checklist means nothing because you already got a checklist once. You
right.
can't trade it to anybody because they don't want it. So we used to fling them down this laneway. There was the dairy, and then there was this laneway with the chain fence. Actually, it's still there. And we'd flick all of them down that laneway. Now, the reason there's a few reasons why. I think 1971 is a very particular year. It's almost like if you're to say the coming of age of sort of the boomers, it was like there. It was right kind of there. Not like the big boomers, but I mean that people in my age group kind of who were born in the let's just say from 60 to 65, 66, somewhere in between there. Those people, which there's a lot of population growth at that time. And and the cards were getting, really popular and really good, and TV was starting to come in color, and so things were really moving. Actually, there was more promotions in 1971 in my files than there is any other year. Coke, Pepsi, everybody did something in 71 too. It's actually amazing. So let's take that into account to getting to where this card is so difficult. So we threw it down the lane, or you checked it off. So you have two things: a lot of were thrown away, and then you have a lot worth. So why is it worth more in the second series checklist? Well, we have two series. Half the kids, let's just say, are collecting the set, or let's say there's 100 kids collecting the set. By the time the second series comes out, Disenchantment, it's getting closer to the end of the year. They don't really care. So half the kids stop collecting the set. What's left over is you have packs left over. If you ever find a display box, you'll usually find a second series because it'll be left over at the end. If everything's taken, that's sold at the beginning, gone, they throw it in the garbage, and a second series is usually left. So there would be more second series aesthetically left to at least collect. And some people didn't even care about the second series checklist, just kind of went in their set. They didn't really check it off because they stopped checking it off anyway. So that's why. But it's that timing of that year, for that particular year, for some reason, is very highly in high demand. And they come up and they're like 700-800. You get a PSA 9, you're talking thousands.
So this is for an unmarked one, I assume?
That would be, yes.
Yeah, gotcha.
Raw.
But even
how much raw?
Well, why don't we just check the book and see what it says? Well,
Oh, he's checking the book.
Well, I'm a huge fan of the book. We all know I love the book, but that's a little outdated now, isn't it?
Yep. No, the cards.
Well,
don't
we go
fluctuate
to
that
the
much.
website, but he still
Hockey
wants you
wasn't
to think it's
affected.
not active.
I know. Carlos, go to the website that you have.
I'd love to, but the NDA is very explicit. Bobby was very clear. While he was cutting that promo, he was also having us sign NDAs, brother.
Oh man.
Sorry, bro.
So, well, hockey prices didn't really change much with all this COVID crap, so it didn't really matter. Okay, 71 OPG 111. You're looking at the raw value would be in near mint, and the 111 card is the hockey checklist is $600 raw in near mint. Now we look at the second checklist, which is number 230 something.
By the way, semi-related to what we talked about earlier. I don't want
it's
to
the
jinx
last
it yet,
one.
but I might have conned some of the Aussies into giving me some of those Aussie rules football cards
Oh, nice.
soon.
To get you started.
Soon.
It's like a drug. Second series, last card in the set, 264. You're looking at $150. That's a big difference. Now, if we take so to figure that out, is all we have to do is look at the grading and seeing how much each one goes for on an average, and then just do a little bit of math, and you're basically going to end up with that price. So I don't know if I did. I might have done that a year or so ago when I put those prices together. So I might have to go for a quick review of everything while it's up, and just checking the high end stuff. The top cards in the first few 3 or 4 top cards in the whole set, and and review them and make sure they're close. Because remember, it is raw. Anybody who's going to sell you a near mint raw 71 OPG Series 1 is just like, wow, the potential left over, because from an 8 to a 9, like if that's near mint 7, basically I would grade it in a that would sort of be the 5.5 PSA price approximately. Is that $600, and that's back then. Today, what's it at? I don't know. I'd like to know. Why don't you look it up, Carlo?
Yeah, Carlos.
Which one?
71 OPG Series 1, 111.
This is this is a checklist that we were talking about?
Yeah, see what a PSA is going for if you can find one somewhere.
Okay, so
71,
71 2, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Because I have it booked for near mint raw at $600, and the second series is 264. It's the last card in the set, and it books for 150.
Yeah. And you're saying graded or ungraded?
No, graded. Yeah.
Graded.
Then we can at least get an approximate there.
Okay, so
Also, I had an epiphany, and the Red Sox player that could throw lefty or righty, and his name was Greg Harris. Greg Harris is the name of the player.
Greg
Greg
Harris. Huh?
Allen, Greg Harris, both
Greg
first and last
Harris
names.
was the name of the player. He wore glasses, had a mustache, played for the Red Sox, could throw lefty and righty. Had a special glove made. Greg Harris.
Look at this guy.
Mhm.
Okay, so what I'm
There you
doing is
go.
I have found I have found a couple. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see if I can get, because I hate when there's a best offer or buy it now. I want to get like the real number. So I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I
so I'm
hear
trying
you.
to see if I can dig that out. I can tell you what it says on the surface, and I can show you that.
Sure.
So I'll show you quickly what the buy it now show. Let's go here.
Yeah, some guys are swinging for the fences, so we have to watch.
Yeah, these are completed auctions, but when it's a buy it now, I'm always a little dubious. So 71.2 O-Pee-Chee checklist, unmarked. So it says 749 buy it now, but that's a KSA 4. I'm highly
Yeah.
dubious of that. The one underneath is a PSA 8. That's the tops. So you want the
Tops.
O-Pee-Chee or tops?
Oh, peachy only, yeah.
Yeah, so the next one here is a BGS 2.5. There haven't been many of those. This one's a CSG, but that's the best offer as well. But that's going to be under 50 no matter what.
That's tops, anyways.
Yeah, tops. O-Pee-Chee. So here's a KSA 6, 791. That was an auction. KSA 6 on auction.
That's
kinda interesting.
It's a grand. What's the one that's a grand? Jesus.
So that is an O-Pee-Chee PSA 9. PSA 9 OC. Off center.
Oh,
OC.
that's a qualifier. Yeah, that kind of throws a.
I would call that a
Yeah.
7. I treat that as a 7.
Yeah, but you eliminate a lot of people from just bidding on that completely. So,
And then here's an
yeah,
8, but that's a best offer, so I have to kind of pull that behind and see what I find.
I would say around $2,000, probably somewhere around there.
Yeah. So those are the first ones that I see.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, it'd be in. So I'm not too far off, really, being raw at near mint, because near mint is a 7, and you take to about a 5.5 because it's one of the top cards. You take it down 2 grades, grade and a half, and you basically end up with a raw price of a 7. So you take that 7 grade, and then drop it down to that price. Yeah. So it is still highly desirable. It's just a damn checklist, but
Man, that thing's expensive.
yeah.
I gotta
PSA
wonder how many
even did well.
over the years have I had in my hand and just didn't pay attention to or pick up at a show or.
But you had tops. There's really not as much value in the tops. It's really, it just seems that 71 OPG 111 is just that, I don't know, that outlier. In the mosaic of all the checklists out there, it's just that one checklist is so, like the tall boy checklist. Yeah, there's other checklists, but this checklist is, pluralized. It's just that 1 year and that one card. I don't know. It's always been that weird thing, and nobody really knows why.
Huh.
But like
Okay,
I
so
said,
it's just kind of an anomaly outlier specifically.
well, I explained a little earlier. I maybe when you're getting your drink there. 71 was a very popular. Like I said, on my files for 71 are probably 71 too are the largest of all the things that came out. It was like the coming of age just came at that time. It was just like it did a full stop at like 71. They went, okay, everybody's collecting hockey cards. Everybody's doing this, and it just seemed to be such. 71 was one of those years that everybody collected. Like if I take it back 25 years ago, yeah, there you go. And everybody loved that circle design. And then you had Ken Dryden rookie and Bobby Orr's in full form and Sittler, Guy Lafleur. So it was just a very popular set. And Daryl Sittler, so you have the Toronto Montreal being, a lot of cards being sold in those provinces. So just seemed to work. There's your Drydens.
Even with the upside down mass hole, one touch.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I like
I'm
it.
sorry.
Better.
That's
Thank
better.
you.
Thank you.
See,
Jeez.
and that's a great Dryden shot. That a classic shot. And it's just one of those things that's kind of stand out.
I think the colorfulness of it works as well. I think as a design, the colorness, fullness, and it pops a little bit, which is nice. It's and it's very much of its era. The little big, the big letters on top, so it's very much era specific.
Nice rounded kind of. Yeah. There's Marcel. Uh-oh.
Does it come with a restraining order attached to the back?
It's on the back. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say. So Baz was asking a question: have any Aussie rules card been graded by PSA or SGC? I was checking kind of at the same time when you were asking me that. I was actually trying to look that up as well. So good news is that I can control many tabs and try to keep track of a lot of things. There are a handful, but it doesn't look like very many. Now, mind you, a lot of the Aussie rules cards, they kind of stay in Australia. That's why I mean, like, it's like I almost have to be on the sneaky, like, get me the contraband, hand it over, mate. So it's like, geez, the amount of work. So if I'm able to get it in, I'll show off. They've actually got some neat. I will say though, the company that does the Select that does their stuff over there, I think they actually produce some pretty nice cards. I would say it's not bad. It's not half bad. So I was like, okay, I like it. I watched some box breaks and stuff. I was like, it's pretty neat. I like it. I think it's nice. But it would be very much. It's like, to be clear, it's not a value play of any kind. I don't know if there's any demand anywhere outside of that continent. But for people who enjoy watching the sport and stuff, it's fun. They're nice looking cards. They got their albums and stuff. I think it's neat. I think it's good for what it is.
New Zealand too.
I have no idea. I really don't think. I don't think they've extended because remember, there's rugby, and then the Aussie rules. It's its own thing. To me, it's a more high octane version of rugby. I prefer it. I think it's better.
Yeah.
I know that they've actually tried to set up leagues and stuff outside of Australia, and I think there are some small Aussie rules leagues. I think they even have one in Canada that is like a very small league of some teams that play the Aussie rules style. But you have to have a really big field to play it. Like you're basically playing on these gigantic fields because you're running forever. But you must be impressed by the athleticism because it's like you got to be able to run for miles and miles and miles, chase this thing down, and then by the way, you're probably going to flying tackle somebody. So you better be willing and able to take a hit and deliver a hit.
It's almost like watching guys who on drugs playing football. That's what kind of Aussie football's like. Like it's like watching regular football, but the guys are all on drugs and just running and doing things and touchdowns and kicking the ball and yeah.
Well, you got to kick it because you can't run it in.
I know.
With that thing with the rugby, you can actually run it in.
You can run it in.
With that one, you got to kick it. But I will say, what helps with the kicking is that it does create some flexibility. Because I watched in the game I was watching, one of the guys got it in very tight quarters, was about to get run down by three of his opponents, kind of started running back towards his team. It looked like he was going to go backwards, and then he kicked it backwards to actually be able to hook it in.
Pele did it.
Yeah, so you can. That is within the rules. You can 100% do that. That is, and as long as you get it between the bars that you've got there, it counts. 6 points if you get it through the center. So. Good job by him. It was a good highlight too.
Yeah, that's classic.
Yeah, so it's like, look, respect for the athleticism, respect being willing to take a hit because that's a dangerous sport. You got to be a little bit nuts to play that one. 71-2, maybe the first year of the Sabres and Canucks cards. They came to the NHL in 70-71. I think that sounds right, yeah.
No.
Hell,
Do they have 70? No, the Sabres are in 70-71. That's true. The Sabres do have 70-71 cards, yeah. Yeah, Gilbert Pro. Yep. Yeah, so that'd be the second year for them. Because I don't think they were not in 69-70, right?
no.
Yeah. No. So 70-71 was the first one.
Yeah. 69-70. Yeah, you still got that. Yeah. Then it expanded, and then you added Buffalo, Vancouver, and then we added after that Atlanta Flames and New York Islanders. I have a list here that I'm kind of working off of because when I'm doing the book, I'm trying to see, because it goes 12, 14, 16, 18 teams. And then in 78, 9, it went to 17 teams and the league. And then from 79 up, 21 right till 1990. So
But my favorite team of all time, Kansas City Scouts.
Yeah, a lot of people have that feeling for that team. I don't know why.
Because they were they had a cup of coffee and disappeared.
Yeah, two seasons. Yeah, they were in, they were out. There's a few other teams just like that. The Cleveland Barons.
Yeah,
Cleveland Barons was kind of a fun one. Cleveland Barons was kind of a fun one for that.
I like the Scouts emblem. I thought it was kind of cool.
I do think I mentioned before that I like a couple of the defunct teams' emblems. I still think a couple of the WHA. I would like to still see some. It's one of those things where jerseys are expensive. But if it was up to me, I'd grab a couple of those old WHA jerseys because I just think they look interesting.
Absolutely.
I just think they're interesting looking. Let me do a little callback from earlier tonight, kind of what I mentioned earlier. I'll use it as a visual aid for what I was referring to. this is the one that I'm going to be wondering about going forward, and we'll see if anything comes of it. This one I actually just recently picked up. Bought it on eBay, I think just the other day. So this is the all-in set. It doesn't say anything on there, but he's currently the AEW champion. But all it says on the flip is 2018 all-in. But that was an ROH production when they did it originally, and AEW didn't exist. So now, obviously, they own them. So now the question is going forward. That's the current AEW champion. So eventually, going forward, do the flips start saying AEW all in? Technically, it doesn't exist, but they own the company. So I just be curious if they would start changing that up going forward, and if you get a transition period in between the two. We'll have to see. That's why I say it's the only genre where you can have that weirdness where you just change the organization. It's like, actually, it's the same person, same character, same everything. But that AEW nascent company was co-promoting it with Ring of Honor, which existed, and now Ring of Honor exists under the auspices of AEW.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see. We shall see.
Well, here's some of your logos, Carlos.
So you guys, this is your WHA?
I got some nice crests. Yeah, these are minty from
Houston Arrows. There you go.
There you go.
Very nice. These are nice size ones too.
Oh yeah, with the harpoon through it. Yep.
All right.
When they became the harpoon,
It's no Nuke Islanders Captain Ahab, but you know.
Oh God, no. Oh, nice.
Calgary Cowboys or Calgary.
Calgary.
Calgary's. That's right. So good old Calgary.
Upside down.
Yep.
Yep. Nice. Look at the muscle on the shoulder of that thing.
Yeah, really. Well done. That would taste good.
Jerry Cheevers.
Cheevers went there, yeah. They have a blow-up doll of Cheevers, eh? Very obscure.
That has a lot of very odd connotations that you can go from there.
Yeah.
So Gary, this is something you would like to tell us?
A blow-up mascot doll. Well, actually, they didn't call it Cheevers, and he's got a regular hockey stick. So, and then you have the Cincinnati Stingers.
Yep. Yeah, I think we discussed it before here. I think Gartner had a cup of coffee with the Stingers.
Yeah.
So did Messier.
Quite a few guys.
Yeah, it's one of the, but that's what I mean. Like, if you're going to do like a retro jersey and you really want to be like very much,
I like the Stingers. I think that's a great.
I think that's what I mean. Like, I think it's a good logo. I think it's kind of interesting. It's a little odd, but that's the one where if you really want to be like, no, do you really know hockey? It's like, did you know Mike Gardner played for the Stingers?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Then you're going all the way there. Yeah, there were a handful of those guys in that 70s transition period who played for those WHA teams and then went on to have long, fruitful careers in the NHL. No problem there.
Yeah, there's a lot of people related to that kind of stuff. So,
Do you have the Blazers emblem?
I have a keychain with the Blazers on it.
Oh, that's not. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go in the middle. There you go.
There we go.
Yep.
Now
You're good.
this is
Derek
the
Sanderson.
This is the Vancouver Blazers, not the Philadelphia Blazers. Sorry.
Oh, all right. So
See, Philadelphia came in 1 year, and then they moved to all the teams. Actually, I just documented some of the the trading of the teams. They issued these wall plaques. Now, this company was called Wave It Flag Company out of California. They made these square wooden plaques, and then on the top they had this plastic, but it looked like silver kind of logo. So this company puts all these out, and then in the first year, there's how many logo changes and team changes? Like 8. It's just like,
yep.
The second year they're doing it because we know they did the second year, and then after that they just said forget it because I don't see anything past 73. So you don't have San Diego, you don't have the San Diego or who else? Some other team. And I'm sitting there going, well, and this is how we determine stuff. Oh, Indianapolis Racers. So they weren't there either. So I'm assuming, or I haven't seen them. They're very hard to find anyways.
Did anybody of any importance play on that team?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
Zero. No one.
What?
Never heard of them.
No, me neither.
Oh,
Yeah, I think they played semi-pro rugby somewhere.
Yeah.
maybe. Yeah. It was Bradford rules, I think.
Yeah.
At least if they had played by Marcus of Queensberry rules, that would have been fun.
Oh, jolly good, sir.
Yep, there you go. So, guys, well, we're kind of just hanging out, chilling, and I don't mind winding her down at any point. But what I want to do is I want to gauge it based on what you guys are doing. We already talked about it. Like from a news standpoint, we know it's a slow week. I can talk about a couple of different collecting things, but it's going to be pretty much wrestling heavy. So I've spared you all for the most part. So
Thank you.
I'm just leaving it to open to the chat or whoever wants to talk about whatever.
Sure.
I even tried to fix baseball, but they're not going to do it. By the way, they're not going to do it.
No, they got.
But I gave them what they should be thinking about. I laid out a very straightforward proposal that would at least help improve the visual product.
Did they get back to you already and said no, thank you?
Yeah, they said actually we would like to actively ruin it. It's like it works better. It works better if we wreck it. We would rather not do that.
Well, that's what's
Suit yourselves.
That is what's going to happen with this next work stoppage. And that, I didn't. The last part of my diatribe on baseball that I didn't say was this work stoppage is how are you going to fix it? The last time they fixed it, the damage they did with the work stoppage was, the steroid ever and the home run chase. Well, that's not going to happen again.
Oh, well, I'll agree with that. I don't think they have an out this time. It's one of those situations where like there's no like fix, because like I said, no matter what you do, the product is still the product. Like, and all you've done is anger the people who actually like the product.
Right.
And the people who don't like the product, you've given them nothing to improve the situation. And you frustrated those who do. And like I said, lifelong baseball fan, I got Aussie rules, bro. I'm good. Like at this point, you can't annoy me anymore. You can basically only annoy Yannick. That's about it. So we'll chat about it here and there. And I don't want to seem like I'm indifferent to it. I'm not. But it's like, guys, I knew they were going to do this. There's no element of surprise. You haven't shocked me. You haven't surprised me. Now, one important thing though that I do want to put out there, and I think this is important. The narrative will always be now, millionaires versus billionaires, and then some people will be like siding with the owners, some people siding with players. I go, just understand something. I could cut the player's salary by 90% and your ticket price isn't dropping $1. Players' salaries are not the reason that your ticket prices are so high. They're not the reason the jerseys are so expensive. They're a good excuse for the owners to do it. If the players get a bigger piece of the pie even by 1%, if they get a 1% bigger piece of the pie, your ticket prices will go up 15%. It won't be a direct correlation. But they'll be like, oh yeah, because of higher player salaries, we have to charge more for these tickets. No, you don't. You didn't have to do any such thing. You chose to do that. The same way, this is not a player strike. This is a lockout. Technically, they could agree to play under the previous rules in the interim while they're figuring it out. They could be negotiating while having games. They are allowed to do that. They've chosen not to do that. Mm-hmm. They would rather not do that.
Right.
Because the owners actually don't really start making money on games until about May. So there's a real possibility they could just say, screw it. Wait until May. To their own detriment. But this whole thing is a strategy. From the top to bottom, it's a strategy. So that's why I say, like, do I look concerned? No. Because I feel that it's in for the long haul. In the meantime, my friends, I will be learning the intricacies of Aussie. And I'll figure out what my favorite team is.
So I'm
going to draw myself.
This is one of the nicest things I picked up. It's ugly as hell.
Yep.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, Albert was asking about the golden seals, so there you go.
Yeah, well, actually, Three Fish Company. Actually, you can see the Three Fish right over here.
Yeah, I'll zoom in on it a little bit here. You're good. Yep.
Yeah, so it's a keychain in a plastic thing there.
There you go.
And then they also, Three Fish put out these decals. These are thick, heavy-duty decals, but they made the whole thing a decal, and then they just die-cut that part. I just did the write-up for it. It's just like, but these are, I've only documented half the set in 20 years. They're just impossible to find. It's, tough stuff from 72. Even the Islanders got a nod. And then I got my pencil case. Everybody loves a good pencil case.
Absolutely.
Come on, guys. Carlos, you had one.
So
I had pencil cases, but they were not NHL ones, no.
So that's from the 80s, obviously.
Yeah.
Or the rare pen. How about this one?
There you go. Yeah, I think I didn't really start following hockey too closely until maybe 92, 93. I was watching baseball. Baseball was the first one that I was watching consistently.
Yeah, I don't know if they had baseball pencil cases. I don't remember seeing them. Hockey was kind of exclusive with these.
Yeah, I think I know that I'd have to think about it, but I know that they did have some merch and some stuff in there, but it was tricky to come by. They had it there. I'll touch on this comment from Bob here. How many times can nobody shoot themselves in the foot? Technically, they've already done it. Now,
Yeah.
that isn't to say they can't. There are some diehards who are the abused spouse in this situation who will keep coming back no matter what happens. But there'll be folks like myself where I have the streaming package. I'm not getting charged for it. Somebody finally smartened up over there and be like, actually, we probably shouldn't charge them for it while there's nothing going on, because usually we'd get charged right around now. And they like sent out an email and said like, okay, look guys, until it's resolved, we're just extending your previous years. You can watch replays of some of the previous games and stuff. It's all there. It's already included. When we figure it out, we'll let you know if there's going to be a charge forthcoming. So good. Probably a good move on their part. Yannick actually canceled his subscription so that they don't accidentally charge him. That doesn't mean he'll never renew it, but just think it's harder to get somebody to re-up after they've canceled it and gone out of their way to do so. That's why I say, like, Skip, Yannick's a pretty big baseball fan. You are alienating those guys. They're not all indifferent curmudgeons like me, who is like, I'm jaded. I already know you guys are going to do something stupid, so you're not going to annoy me. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I got my AEW, I got my Aussie rules, I can be doing other things. I'm fine. We'll be good. Let me know when you all figure it out. Take your time. Literally, they just started the preseason, Bobby. They go until September. I got Aussie rules until September. I'm good, bro.
Wow.
I'm good.
That's surprising it runs that long.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they haven't got much else going on there, so I guess, yeah.
Hey, listen, like I said, I think the sport is really fun. I think it's good. And the fact that they can run, they're just starting the preseason. Like I said, they're just doing the first preseason couple of weeks. And then they're going to start the games and the tournaments. And then obviously the playoffs, the grand final is all the way until September. Guys, we're good for the long haul. Take your time.
If I ever told you guys what my second favorite sport to watch is?
Your second favorite sport to watch?
To watch, cheer for, root,
Highlight.
follow.
Professional darts.
No.
Highlight.
No. Women's.
Of course, women's.
Women's professional
Jello
mountain
wrestling.
biking.
Oh.
Cross-country mountain bike racing.
Okay, that's a niche on a niche on a niche. Where the
That's
fuck
what
did we get to? How did we end up there?
That is what I enjoy. The season just is the UCI season.
They've got a
hasn't started
season?
yet, but yeah, and they're already racing. So you have
And what's there to look at?
check it out. You tell me. But
All right.
they're
Eric, there's a
extremely
thing called the
talented.
internet. If we need to see women in compromising outfits or things, like, we have the internet.
No,
You know
they're
this,
awesome.
right?
These women-
Bicycles down on the list.
No,
Like,
a lot of
this is really. I feel like we're working way too hard at this point, man.
No, I absolutely love it. I follow it. Kate Courtney from the United States. The list goes on and on. And Talba. It just, Yana Bellamoina.
Pornhub.
No,
I feel like Eric. So let's put him in his proper time period context. I feel like rather than trying to smuggle in Playboys, I think Eric would have been like getting women's clothing catalogs and be like, it's almost the same. It's no, young Eric, it is not. No,
That Sears catalog.
oh man. It's like, did you see how form fitting that cardigan was? Oh man.
Yeah. Look at that.
I'm telling you, that is
Pleated
my
skirts, I'll tell
my
ya.
second favorite. These women are incredible athletes. They're awesome.
This was a turn I never expected, Bobby. Like nothing could have prepared me for this turn that we've just taken.
That's what I follow.
And thank goodness I went with the Imperial Stout as my second. I finished my Christmas beer first, and now we're on the Imperial Stout. Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Moving on.
That's my second favorite sport.
We are.
I follow it. I cheer them on. Years ago, they used to come and race at Mount Snow in Vermont, and I would go every year to watch the national championships up there. I've been following it since the 90s.
All right. Let me get to the comments because there's some solid mockery and some good comments. Come
yes.
on. There's a little bit of both. So let us proceed. So Bob, always game. You pick the topic. I don't mind. Okay, so let's fast forward here. Tip on future hot niche product, Opeachy hockey stickers. A lot of people have pitched this. I understand, Baz, but I don't think the sticker thing is going to happen at this point. Bobby, do you think there's ever a chance for the stickers like right now?
Actually, now or before?
Well, there was a cup of coffee there where they were moving. Do you feel like though there's a secondary thing? Are we going?
was getting $1,200 for 85 stickers. Like, you kidding? They were going insane. Raw. Like, yes, they went, and now they're back.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do they have a chance to go back again, or?
I really can't see it. There's a lot of stickers out there.
That's what I mean. It's very niche-y
But
to me. Like,
they did use most of them in the books. Like,
sure.
Like when you
Yeah,
bought
that
stickers,
helps.
you bought an album, and I think that's what kind of ruined the collectability of it.
Agree.
I think people were recatching a little bit of their youth, and but I don't see a big market in it. No.
I feel like it was a good alternative for a while for somebody who wanted a rookie year thing of one of their favorite players or whatever. Like, I feel like that was a way. It was a path forward.
There you go.
Yeah, you got the stickers there. Yep.
Are you
See.
talking? Yeah, there's a sticker.
Eric,
Yeah.
where your head is the easy spot. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
That's Bork.
Yeah.
There's
Yep.
more Ray Bork.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I got lots of them.
Let me go back to the mockery here. Hold on.
Okay, mockery time.
Let me finish here.
Mock
So Bad says we canceled our MLB package. We're big Yankees fans. Gotcha. Huge Reddit baseball thread about canceling your MLB subscription. I believe it. Bob Jackson asked question before you gave the sport competitive assholery. If there was competitive assholery,
You have the gold medal, man.
I have found where I dominate.
Yes.
My
Gold
war is
medal.
off the charts, bros.
Gold
Off the
medal.
charts. I got this, you guys. This is what I was put on this earth to do. Just let me know what the scoring system is, and I'm prepared to dominate.
Yeah.
Eric is proving once again why Boston is the concussion capital of the U.S. Facts.
Yes.
I've had several.
Eric had a happy day when Sears catalog showed up. True story. I see an ankle. Yeah, I know, right? 357, good evening. Okay. Check if PSA has any graded women's biking cross-country cards. Dare we dream?
They don't.
Dare you think?
You already checked?
I check
I don't
all the
think it's-
time. They don't make them.
I don't think it would be worth the wear between my fingers typing it out.
There you go. Women's beach volleyball. Now, women's beach volleyball, I can see people getting behind for obvious reasons.
Oh yeah, and in front.
Yeah. Did you fall for fake deals or fake razor? No. No.
Razor Ramon.
Yeah. So basically, what happened is you had Diesel and Razor Ramon, and then they went to WCW. Scott Hall, Kevin Nash. So they went to WCW to do their thing, but when they went over, they had a fake Diesel and a fake Razor Ramon. And they pretended that, Diesel and Razor Ramon are coming back.
I remember something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
But the thing, fake Diesel was Glenn Jacobs, who was Kane.
Oh.
So he doesn't look anything like Kevin Nash. He looks very like body wise. He looks completely different. Glenn Jacobs is actually a lot like thicker, where Kevin Nash is a lot more.
Leaner, taller.
Yeah, he's more of he'd be a basketball. He played basketball like in college, but he'd be more of a guy. He's a lot closer to Manute Bol, not quite to that degree, but he's closer to Manute Bol. Whereas Glenn Jacobs would be more like a Shaq,
Gotcha.
a lot thicker, and Kevin Nash is super tall, but he's also a lot thinner. His legs are thinner, his torso's thinner, his shoulders are thinner. He did build himself up over the years to get a lot bigger, but you can't make your legs like twice. Glenn Jacobs is just physically a bigger man, even though they're both really tall. I used to really enjoy pro 2x2 beach volleyball. There you go. Women's especially, because not only great athleticism, but man, all I can say is Brazil. Not surprising. I could see that being something if they're going to chase after that as a card. Yeah, I could see that. Never in a billion years would I have guessed that to be Eric's favorite sport. No one else would have either.
There's Rebecca McConnell.
Of course, he's following people on Instagram.
Australian national champion.
I'm glad you picked a tasteful image to.
They're all
to
tasteful. These are real women athletes.
Eric's third favorite sport is mixed cornhole.
Is that a thing?
Settle down. Settle down. There you go. I appreciate that you guys in the chat got the right amount of mockery in there. Thank you. Appreciate it as always.
It's not funny.
Yeah, Tom, and thanks for the Brazil. That was a really good comment. I like that one.
Yeah, I think statement of facts.
As long as you know what that means, you're good.
Yeah. Let's see here. But yeah, I don't know about that one. So I'll leave you to that one. Figuring it out, Eric. You're on your own. His favorite snack: mixed corn nuts.
What?
Oh.
Yeah. The effort is there. I'll give you the effort. Yeah. I think it'll be interesting to see going forward, kind of leaning back on a couple of the questions from earlier. I think people will find other stuff to do. I think when you have a lockout or something, I think people find other stuff to do. Now, every sport that does this gets a danger where if people realize they can live without it, you're creating your own
Without it.
problems.
Yeah.
You really are.
I think
There's
if
no
any
coming
time,
back from this again.
if
I
any time
just-
they're going to be off, I think it'd probably be idealistically this time because of COVID dropping regulations and everybody's going out, and I think it's going to be a busy summer. There'll be celebrations, everybody's going out, everyone's going to eat out on patios all day. It's just going to be, and they won't have much time for basketball. Well, it'd be, going out to the bar and seeing it on TV is actually kind of not a bad deal. Catch a few hours, catch an hour, catch 6 hours of it, one game.
I think
Anyways.
under the right circumstances, I think it'll also depend on how long it takes the bars to get back to like a good atmosphere for it. Because you're sitting in a dead bar and just some stuff on TVs and stuff, it's not really that much fun. It just depends.
I think the bars will be packed.
We'll have to see.
Oh, especially the outdoor ones, absolutely.
Well, indoor,
Because
outdoor,
I think
whatever.
and I think there's a slight few positive things that came out of the whole COVID thing, but one of them is a lot of these bars and restaurants had to, had to evolve to keep their businesses alive, and so many of them have now moved to outside patios and things. And cities realized that this was a good thing and gave special permits. And I think those are going to continue even after COVID is over. I think the businesses are still going to be looking to be able to put people out on sidewalks in front of the businesses and these makeshift patios. People liked it.
Mhm.
People
Yeah.
like sitting out there on a summer night instead of inside the loud bar with the bands going that are always too loud. I just think I think that's one of the few things that came out of this that was positive. That's probably going to stay. So I think they will be packed, and I think all those outside makeshift outside areas are going to stay and maybe even grow.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see. Yeah, I used to like to go to the pub, especially on Sunday for a lot of the football games and stuff, and watch a lot of it. I'll be honest with you though, I kind of got acclimated to kind of just watching it on a big screen, just chilling and doing my thing. It's like I might still go out here and there with it, but it's like I'm probably not going to put in the same not on a regular basis whereas before.
You're not in college anymore.
Well, I was doing it long past college because I still liked having all the games on the multiple TVs. It was kind of fun having that. Because a lot of even something as mundane as like a Boston Pizza, they used to do promotions with the NFL. They would give out swag and stuff like that, and it was very easy to win that stuff. It was actually really good, and then you could hang out and do whatever.
It's compensation for the poor food.
We don't have a Boston Pizza here in Boston, right?
Thank God, because it's horrible, man.
It's not very good.
It's
Well,
not.
we
It's not.
went there.
The snacks are okay. I don't mind they've got like spicy fries or something in there. Those are okay.
Finger
We all,
food that's deep
we
fried,
all
it's all
went
good.
there
what I meant.
when we were up there.
That's what I'm there to eat. Bobby, I'm not there to have a 3-course meal. It's expensive anyway. It's just like,
Oh,
come on.
burgers aren't that great.
That's what I mean. Like, I'm not
I
going to
thought
bother
it
with
was all
that.
right.
I never
mean,
pasta.
The night we went to
Keep
Toronto,
going.
we think that's where we ate, and I thought it was pretty good. But I was really hungry.
On what night? Is that where before you came to the chop?
But what do you think? What do you think of when they took the wrong turn at Albuquerque and they couldn't find it? It's like, what do we do? Go to Boston Pizza. Do they have pizza from Boston? Sure.
They were right across the street. You know that.
Yeah.
When we went one of the nights.
He was
we
a
went
very
to down-
confused young man, Bobby. We covered this during our
We went to
recap.
downtown Toronto, and that's where we ended up eating.
You end up eating
Near-
at Boston
near the,
Pizza when you're downtown. Oh my God.
The downtown Toronto one, I don't know if it's the one they did, but there was a downtown Toronto one that was like across the street from the Dome. There was one that was like right there, like in a big in the corner. Interesting. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
still there, but there used to be one right there.
Probably.
Yeah, there was.
Right under
Remember, I
the-
worked in the financial district. Like like right there, they had one for a long time.
Yeah, right near the
So many good places to eat there.
the tower.
But you can have Boston Pizza across the street
Well,
from the
CN Tower. Yeah, the tower's.
It's right there as well. Yeah, it's right there as well. Yeah.
It was we had a good time. I thought it was good.
What'd you eat?
I think we all split pizza. I think we bought we wanted
You
pizza.
ate pizza at Boston Pizza?
I was about to say, were you expecting something else?
Well, they're
Chicken
certainly not
cordon
known.
bleu.
No, I don't
Happy-
eat chicken cordon bleu.
Why? I love that. That's
I
like
don't.
Swiss cheese, ham,
I'm
and
good.
between
How do
chicken
they get
breast
the
and-
ham inside the chicken?
It's like the caramel secret. But
It's
you
like
guys
that.
don't know
It's like
because
that you're ducking. How did they get? How did they get to
It no,
that's turducken.
it doesn't make sense.
Chicken inside a pigeon is.
I'm not eating it. It doesn't make sense.
He doesn't get the caramel secret because they didn't have caramel. They don't have caramel in the United States, so
No.
it used to be a big secret thing, you know.
Well, it doesn't make sense how they got that in there. So I'm not eating it.
I'm not using what makes sense to you as the bar.
Well,
All right, baby marble racing next week. Yep, competitive crocheting. It's true.
Ooh,
I think my mother does that.
Always the
competitive. Oh no, yeah.
always the USFL. There you go. Imagine being able to hear people at your table at a restaurant. Outrageous. I find myself wanting to interact with the general public much less these days since COVID. I used to be all the time, and now I'm like idiots everywhere and easily annoyed.
Oh
Yeah.
God, I like Tom.
Lots of those people out there.
But here's the thing. Like, look, it's twofold. It's what we talked about. Like, seriousness for a second. I don't necessarily need to go out all the time, but I didn't mind it because, again, for the reasons that I outlined. I actually like when they would put the multiple games on the TV. Again, I'm thinking like a football Sunday because you could have multiple games on and stuff. And, you know, mediocre food or not, a couple of buddies would come by, we'd go have some beers, watch the games on the thing, make fun of our collective team sucking or being good or whatever the case may be. That was good. It was decent. It was a good excuse to get out. Realistically, post COVID, now my one buddy has 2 kids, so he has no life. He's screwed. You know, the other one's also really busy. So even if we did, number one, it's going to be very difficult to plan. Number two, it's not really worth the effort for the most part. Number three, I'd rather just watch it. Like I said, I've got a really nice TV in the living room that I can watch a lot of these things on. I can get the streaming package on. If I do it on this thing, I can actually put 3 or 4 games on simultaneously on these screens very easily and sit in my chair, my comfortable chair. I got my beer in the fridge. It's cold. I can make better food. Like, it's very easy to do.
Better? Really?
Well, better Boston Pizza's not much. That's not saying much.
I just
Yeah.
like the no one.
Like, it's a low bar, Bobby. I don't have to do much. And if I really want to, I could also order something if I don't even feel like cooking it. So, like, it's
There you
also an
go.
option. Like, you've got ways of getting around. And by the way, the amount that you would pay for it would be equivalent, and you could get better food, and you could have that brought in, and you don't even have to cook it.
But you don't care about food, so it doesn't matter.
I don't, so I'll just eat whatever. But to me, it's like it's less expensive than Boston Pizza.
True enough.
Look, I'll eat a friggin' bowl of cereal. It's a step up. Like, it doesn't make a difference.
I like
Nothing wrong with
cereal.
Yeah,
What's your favorite cereal? Quick.
Captain Crunch.
Ah,
No, we've answered that one before.
I mean, not Cheerios.
I'm a Captain Crunch guy.
but Shreddies. But actually, I just tried some new one. What the hell is it? The flakes with almonds, like in crunch. Some crunch. My wife just bought it, and I went, "Hey, this stuff ain't bad."
Are you sorry? Is it just crunch or?
It's flakes and crunch. There's flakes in it too, but it also
Okay.
has some almonds and some little granola or something in it.
All right.
It's one of those crunch whatever things. It's
Well, if
not
you come across a few more cereals, we can always bring back the cereal topic. We've had it before. That's why I say I've been consistent on this. I'm still a Captain Crunch guy. Bobby likes the poutine. There you go. So this one here was for you, Eric. Ask if he knows Suffolk University. Relative who goes there and plays women's ice hockey.
Yeah, Suffolk. Yeah, that's pretty popular college, known for its law school. And yeah, okay, cool.
There you go. Ordering food is still cheaper than going to a game. Facts.
I don't like
100%.
poutine as much as I once did at one time. I've gotten away from. I used to love cheese. I still like cheese by itself, but cheese on the poutine, I don't enjoy it anymore for some reason. I hit a stride or something. I just don't want the calories because it's kind of useless.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, poutine is basically like a day's calories in one meal.
fries and gravy, I'm good with, but I mean,
Yeah.
the poutine just adds a little bit of,
People
and
are
it's not even
disgusting.
cheese. It's not even cheese curd. It's not even cheddar cheese curd. It's kind of some mozzarella or something. I
Right.
don't know.
Well, you
Right.
people are just gross.
I played in metal bands for 15 years and had my fair share of going out enjoying myself. Man, it feels like a chore the older I get. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair.
True.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. I don't want to go out.
We go
Yeah,
to
we-
nice restaurants. That's all we do now. We don't
Hey,
go to
listen, I worked
bars.
hard. Worked hard my whole life to be able to afford a decent home with nice furniture and a comfortable bed. Why do I want to leave that now?
I'm like Eric. I slacked off my whole life to be able to afford a decent condo and no internal
Mr.
heating.
Mum. Mr. Mum there.
Well, I mean, come on. I worked for a very, very long time before I had to quit work for family reasons. But
I'm not using that excuse. I slacked off the whole time.
no,
You're not that old.
I slacked off before I started working.
oh,
I have almost 40 years experience in slacking off, Bobby. I've put in decades and decades.
You've heard his stories where he's worked.
Yeah.
This
Yeah, I haven't-
warehouse.
Yeah, I haven't. Listen, I haven't quite. You know, a couple of years. We're getting closer. 2024, Carlos Senior will be in 70 years of slacking. So I got time to catch up to Carlos Senior. But I put in almost 40 years of slacking. That's pretty decent. Like we're working our way through. You got to get to 40 before you can get to 50, 60, or 70.
that's true.
It takes time. You gotta work your way. The great journey, one step at a time, my friends. One step at a time.
That's it.
So Eric can't wrap his mind around stuffed crust pizza. Now you're throwing ham and cheese inside of a chicken breast at him.
Pizza is gross.
Oh, that's
Facts.
awesome. I do like that.
No, I won't eat
Because
stuffed
the
crust
crust
pizza.
is kind of a waste.
That's
But you throw
gross.
some cheese in there. I make
Yeah.
my own pizzas at home anyway.
Crust the best part. Love
There you go.
love crust.
Yep. No, we definitely had a lot of different food topics, but people like them. So like, I'm not going to fight you on it. It's fun anyway. It's silly. We talked about this already before. It's funny, and this is always. And I'm just being honest with you guys in the chat. I'm being honest with everybody else. I am happy to talk about any hobby topic y'all want, but we start talking about food and random shit, and then you get excited. Like, what do you want me to do about it? What do you want to talk about? I left it open, and everybody just sat back and waited for us to talk about food.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Favorite
I'm not
topic-
fighting you. I'm not
favorite-
fighting you.
Favorite toppings on a pizza?
Yep.
I don't know.
It was funny because even Bob talked about the wrestling thing. It's like, dude, I could show about 30 wrestling cards I picked up easily. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to force it on you. If you want to talk about something, I'm happy to.
Sure.
We could do that. Honey Bunches of Oats. Bob says Captain
No, it
Crunch is
wasn't.
great. I
It
agree with you.
wasn't that.
So it wasn't that one? Gotcha.
No.
Shadow Blade, so I apologize if you answered this, but how many MLB games were missed this year? Okay, so that is a different question. It's a different variant, more specific, right? So that's okay. That's fine. It's a fine question. I'm feeling. I think if the owners are intent on doing the silliness they're doing right now the way they're doing it, I don't think they're going to have quite the urgency that they probably should. I'm feeling 120 game regular season. So I think they'll miss like close to 40 games. That's what it feels like they're shooting for. Not that they should. I think that's a terrible idea. I think they should probably try to get it over with sooner rather than later. But I feel like they're content to sit a month or so more. So I think they're quite willing to do it. And if that's the case, a month is about 25 game-ish. It'd be really quick to be like closer to. I don't think it'd be much of a stretch to get to 40. That'd be kind of my number.
Carlos, why? And I'm being serious. If you have an answer, I'd love it. Why does baseball have to play so many games? It's utterly ridiculous. How are they supposed to play like 140 or something?
It's 162 normally.
Yeah, that's utterly ridiculous.
Well, that was the way the sport was always built. Because you can play baseball almost every day. So you got 3-game series, and then you got your teams inside you're inside the league, and then you play some interleague games in there. Look, a lot of times people, and I know Bob has a couple of responses, so I'll quickly get to these. Hang tight for 2 seconds. I'll get there, I promise. So here's the thing. We always get this argument, but like I can make this argument about everything. And then half the time the people that make this argument are like football guys. Look, why does hockey need 81 games? Why don't we make it 20? Why don't we make it 10? Why don't we make it 5? How about a 1-game playoff and then the playoffs start? Like, it would be you, and you would say like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. It's an arbitrary number. Like it's not like every sport has this argument. Football has 16, now 17 games. But like the nature of football, if you ask these guys to play every day, they die. Because they're crashing into each other like it's a freight train and car crashes. In baseball, you can play 162 games. It also means that you won't win or lose a season in one game. A 5-game losing streak isn't going to break you. In hockey, 81 games, a 2 or 3 game losing streak, a 4-game losing streak isn't going to break you. The NBA is about 80 games. So hockey and the NBA are about the same number of games. The NBA has been de-emphasizing the regular season. Players don't seem to care about it. Okay, so what do you want to do? Make it 40 games? Make it 30? Make it 25? How many games is a valid test to get us to the playoffs? I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't. Baseball has done 162 because you can afford to do 162. And what you're doing actually is you're breaking up the cost of running the team, but also the money you're getting in over 162. 162 means you have 81 home games. 81 home games means you can split up this over 81 games. You cut down the amount of games, guess what's going to happen? I'll double your ticket price. If people are already frustrated with the product, double their ticket price and see what you get. There's a reason the average hockey ticket price is higher than the average baseball ticket price, and so is the average NBA price. It used to be that if you wanted to, now this is going back years now, when I was going to Jays games consistently, I've been to over 300 Jays games in my lifetime, hundreds and hundreds of games. I was a season ticket holder for a year. For my 30th birthday, I bought myself season tickets when you still could, when it was more reasonable. I was paying $8 a game for those season tickets. And I got a $200 jacket out of the deal. And they threw in a bunch of perks. And they gave me a discount on concessions. And I think I got $200 gift card at the food concession stand.
Can't give that stuff away.
That's what I mean. So they were literally giving away the season. When you add up all the perks and the add-ons and the things that I took advantage of, I was paying like $3 a game when you really add it up. Can you get to a Leafs game for $3? $3, they will let you look at the side of the building.
Maybe.
And if you look at it for too long, they'll charge you $5.
Yeah.
And forget about getting in. They won't let you anywhere near it for that price.
That's what it is.
Oh, oatmeal crisp. That's a good one. I like those. Oatmeal crisp is good. That's good.
Really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the raisin one as well, but oatmeal crisp almond's
Oh, you
good.
got a raisin one?
Oh yeah.
Oh, my
It's
wife
real.
hates
It's real good.
raisins, and I love raisins.
It's real good.
That's
It's
why
real
she
good.
didn't buy it. Bugger.
Yeah, the oatmeal. There's oatmeal crisp raisin. You can find it. Check it out. It's good. I recommend it.
I love
I
raisins.
recommend it. It's real good. Big fan. Yeah. So Bob here's saying, "What's your favorite '90s set?" I'm a '97 in hockey. I'm a '97, '98 guy. Love the Black Diamond. Big fan of that. There's a couple of other really good ones. The Upper Deck for that year was really good, and they had a Sixth Sense Wizard insert set that I thought was really excellent, really well done. But yeah, if you pick a sport, I can probably help you more. But 97, 98 Black Diamond hockey, baseball.
That was actually probably one of the nicest, except there was 4 variations for every. It was like
There was.
the green, the blue, the black.
No. The green came later. That one you had. That one you had the base. You had the red. You had the gold, and then the fourth was the what was it? The quadruple diamond was like a dark gray. It was like a dark gray.
Yeah.
The green though came the following year, 98, 99.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but they were still that year though the dark gray was not numbered, but there were 50 of those. The green was 100. It was actually more the following year. But it's sneaky because it's not numbered, so people don't know it's out of 50. It's
Yeah,
actually tougher.
Yeah.
Yeah, 40 games missed is his guess. That's fair. Yep. And they say it takes 10,000 hours, 20 years to master something. It's all great from here. My slacking game is on point. Thank you, Tom. Yep. So which sport? Yep. I'm in the same mode. Memorial Day weekend, opening day weekend. Yeah, I'm saying 40, so you have to look at the how that plays out on the calendar. They play so many because tradition. Yep. I was going to say 94, 95 Fleer Ultra. Back. Those are fun. Yep. Why did the NBA playoffs drag on forever? It's the way they play it out.
But they do all. Each series is 7 games now. Back when I was younger, the first series or maybe even the first 2 series were best out of 5.
Yeah.
So
But that's financial. Like that's TV and money. So like when you do it. Now here's the thing though. It goes back to what I said earlier about the amount of games. Look, if you left it up to the NBA or the NHL or whatever, if you left it up to the NBA, the NHL, all of them, okay, let's play no regular season games, just start playoffs.
Yeah.
We'll make it a tournament. Best of 7s for everybody. Like, there's more money in it.
I watch the playoffs more than I watch the regular season.
And that's the thing. It's
Highlights for the regular season, and because really, you finish first in the regular season, who cares?
and that's what a lot of people feel. Here's the great irony, okay? And I think this is more.
Cup.
I think this is more a psychological thing, though. This is what's kind of fun for me because the hockey regular season is not longer than it was 30 years ago. We haven't really added games. Like, it's about the same.
4 more games, I think.
Yeah. Give or take. Like, it's not a lot. Like, we really haven't fundamentally changed the number of games. In baseball, 162 goes back to 1961.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like they started 100. It's been 162 since 1961.
It's a lot of traveling time if you consider back that time.
Agreed. But here's the thing. Before that, it was 154. That's not that big a difference. And that goes back to the 20s when Babe Ruth was playing. Like, I'm sorry, guys, for 100 years, it's been within about 7-game variation of the current.
So what happens? They take an average when they are setting records because the amount of games that were played were far less.
So when they initially went to 61, that's where the Roger Maris got the asterisk thing originally. That was their point was because it's more games, therefore. But now it's been 60 years. So records today are records. You break the record, you break the record. I don't think anyone cares that much at this point. But that's why I say, like, I put the challenge to all the sports. People pick on baseball because it has the most games. But here's the thing. Okay, so is 82 games in hockey too much? I can't answer that question. I don't care one way or the other. It makes no difference to me, but it's been right around that for a long time. It's not like it started 10 minutes ago. They didn't suddenly add 20 more games. That didn't happen.
3 per week, 2 to 3 per week. Yep.
I feel like that's not ridiculous. That's not absurd. For a baseball fan, if you're following your team and the team's playing well and you're engaged in it, like, you tune in the game in the evening and you watch it. It's not a big deal. Like, if you're a super baseball fan, well, then you can watch around. I got the streaming package. I can watch all the teams.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll watch some here and there. I'll watch the West Coast team. I'll watch the Dodgers play in the evening or something. I usually ignore the Angels because they don't have anybody good on that team. Nobody good. Nobody. But I have that option. If I don't want to do that, I don't have to do that either. But I guess it depends, right? It depends on how engaged you are in the sport. If you're really not engaged, well, then 10 regular season games is too many. But it's also not a very good test. When you get to the playoffs, okay, so which teams make the playoffs?
Yeah.
How many games do we need to play for a team to have had the opportunity to maybe have a bad run and then recover and then actually be able to compete, and maybe they actually were a good team. They just had a bad run.
It seemed like that would be the right amount of time, 80 games.
Yeah. So that might be the answer. But like
Baseball? Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. Historically, there have been plenty of situations where a team has been in first place for 140 of the games, but this other team stayed close. They stayed real close. And then that last 20 games, they kept playing well. The other team faltered, and then they took it on the last game of the season. 162 games. The last year they played, they had that one-game playoff because these teams were neck and neck right up until 162 games couldn't settle it. They needed 163rd. So is it too much? I don't know. Apparently not.
Obviously.
They still couldn't settle it after 162. They couldn't get a definitive winner. What does that tell you?
Yeah, but they could have
doesn't
had
happen
20 and ended up tying at the end and having to play 21. So I mean,
I agree, but what I'm trying to get at is you can make that argument for every sport. If you're not really into it, like I said, okay, then let's play 20 hockey games.
Mm-hmm.
Play each team in your conference once
That's it.
and call it a day. Start the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
I think we should have an 80-game schedule in hockey, and the Bruins should play the Montreal Canadiens all 80.
I think
All 80.
I think it's kind of limited in the divisions. I really don't like that we only play certain teams so many times, and it just I think they should all kind of get to play each other. How many? So probably 2 times at least every.
Yeah. The argument for having interconference or interdivision or whatever was always building of rivalries, right? And if you never played anybody in your division, how can you ever really build up a rivalry? But if the other team, you play them enough where they can impact your playoff. Baseball has this. You play the teams inside of your division enough times where they can have a direct impact on your playoff. Because you're playing these teams who are all compete. You're beating each other over the head to be at the top of that division. You play the Yankees, the Blue Jays would play the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Baltimore Orioles and the Tampa Bay Rays enough times over the course of the year where if they had a losing record against these teams, they would miss the playoffs, even if they had a great record against everybody else, because they play them so many times, these teams specifically.
Yeah.
And vice versa. You could impact their playoff chances directly as well.
True enough.
That's the way they structured it. Jeff says platinum. I'm not sure what that was in reference to. I might have missed that one, Jeff, so you're welcome to
I'm guessing
clarify.
that's what your favorite 90s set is. His is platinum.
Or platinum blonde.
Oh,
Yeah. So for 90s hockey, So for 90s hockey, I'll go with that 97, 98. I'm always a fan of that. I'm just trying to think. There was, what was a fun set? it wasn't my favorite necessarily, but it was a fun set, and I understood why they only did it the one time. I liked the 98.99 SPX Finite. They numbered every single card, all of them, including all the base. Every
Really?
card was serial numbered, all of them.
Wow.
It was very unique, and they only did it once because it's expensive to do that.
Probably, yeah.
But then they would have obviously the different tiers. They had a couple of parallels, not a ton, crazy amount, but it was a very good set. It was also a very attractive set. To be honest with you, I thought they did a great job design wise on those. I think I can let me grab the OZ folio here, and I'll quickly show because I have it on a page. I can actually show it quickly.
These ones?
Yeah. Yeah, I like those with the little embossing on the front,
Yeah.
but I'll show it because with the Medano, I actually have a bunch of the variances right on the page. Second.
Perfect. That'll work out. Z-folio time.
There's another one.
That's not Medano.
No, this is
Pete Peters.
no, this is Ed Belfour.
Oh, well, there you go. There's an old North Star, Dallas Star, whatever.
Dallas
Okay.
Star.
So I'll show it here. So if you can see right there, so you got 3 versions of the one, and then you got 2 versions beside it. So what would happen is the last one. So let's see if I can angle a little bit. So this one right here actually has a little bit of a rainbow foil going on with it. So you got the regular, you got the gold, but all of these are serial numbered, and this one is serial numbered to like 225. The one that's missing there is serial numbered to like 25. So it's actually very difficult. That's why I haven't come across it. But I've got 5 of the 6 versions from Medano that year. So that's one of the few that I'm missing from that era. But I thought it was a very innovative set in terms of actually trying to serial number everything. Ambitious, if nothing else. So I thought that was a cool idea. For base design, 90 would score for an odd reason. Okay, fair enough. Football with extra game. Everyone was freaking out because the record's being shattered. Funny, don't hear about it now. Yep.
I'll hear about it now. I think it's ridiculous. Adding an extra game. And now and then you have people Bobby, we don't say that name. Here in Boston. We don't say that name.
Backgammon out of 50 was called Platinum. The parallel Platinum.
Oh.
Trying to think.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it wasn't gray. It was probably platinum.
I guess so. Yeah, I have to
Yeah.
look at it again. Okay, maybe that's the case. Maybe I
Here,
forgot it.
I'll look it up in my book. Oh, that's right. I don't.
Oh, so you don't have that? Oh, that book's worthless. Useless. Fine. One time it could have useful information. One time. We'll use the Google machine.
Oh, do I have something here? Oh, that's an old price tag. Oh no, that's Gretzky. Here.
I'm going to laugh. It's probably going to be just quad diamond. It probably isn't based on the color. I bet you it's just a quad diamond.
My friend was putting that together, so I was helping him way back. Oh boy, 98. So he would have had it in 2004, somewhere around there. He was working on it.
Yep, quadruple diamond. It's just quadruple. I thought so. It wasn't based on the color. I was trying to think like platinum doesn't sound right to me. Yep, it's quadruple diamond. Very creative. Single diamond, double diamond, triple diamond, quadruple diamond.
Oh, there you go.
Fancy.
Some people nicknamed it platinum, though.
Maybe. That might be the case.
It's probably Beckett. XRT, XRC, whatever they did.
Yeah, so that's your Topps Gold?
Yeah, that's what I like from 92, 93.
2-3. Yeah.
Really?
With
You
the
like
gold.
that?
Yeah.
Because it's Boston Gold?
No, I just thought it was cool to see that kind of gold foil kind of for the first time. You know, it was interesting.
True.
It was new.
Yeah.
You know, you only got like one of these per pack.
Yeah.
So,
It was the first time they tried it.
yeah, so it was interesting. You know, it was hard to chase because it was one per pack, and you know, it was kind of neat. The following year, they tried it again.
Yeah, because I think it was Premier.
Yeah, O-Pee-Chee Premier.
Yeah, they also had a Topps Premier.
Another premieres, yeah.
but I thought that the original one was better.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
that
I-
other
I-
card looks.
It was
plain.
based on. It was the original was actually based on. I think it was the '92 Topps baseball design, because they used a very similar design in both. '93 Premiere though was kind of its own thing. They actually came up. It was very plain design, but it was a different design. It was not exactly the same.
Plainly different.
Yep. Sabres beat Leafs and came back to beat Minnesota 2 in a row. Oh man, it's a good thing we've only got a 80 game regular season. It's going to change everything.
I
Good
just
evening, Will.
saved $500. I didn't have to go game. Wow.
Ooh. Good evening, Will. 91 Bowman Tiffany hockey expensive? Not really. Certain players are okay. It's more limited, obviously, than the regular Bowman. But
Tiffany, yeah, sure.
yeah, because I forget if it's 3 or 4,000 or 5,000. I forget the total amount, but it's a little more limited. I think if you get like a decent graded version of one of the rookies, it's pretty good. But I think if you get some of the base cards and stuff, that's not that crazy. It's pretty available. Yeah, 97, 98 Revolution. Yeah, that was one of Beckett's famous ones that they never fix it. 97, 98 Revolution doesn't exist. But it's listed in the checklist. And if you have your checklist, you're sitting there like, why can't I find this Revolution Red? Because it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Yep. Speaking of stupid stuff Beckett did. Yeah, there's another one. And by the way, we've tried to correct them a bunch of times on this. I know a lot of other player collectors who have literally reached out and go, Carlos, do you have a Medano 97, 98 Revolution Red? I go, no, it doesn't exist. They go, that's what I thought. I go, yeah, it doesn't. We can't find it. No. None of us have ever seen one. None of us can find one. And trust me, we've tried. We've looked.
Add it to the list.
Yep, pretty much. People will still argue they exist. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing, because Beckett won't update it. Like, we're like, dudes, then show us one. Show us one, please. Quincy argued he has a Sakic on a forum post. I'd be curious about that. All right, well, I know Steve, so I'll ask him. When in doubt, just ask him. So I will do that. Beckett added the checklist after the year 2000. Interesting. Mm-hmm. 78, 98 XPX Finite was fire, and other sports as well. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, they were pretty. They did keep that in the other sports as well, so I thought they did a good job with those. I've got a couple of Carlos Delgados in baseball. They're cool cards. I like them. Like I said, especially kind of the silver foily one. The last one is. I think they did a good job on those. But again, I also understand from a cost perspective why they would only do it the 1 year. 798 Revolution. Okay. So I just shot him a message. I'll be curious. We'll see. Because like I said, I've never seen one. For any player. For any player. Yeah, someone should ask Kramer about them next time he does a podcast. Well, I think there's a couple of guys who have actually gotten print run sheets from Kramer for Pacific, because he did keep the records for some of that stuff. So my thought process on it is that I've genuinely never seen a single version of it. Not that I'm aware of. If it is available, then they've really done a good job hiding it. It's the greatest of all conspiracies, because only Beckett knows it exists, and nobody else seems to think so. But you never know.
There's the proof of the checklists. So this I had from when I was a kid. There's not much left, but I mean,
Which checklist is that one?
the 74 WHA.
Gotcha.
It's done. Toast. Finished. No thanks.
Sometimes that's the only way you can get checklists now. Is just absolutely beat up and use them as filler cards for your set. It's hard to find really good condition checklist cards.
Well, it's not even about condition. I've never tried to add any. It's one of those things I've looked at it for my collection, but I haven't gotten around to it. I have a complete 56 Topps baseball set. Got that. But they've got a pair of checklists. And they were separate. They were not numbered as part of the set.
Okay.
And they're very pricey. They're interesting looking cards. They're kind of fun. They're a little bit weird. They're obviously oversized because the 56 Topps was using that early 50s Topps design. But they're very plain. They're very generic. Let me see. I got one here.
See, even I collected baseball.
There you go.
Tippy.
Tippy Martinez. Yeah.
And Eddie Murray. Cal Ripken.
Eddie Effin Murray.
Orioles. Ew.
There you go.
These are all left over from when I was a kid. I don't know why I have them.
I know. I don't have a lot of baseball stories,
Ernie
but I told
Witt.
you that I saw Ripken play when I was in Toronto in '99, and it's like anytime you can see a legendary player, take the opportunity.
Yep.
So when I got up there and I found out that the Orioles were in town, and I could get tickets for $3 Canadian,
Yeah, they're cheap.
I was like, "Let's go see."
yeah.
let's
By
go
the
see
by the
a
late
future Hall-
late '90s, you could get those chickens for song. You didn't need to. You just basically got them on the secondary market. They were cheap as dirt.
Well, that's the guys were out front selling them for $3 a piece. So I was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So here, this is the 56 Topps checklist. It's pretty plain. Like there's nothing crazy about it. It's got the series. It breaks it down. It's got all that. So there is the first and third series and the second and fourth. 2 checklists. So basically,
Pretty boring ones, eh?
Yeah, there's nothing crazy about them, but they weren't actually numbered as part of the regular set. So they're a thing where if you want to include them, you can. And honestly, probably I will. I've got the complete set. So for me, it's like, yeah, okay. Oh, but I've never been in a hurry. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I should probably pick them up. I kind of like the idea of having it just as part of the set. It's like, there you go. It's complete. A little extra. Not a big deal, but yeah, it's just going to be for completeness sake.
My
Be for
favorite
fun.
baseball checklist would be the 63 Fleer. Orange and I think yellow. They have a little player in the top corner. I thought it was
So the 50, okay, so hold on.
63.
The 63, if it's Fleer, Fleer was only about 60 cards. So that was a very specific one. They do have, it would only be yellow though. It wouldn't be orange because they did it like a yellow and black and white kind of thing.
I thought the player changed up at the top there.
So let me see here. I think I've actually got it sitting around. Yeah, here. So it's not a checklist, but this is the year you're talking about. That's 63 Fleer. So that's where you got the player
Yeah,
and
the checklist looked kind of. Let's see here. I think
yeah, because there's also they had the 63 Topps had like the circle with the player image.
no. I'm just looking at the checklist.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll read a couple of these comments while we're doing it.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite. There it is. 63 checklist.
So 63 Fleer or Topps?
Fleer. Yeah.
Fleer. Okay.
Look at it. It's perfect for a kid. Pull it up. You'll see it.
Yeah, I'm grabbing it.
Yeah.
See
I
if
think
can-
this was the epitome of one of the greatest checklists.
Oh, it's with the little cartoon guy in the middle?
Yeah, and it's got the 2 colors, and it's
Yeah. Okay, now I got you. Okay, now I know what you're referring to.
that's my favorite checklist. I love.
So this
that.
one will be a little bit more beat up, but it'll get the point across. There you go.
Oh wow, look at that.
Isn't that cool?
And the best part is it's series 1. That's the only series.
So, okay.
There's no other series.
Go to the back.
And you said that's what year?
63.
63. All right.
Yeah.
Kids
Yep.
used it.
Yep.
60 cards. There you go.
Yeah. 66 cards total, and that was the only series they ever made.
Yep.
So Jim Kramer, no. Kramer from Pacific. I did like Pacific Prism and Crown Royal. Yep. Guy might be thinking 97, 98 Pinnacle Totally Certified Platinum Red. No, but there was a bit of a controversy about 97, 98 Revolution, where on the checklist they show a red and there is no red. At least not as far as I've been aware of. I've never seen anyone or know anyone that's seen one. You'd think a Psycho Player Collector. Yeah, and that's my reference point. I reached out to other player collectors over the years. None of us have seen one. That was the highest end I went back then. Yep. So my mantle is a 1, and it has a decent sized pinhole on it. It's a good card though. I like it. Big fan of that 56 Topps. When they started doing complete factory sets, I believe it was the 70s. It would have been after they did the stop doing the series. I'm trying to think. I want to say like I know for sure they had. I want to say they had complete sets in baseball in the mid 70s. I want to say 75 Tops could have been had as a complete set. Just trying to think if Tops did it as factory sets.
75?
Yeah, I
don't
thought I
think
saw
so.
75 factory. Let me go back here.
That'd be kind of early. Oh, it might be in those other. Oh no, I don't think so. Baseball? No, I don't think so.
Tops factory
I think it'd
sets.
be a little bit later. Nope. First print. Dave Bruce,
What year is that?
1947.
Wow. Oh, he autographed it for you?
No, that's Alan Beatty from Uncle whatever. May 1948. So this is
Here we go.
47.
Okay, first factory set was offered in 1974 exclusively in JCPenney catalog. The Tops would not begin releasing factory sets again until 82. So they did one in
Oh.
74 only through exclusive, and then they started
That
again
must
in
be
82.
a rare factory
It
set,
would
eh?
be, yeah. If it was through JCPenney, it would be rare.
There's a
I-
baseball. Is it hockey or baseball? I think it's baseball. Did these special? I saw it at on the where was it? Somebody's booth at the National. They had this baseball box from 71 or 70 where
Yeah.
you could send away for something as a kid. It was like, wow, some cool stuff out there for baseball, and not much in hockey in that regard, but I forget what that special one was. It was like a special edition where you could send away something. I don't know. I saw that box and I just lost my mind. I love display boxes, so, and that's why I questioned the 75 because I would have seen it in my searches because I collect all boxes of basketball, baseball, football,
Yeah.
especially hockey. So.
Yeah, it looks like it was just a retail exclusive, which would make it more obscure. I felt like there was one in the 70s, but fair enough. But then, yeah, it looks like they didn't start again until the early 80s, which is fine.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. And then I got tickets for the sweepstakes, chance to buy a Toronto All-Star game from 91 Upper Deck. Ripken hit a dinger. Yep, that was the same year Ripken won the MVP, 91. That was also the first year I went to a Jays game towards the end of the season against the Baltimore Orioles. 91 Jays versus Twins, no. The Jays and Twins never met in the World Series because they were in the same league. It would have been a little awkward. So 91 was the Twins and the Atlanta Braves. And that was the one where Jack Morris won for the Twins in the 10th inning. Great pitching performance against John Smoltz. So it was a pitching classic with two really great pitchers.
Schmaltz. I love
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So Smoltz, it was young Smoltz, and he was already real good. And he was on a staff with Tom Glavitt and with, and I think by that point, they had Maddox. Yeah, I think he had come over from the Cubs. So like that staff was going to get formidable. Actually, maybe not Maddox. Maddox came in like a year or two later. But that staff was already really good. They were going to get better. But yeah. And then Jays were in 92.
Yeah,
But
we
the
know
Twins
that.
did play the Jays. The Twins did play the Jays, I believe, at some point. I think they played them in the ALCS. Because the Twins, I think, had to beat them in the championship series to get to the World Series. So I think it was the ALCS. Favorite 90 set. 90 Leafs Design and Photography. It's a good one. Thought it was the 80s. Yeah, so 82 is the one we're talking about. Pretty good. Pretty good. But yeah, it was kind of an interesting era because 91 World Series I didn't watch. 92 I did because you had Jays in 92, 93, so I watched that. I was watching some baseball in 91, mostly on TV there. 92, 93 World Series, I remember staying up for those
Everybody,
games. They were
yeah.
fun. I had them on VHS tapes for the longest time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. We had them. Obviously, VHS degrades over time, but it was fun having them. I still wish that they would put the damn things on DVD, though, or Blu-ray.
Oh, they haven't done that yet, eh?
No, they never did.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a complete misfire because here's the thing: they've got it, and they could do it if they wanted to. And I feel like it's a missed opportunity because A&E Home Video was doing those World Series box sets, and I picked up a couple of them because I thought it was kind of interesting. I have the 1971 Pittsburgh Pirates We Are a Family box set of the World Series. It's all the games. and I've got a couple of World Series box sets. And I'm sitting there like, look, I know it's niche, but trust me, if you make that available to us in Toronto and let us buy 92 and 93, I will buy that. No problem. Let me have it.
It was quite exciting.
Yeah, Steve Avery. He might have been on that
Oh,
staff that
yeah.
year. He might have been on that staff
No,
that year.
I think what they're talking about is the news this week that Steve Avery, the former New York Ranger, tried to come make a comeback, and he signed with the minor league team, and almost immediately former NHL players were asking for 1-game contracts for other minor league teams to play against that minor league team so they could kick the shit out of him.
Steve, yeah, I remember him fighting Darcy Tucker. It was a real big.
So we're talking about
match.
Steve Avery though, or Sean Avery?
Sean Avery.
Sean Avery.
Because here's the thing: we were talking about the '91 World Series.
Yeah.
Steve Avery was on the '91 Atlanta Braves.
Never heard of him.
So that's why I'm like trying to figure out like
Oh,
it actually fits with the previous conversation. I'm just not sure which one we're talking about.
All right.
Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure.
I just wasn't sure if someone was changing the subject, and I didn't catch the
Yeah,
Steve.
I
part.
knew Steve Avery. I knew Steve Avery, the baseball player. So it
never heard
fit
of
in
him.
with the other one. But yeah, Sean
What
Avery
team?
would be the hockey player.
What team did Steve Avery play for?
He played for the Atlanta Braves that year.
Never.
So
Heard.
in '91, he played from them from 1990 to '96. So he definitely would have been at least around during that time period.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. In '91, he was 18-8. So yeah, he was a starter for them. Played pretty well, all things considered. Not too bad a player. He basically retired after '99. Effectively, did have one more season. He was actually pretty good. Looks like he had injuries or something. I remember Steve Avery vaguely though. Really early days when I was watching baseball. I played with Rob Butler, who was the '92 Jays. Yep. Real Canadian who won the World Series, had a mental breakdown not far after his career was cut short. He did play in that inter-county one, though. He did play in the inter-county baseball. Yeah, Steve Avery's the pitcher, yep. Making a murderer, Steve Avery? No. LaRock wants to beat the hell out of Sean Avery. So does everyone else.
That was a good series, Making a Murderer. Yeah.
Yeah, Steve Avery was a Braves pitcher, yep.
I don't remember.
Game 7, Lonnie Smith. Yeah, I already corrected myself. Oh, I got it. As I said, I was pretty sure that. So I think Maddox was still in the Cubs in '91. I think it came later. Because I think if Maddox had been on the team in '91, I think probably it would have been easier for the Twins. But they, like I said, the young Smoltz, they did have Tom Glavine. And then Steve Avery was great for them. Like I said, 18-8 that year. Pretty good. It's pretty good. So they at least had a pretty decent pitching staff there. Hard to say. Yeah, he was 6th in Cy Young voting that year. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Sounds good. All right, guys. So what we'll do here is we'll start winding her down. I think timing's good. Any last thoughts or ideas or anything you want to throw out there? Thank you to those of you who've been hanging out in the chat, Bob and everybody else who's been hanging in for most of the evening. We've been having our fun talking about different things. It was more of a variety show today. It was always going to be. Like I said, it's been a little quiet. I think though we'll probably bring a couple. I'll see if I can put together a couple of topics and things to the table, and we'll bring some specific stuff. We'll have a preset. Like I said, Ken Golden's been letting me down. I've been sending over some kerosene. It's like, dude, you want to light yourself on fire or something? Make it interesting for us.
It's funny when the hype is on, he's right there. But when there's nothing going on,
Well, I think he's working on his damn Netflix show now, isn't he? Isn't he like his little show? I don't know what he's going to show. Like, what's he going to do? If he's not going to light himself on fire, then what goodie is he? Come on, man.
well, like I said, the hype is kind of left, and Gary Vee's no longer around, and whatever. It's just
Well,
like
Gary Vee's busy with the NFTs. And unfortunately, we never got around to talking about it. Eric is very passionate about NFTs. He wouldn't shut up about it. I was getting text message after text. Carlos, did you see this NFT? Like, I'm like, I don't care, Eric. No, but you don't understand. It's like, oh.
I don't know. I think more people are just talking about it because it's a talking point. And
It is.
I think it's more than just a talking point. That's what's really driving it. I don't think it's going to go anywhere far unless they tie some things into it. It'll be kind of neat. My brother-in-law was talking about it. He goes, what's with this NFT thing? I said, well, it's just non-fungible, whatever. He says, so you don't get anything physical? I go, no, you can have it on your phone or something, and you're exclusive. Because he told me about somebody who did something. I said, yeah, that's what it is. He goes, that's stupid. I said, enough said.
I think it's funny, though. My thing
one
is...
of one But
Look, here's the thing.
oh, who was it?
Do you know what is my favorite thing about it? I'll tell you. I've got one thing. I've got a good side of NFTs. Do you know what the good side of NFTs is? How much it
And I
pisses
don't
off
own
card
it.
collectors. How much it pisses them off. Because I'm sitting there, why do you care? But they spent this much money. It's not your money. Why do you care?
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. I understand the technology reasonably well. Okay, go do it. Oh, but they spent $400,000. It's not my $400,000. If you're taking money out of my pocket to do it, then I care. But otherwise, do I care? No. Please, by all means, spend more, double it. I don't care. Like, it makes no difference at all to anything I'm doing. How much money you are spending on NFTs, and if it works, great. If it doesn't work, great. It makes no difference.
What my brother-in-law said, now I remember. He was talking about Julian Lennon sold an NFT of the original Imagine song that his
Sure.
father wrote.
Yeah.
So he sold them the NFT. But Julian Lennon still, I think it was 400,000 or whatever it was.
Mhm.
But Julian Lennon still keeps the real paperwork, and this guy's got an NFT. He goes, "What the? Are
It's
people
a picture.
doing?"
He took a picture of it, and
No, it's a
someone bought
one of
picture.
one. It's a one of one though.
It's a one of one picture. of
Julian Lennon
something.
has the real one of one.
Okay.
So if you want to live in space or you want to live in reality, it's up to you. Everybody has the choice, and it just makes a lot of sense that it's just generating money out of nothing for nothing, for exclusivity, for I don't know, bragging rights.
For those who
Yeah.
have gotten rich off of it, good for them. But people are gonna. That's gonna.
Everybody
fall
just can
apart.
create an NFT. You know, it's sort of everybody's online. Everybody can do whatever they want. So there you go.
Well, if you think actually,
Enjoy.
if you agree with me and think that actually holding cards are gonna fall apart come July, imagine what NFTs are gonna do. When
Oh,
cards
NFTs are going to quadruple. It's going to be amazing. Get rid of the garbage cardboard. NFTs
Wow.
to the moon.
No,
Yeah. Look at all the
gone.
trees we'll save.
Absolutely.
Environmentally friendly. Oh my
Yeah.
God. We figured it out, you guys. I love
Yeah.
it.
Absolutely friendly.
Yeah.
I love it.
Cardboard's not made of cardboard anymore anyway.
The little
Yep.
girl from Sweden will be so happy.
True.
Oh,
Avery was
yeah.
supposed to be the next big picture of the Braves of the Smalls and Glavin before Maddox. Yep, absolutely. If only the Braves had Todd Van Poppel. Live the dream. Have a good night, Baz. Steve Avery was a Hall of Fame talent, elbow blowout. Yeah, I suspect it was an injury thing. Like I said, I remember the guy. I just don't
And
remember
not
exactly
a
what it did.
murderer.
Yeah, the other Steve Avery. Again, unfortunate when
They
you're
made a
named
box
incorrectly.
set for that.
Obviously. Any thoughts on Jeremy New Business Venture? We did talk about it a little bit earlier tonight, the big unit. So we did chat about it. Long story short, I can see that being useful for some. I don't see the utility for most. I think it's going to be a very niche case. We'll see. You know, good luck to them. They're going to get plenty of advertising, I'm sure. Like from the like I said, I'll check out the crossover later. I'm sure they promoted the hell out of that thing. I have no doubt they pumped it to the moon.
Is it on Clubhouse, Eric?
Well, they talked about it on Clubhouse leading into the
Oh,
infomercial.
That's where the idea was spawned.
There was a pre-show to the infomercial. They were like hyping people up for the infomercial. Everybody get pumped, and Erica's like, "Oh my God, I'm here with bells on! Yeah!" It was exciting.
I was pinged. I went. I listened. I asked questions, and
They
then
need VC, right?
so. But yeah, I think it's I think the idea is good. I hope they're successful.
There you go.
It's no slapstrong. Sorry.
Ooh,
Yeah. No.
facts.
What is?
There you go. What is?
What
So
is?
hopefully that answers your question. Look, I like to tease Jeremy, and I do. But like, look, good luck to him. Do whatever you do. Do your thing. I have no use. I personally have no use for that shit. But if it works for you, use it. Have fun. Have a good night. Absolutely. NFTs are based on utility. Be part of a private chat with other NFT buyers. Yep. Real estate. Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's the application of them, not the technology. Yeah. Contracts are automatically pay. Your contract is good, but not JPEGs. Yep. Do they allow mass hold magnetics? If only. New NFTs and digital wallet. That's right.
Yeah.
Buy the dip, my friends. Buy the dip. But anyway, no, like I said, as usual, I thank you all for participating and hanging out. We had our fun. Like I said, on these weeks when there's a little bit less newsworthiness, it's pretty much open season. We can do whatever we want. Those of you who do come in, it's like if you guys know it's not going to be a big news thing. Bring whatever silly topics you want.
Doesn't matter. We got almost 5 hours out of this.
But I had no worries at all that we would have this issue. It's like, look, we didn't even have to talk about the NWO flag in the background. We didn't even have to go to we didn't even have to go there.
No,
We barely even made fun of Beckett this week. Barely.
brother.
We're not a one-trick pony out here. We can handle it. It's fine. Anyway, so as
They
always,
suck.
there you go.
Was that Eric?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
I said they suck.
Oh,
Yeah. As always, a passionate conclusion to the live stream. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you as always. Bob Jackson will get the last word. NWO for life. Love it. Thanks, guys, as always, hanging out. On your way out, if you can hit the like button, it is free. It continues to be free, but it continues to be free because you participate. Hit the like button on your way out. Like the channel, like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and we will catch you next week. Have yourselves a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Night, brother.